Welcome back to Prague. We're into day 11 today. It's the last day of round robin matches. Hard to believe we've had already over 50 matches, but I tell you what, the end of the day is going to be tough because 8 doesn't go into 4 and only 4 can go to finals Friday. Internationals on the weekend as well. So much happening on ECN. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Czechia and it starts right now.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizzaway.
Good morning to you, Dan, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It is day 11, big day because at the end of the day we'll have to say goodbye to 4 teams because 8 does not go into 4. Finals Friday, just 24 hours away in this European Cricket Series. It's been a really good one. Got to say, this Vinoj Cricket Ground, Scott Page Field has delivered. It's been the highest scoring series we've ever seen already, and I think there's plenty more action to come over the next couple of days in the ECS, but then of course the ECIs on the weekend. We can't wait for the Greek and the Cypriot international teams to arrive to take on the Czech national team. But we are going to start the day with the first of 5 matches here in Prague, and it's match number 52 between Prague Barbarians and Vinorati. Let's go over to the other end. Charles Croucher, the sheriff, is with the 2 teams. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Okay, your call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's the tail.
We will bat first.
Barbarians have won the toss and will bat first. Over to you, Vinny.
So it is Barbarians that win the toss and they've elected to bat. It's a good, confident move from them, I think, with these conditions. Not a lot of moisture around this morning. I think it's going to be a high-scoring field from the get-go, so why not try and get the runs on the board? And Prague Barbarians, well, they do have 5 wins out of their 11 matches. They are 1 point out of the 4, but with a game in hand over the team above them, United, who they'll play twice today. So it's going to be a really, really huge day, I think, as far as that battle for 4th place. But, you know, I do think they've got the team that can do it. You look at Devendra Singh, he's been outstanding during the series, and you know, I just think that, you know, we've seen some reasonably big scores, individual scores as well from them, and you know, one of those can really win your cricket match, can get you at the points to get you over the line. So this is kind of a must-win for Barbarians, I feel, unless they are able to do something dramatic this afternoon. But yeah, obviously they want to start the job right here and now. But Vinorati, they'll have something to say about it. They're 4 and 8, and so they are kind of out of the running as far as the 4 goes, but they're a proud club. They're a team that we've seen make the final twice here in the ECS before, and I know that they've tried a lot of players in the series. They've kind of been good in bursts, haven't they? But they haven't really put performances together, haven't strung wins together, and that's why they find themselves where they find themselves at the moment. But watch out for some good bowlers, and then Joe Cope, I think that he's going to swing the new ball. He is a guy that can swing the ball around corners, and he's always going to cause some problems for the openers. So I suppose the good thing for him, he gets out there straight away. I think this breeze suits him as well, just bringing the ball back into the right-hander. Let's talk about the weather then. We had some rain, not last night, but the night before, that kind of dampened the field a bit, slowed things down. I still think it's pretty quick though. Not expect any rain today, but the wind's always a factor here at Vinoj. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 22 currently, about 15, so a little bit chilly to get this one going, but the sun is out, so that's a good thing, I think. It's going to be a great day of cricket. So 5 matches here. We've also got 2 matches in Portugal tonight as that night series continues. Corey Ruckers will be standing by. But right now, let's go over to the central commentary position with the news from the toss in match number 52. The Barbarians, they won the toss and they're going to field.
Yes, once again, a warm welcome to all of you, and it's great to have you here for day 11. I'm looking forward to seeing the Barbarians openers. And Devendra Singh, I mentioned, you know, obviously you've got to talk about Vaishak Jaganuvasan as well, who scored the first and so far only century in the ECS in Czechia. But let's go back and have a look at what happened yesterday. 5 matches as usual. Tigers first up. They were toothless, to be honest, against Brno, only managing 53 in the 10 overs. Brno chasing it down within 4 overs thanks to Sengupta. But yeah, Sengupta had a great game with the ball as well, set it up with 3 for 7. So yeah, that was a pretty one-sided way to start the day. Gave us a little bit of an extended break. And the Tigers, they would bite back a little bit later, as you'll see. As Brno, they're heading towards finals Friday. Bohemians, likewise, they couldn't get too much going against Vinarati in the second match. So teams batting first struggling in the morning, but Verndl stood up for them, 40 not out. Zahid Mahmood with 29, but they just couldn't go at the rate, really. And Vinarati, thanks to a good start from Sid Gow, they got there, but only just, as Vino's got there with 3 balls to spend, despite the efforts of Zishan Azim, who's having an outstanding series for Bohemians. He picked up 3 wickets, but Vino's just snuck over the line in the end, despite being well ahead with a couple of overs to go. But then the shoe was going to be on the other foot, and the Tigers, they found some runs, didn't they? Sajid Mia, who had a real hit and miss kind of a morning. He came to the party with 45 not out of 23, with assistance from Samuel Alarm. Prague Tigers hit 123, and Vinarati CC, again, despite a good start, it was 43 from Hassa. They collapsed. I think they lost 9 for 21 at the end of that game to be all out 103. They went down by 20 runs. Then Brno, they had their momentum stopped despite a half century from Mohammad Ratul and a 25 in quick time from Zem Gupta. 116 they picked up off their 10 overs, and Bohemians were able to chase it down. So Zeb Bouillon was on a real heater in that one. But Brno, looks like they might go back-to-back losses to finish the day against the Tigers. This is a rematch of the first match of yesterday. That Tigers making 98 and kind of being in the box seat, taking a bunch of early wickets, but Brno got there in the end, or Mugam with the breakout innings as Brno took the point, secured their place on finals Friday. So right here, it's going to be a great start to the day. I mentioned the importance of Barbarians openers, Devendra Singh and Vaishak Jaganivasan. And yeah, I just think that Barbarians find themselves a point out of the 4 with a game in hand. So they need to win kind of 2 out of the 3 today, potentially all 3. We'll have to see. Kushi Bhatnagar comes in for the Barbarians. Here's Danny O'Connor, though, right now with the first ball of day 11. It's short, and it should be hit, and it is hit. And what a good start that is. Devendra Singh gets 4 runs. Yeah, absolutely belted. Just a little bit short from O'Connor. Does get good swing, but he's got to pitch it up if he's going to get it. And so Divi is off to the races. Welcome to everyone watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, as well as everyone watching on our YouTube channel, pardon me, and fan code in the Indian subcontinent. Let's go. Short again from O'Connor. This is into a gap. This is another 4. So not a great start at all for Vinos. O'Connor is a promising young bowler. We're getting down the stretch here. Once again, just drags it down. Batter can play it from the crease. Smacks it for 4. So interestingly, they've listed, just checking the lineup, Barbarians have listed Matashetty, the captain, as the keeper today. So giving Devendra Singh a rest from having the gloves. So maybe that's just due with the workload that he's had behind the stumps, giving him a chance to run around a bit. Yeah, but I find that a little bit curious. Pitch up a little bit more. This time it'll be out to deep mid wicket. There's Vojta Hassa, made some runs in the second game yesterday. Good to see Vojta in the lineup. And checkborn player. Spent a bit of time in Australia growing up. It's a Queenslander. We won't hold that against him. Nah, Vojta's he's a top guy. He does love to attack, so I think he enjoys this form of the game. And just a little bit short. It's okay from O'Connor. I suppose the risk is you pitch up to these guys, they can smack you down the ground. And I suppose that's the risk that you want to take with a new ball. Interestingly, they're not bowling Joe Cope first over. O'Connor has, on many occasions, bowled the second. I mean, he's a youngster. Look at his baby face. He's not even 15 years of age. Special permission to play in the series on account of his good performances domestically. All right, now it's a false shot. This one should be out. Keeper's called for it. And well, lucky he gets out the way at the end because it was straight to Saini, who takes the catch. And that's a big wicket. Jaganivasan, he tries out the horizontal bat shot. And I was saying O'Connor had been a little bit short. Probably still agree, but it's just a miss hit. Shobit Bhatia was after it and then realised at the end it was probably just out of his range. And Anil Saini does the rest. So you got a guy who's coming off 100 not too long ago, but he's got Derek following him back, and that's cricket. They call it the great equaliser, the great leveller. Vashak is going to have to go without scoring. Yeah, but Daddy's got the day off before a big 3 days with Finals Friday tomorrow and then ECIs on Saturday and Sunday. And so, yeah, Danny, I hope you enjoy it. I know you'll probably be tuning in. He's a big Vino supporter, Danny Hudacek, my compatriot. But it's a great chance for you to drop us a message. ECN European Cricket Network on YouTube. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo for European Cricket Network today. As O'Connor comes in, fresh off a wicket. This one just shapes in a little bit, end of the over. Turns out to be a successful one. Starts with 2 boundaries, but Danny bites back at the end of 1. The score is 10 for 1. Yeah, really enjoyed some of the action overnight as well from Portugal. First, let's have a look at the expected scores here. I still think the supercomputer it's underestimating the pace of the outfield here. Both teams expected to score under 100. 93 to 86 Barbarians. Probably deservedly so, start favourites. But you look at the average runs for. Yeah, I'd say in this game, probably 110's par. If I go on yesterday, I was going at the figures. Because that overnight rain 2 nights ago, the field was a little bit slower. This is driven straight to O'Connor, who knocks it down and then shies, and it's going to. I thought it was going to be away an overthrow, but they weren't ready for it. Yesterday, 10.4 was the run rate. That was down 2 points from the day before. So I feel today, yeah, maybe around the 110, 115. Probably a par score. Slight adjustment. Yeah, so interesting. They've gone for Paras Tanwar. He's into the side. And still no Joe Cope. And he's in the side, Joe Cope. Don't know whether he's just pulled up a little bit sore, but I feel like it's a little bit of a waste to have a guy that can swing the ball that much and not have him bowling up front. I suppose the ball always stays fairly new, but this is in the air, and this is going to go all the way. Maximo! First one of the day. And they go to spin in the power play. Man, this is just a solid strike. Devendra Singh is off to the races. He's been joined at the crease by Murali Vandrasi. He just faced the last ball last over. And that's well bowled. Lured him into it. Yeah, but the other thing is bowling the spinner can kind of hack up the ball a bit quicker than if you had a seam-up bowler. I suppose Vinarati haven't really had the series that they wanted, so they're just trying things. See if this works out with Tanwar. It almost does. Again, that's well bowled. Devendra takes it on. Just gets a thick inside edge. Yes, a very good morning to Kroom. He's watching from the UK. Saying Derek is back. Yeah, sure is. And Rob Thompson also saying good morning to Derek. Busy day ahead. Yeah, busy day around the traps. A little bit short, finds the gap, finds the boundary again. So Tanwar, bit hit and miss, to be honest. Goes for a dozen in the second, and the score 22 for 1 after 2. Devendra uses the crease well there, gets back, makes it look a bit shorter than it actually was. And the result's another 4 runs. So yeah, let's have a look at the table because it's super interesting. Barbarians and United, they play each other twice today. So the question is, will Barbarians be ahead of United or will they be behind United? United took a point from a game against PCC. Now, whoever's ahead just needs to split that mini-series 1-1 to go through to Finals Friday tomorrow. So if United are ahead, then they just need to win 1 out of the 2 games against Barbarians. If Barbarians are ahead, then they just need to win 1 out of the 2 games against United. So if you think of that as like a 2-match mini-series, that will basically decide who the 4th team in Finals Friday is. O'Connor gets it to shape in a little bit. Still thinking the forward to be a little bit fuller. This is decent enough. Just had Murali Vandrasi reaching. Now, I'd like to see now kind of would go in a national shirt. He's probably not quite ready yet, but only maybe a year or two away. Still think, yeah, just needs to grow a bit. he's kind of miles ahead of where his body is at the moment, in a way. At the moment, I'd like to see him, probably keep her up to the stumps, putting the squeeze on a little bit at the pace he is for senior cricket. But still, I'm super fascinated with his development. To be why doesn't really come back. But, Danny, who Jack mentioned yesterday, it's going to be great to watch him develop with the amount of televised cricket now. You see right now, he's certainly a youngster that doesn't lack confidence. It seems like genuine confidence that he's got. You're not intimidated at all. He's already taken the wicket of the century maker. There's the slow ball, and it almost undoes Devendra Singh. Yeah, so it's super interesting. Watch how this comes out of his hand. So just have a look at that. Back of the hand slow ball. Really well executed. Has a little bit of overspin on it. And the fact he can do that with accuracy just shows me he's quite a special talent to be able to do that at this age. And now, next ball. Hit down to mid-off, so O'Connor biting back after going for 8 in his first 2 balls. He's only gone for 4 since then. That's in the next 8, so he's doing really well in this power play. Reaches at a ball that I think would have been called wide. Instead, it will just be a dot as it hits a point. Hello to Danny Pinsuti. Good to have you with us. And Danny, remind me again where you're watching from. Hello to Avik, as well as Mahmood White, who's watching from Bangladesh. Hello to all of our Bangladeshi viewers, as always. Sada thinks that Cope maybe has some sort of injury issue that's hampering his bowling. It could be. Last ball, the power play coming up. Oh, it's a bit short again. It's a bit of a bad habit. With the last ball getting away from O'Connor. I think this might be the attempted bouncer, but really just sat up and asked to be hit. He did get the wicket with a short ball, to be fair, but it was more of a batter error than some sort of genius moment for the bowler. But anyway, Danny won't complain with those figures. In the end, he ends up with 1 for 16 off his 2 overs, so you'll take that every day of the week. And the Barbarians, they're 28 for 1 after 3. Yeah, question from Mahmood asking why is Sid Goud not playing for Finnerati, but I think that's a work commitments thing. These players, they're always having to juggle work commitments around the games. Finnerati as well, they're kind of out of the running for the finals tomorrow. Kind of saw those hopes evaporate yesterday, so yeah, that's why. So a couple of players in, we've got Henry Wood in, we've got Raval in as well. This is pitched up, and the first one down to O'Connor. I mean, the fact they even trust him down there in a key position down the ground just shows you how much they think of young Danny. Hello to his dad Steve, I'm sure he's watching. I'm sure he'll be really proud, and he'll have plenty more moments to be proud of in Danny's career. And this is hit square of the wicket. I think this is going to run away for 4. So good placement by Devendra Singh, who's up and into his business. Danny, thank you for reminding me you're in Goulburn, New South Wales. And I have been to Goulburn. And if I'm not mistaken, that's the big Merino. Tell me if I'm right or if I'm crazy. I have travelled a lot, so it's easy to lose track. Talma's just got to watch his back foot here as well. Just noticed that. But just okay in the air. And hanging, Danny O'Connor takes a brilliant catch. Well, the Wonder Kid does it again. How about this? And this is one time that I worried that maybe he needed his growth spurt to kick in sooner rather than later, because I thought this was heading over his head. But Danny judged it perfectly. Have a look at this. And just knows where he is on the field. And yeah, I know we're going on and on about Danny, but for good reason. You can see how much it means to him. There's some raw emotion there. He is certainly one that we'll be watching. Czech-born, learned his cricket here. He's done a bit of work in the UK as well, trying to improve his skills at Scarborough. Right now, I mean, that fielding was top draw. And now, that's Devendra Singh that's gone for 28. The score 33 for 2. A really nice catch. Givey will be disappointed that he wastes a good start, 28 off 14 in the end. And so I suppose Danny O'Connor, the wonder kid, he gets his revenge on Devendra, who did hit him for 2 boundaries, first 2 balls of the day. Gets it by catching him out the long off boundary. New batter out there is Amrit Rai. He plays all around this first one from Tanwa. So a bit of a gamble to bowl Tanwa in the power play. Yeah, some have been good, some have been whacked. But this is played away. Right, he gets off the mark. Tanwa's got an interesting back foot. Because his back foot kind of lands over the return crease, but it's kind of in the air, see? So does it land? Maybe, probably not. Tough call for the umpire to make. So yeah, it's allowed to be in the air over the return crease. I still think that's an outdated law. It'll change one day. But anyway, the score at the end of 4 overs is 35 for 2. So again, Tanwa, he'll take those figures, 1 for 19 off his 2 overs. The Barbarians lose both openers, and they're the 2 players that have scored the highest scores this week for the Barbaras. Look at the run rate. Kind of stabilised now, around about the 9 or so. Voita Hassa going to get a bowl. So yeah, still no Cope. It's got to have an issue if he's not bowling at all in the first half of the innings. A guy that can swing the ball so much. Yeah, I think, the wonder kid seems to be catching on as well for Danny O'Connor. Well, I think it's pretty apt. He also shown, with the bat, okay, maybe doesn't quite have the power of some of the other fully grown men in this competition yet, but still, he's got a good technique. And I think, where will he be in 5 years when he's 19? Hassa gets us going. And he just muscles in a medium pacer. I don't know if this is deliberate or not, but Voida seemed to be a long way behind the front line. Yeah. So he's still got a bit of pitch to work with if he wants to go get a little bit closer to the batter. Anyway, not a bad start. Oh, he goes straight past him. Yorks. Amrit Rai. The thing is, Voita is, I suppose, getting on a bit now in cricket years, but he's still got a pretty strong frame to hurl a few down there. I think he enjoyed that one. Enjoyed more of hits the stumps, though. When he goes back and has a look at this, so he'll probably realise how far his front foot is behind the line. He's got almost another metre to work with. At least 60 to 80 centimetres, I think. Hustling through this over as well. All right, this is in the air. It's a chance for Cope. And he has not caught it. Well, he kind of has caught it, but it bounces and then lodges in the back of his legs. Well, a few people saying that Vinarati experimenting a bit this morning. Well, this is an experimental way to take a catch. Let's have a look. It certainly carries, and then straight through the hands, bounces. And I thought for a second, is there some sort of way that that hasn't hit the ground? Well, have another go. In fact, you won't, because that one's over your head by a long way. Maximo! Salt into the wound for Vinarati. The chance goes down. That means the batter's changed strike, and the next ball is pumped down to the ground by Murali Vandrasi. Yeah, it took me a second to work out what happened there with Joe Cope. If he does have some sort of injury, then he is fielding in a key position. Hassa will be none too pleased in the last couple of minutes. Not sure how often Voita bowls, but I'd say he doesn't really have a run-up that he is regular. So he's just trying a few things out at the moment. Here's the last ball, the 5th. It won't be. It's called wide. Yeah, he's almost got the U-turn run up out now, Voita. But yeah, I'm sure all the Haase family will be watching at home. Hello, guys. I'll often catch up with Voita at the Down Under here in Prague. Australian-themed bar. Catch a lot of sport there. Oh, Edgerton. That's going to take some stopping. Oh, excellent stop. Excellent work down there. And I think that's Abdul Muiz. That's down there, long way from me, but yeah, did very well to stick out the hand, and it keeps it to 1. So Haase goes for only 10. Just keeping in touch here, both teams. 45 for 2 after 5. Well, I'm excited because start the clock. 60 days to go until the Euros of cricket. 31 nations will descend on Malaga. Khartoum Oval once again will be the scene of that tournament. Biggest ever. 109 matches over 4 weeks. Who will join the England 11 and the Netherlands 11 as ECC champions in 2023? Will we have a new champion, or will one of those two be lifting the trophy once again? I mean, those two probably have to be favourites, I think, if you look at their form. Anyway, this is in the air. Change of bowler as Ash McGlynn comes on to bowl. And this is the pie man, Ash. He makes the pies at the Down Under. But Ash, it's almost like a competition to see who can bowl from the furthest back. Because his front foot there is about half a metre behind the stumps. So yeah, it can kind of mess with your timing a little bit as a batter, but I often think it's an advantage to be able to see the ball for longer. Anyway, let's see what he does this time. No, still off about 24 yards. And this time it's played out to point. Just a single. It's interesting. Voita was quite far back. McGlynn's taking it to scary new places. But yeah, Ash is a great guy. Spent a lot of time here in Czechia now. He had a crucial 1 not out yesterday in their successful last over chase when the pressure was on. Well, this is a little bit short, but it's drilled out to the field. That's Paras Tanwar. He's completed his allocation of 2 overs. Now doing a good job on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Rob Thompson saying happy 68th birthday to Alan Border. Well, happy birthday, Alan, if you're watching. Yeah, I've got to say, he was one of my heroes growing up. When I started watching cricket, he was the captain of the Australian team. And Captain Grumpy, they called him. Yeah, but you can see McGlynn, even though he's bowling off the longer pitch, you know, he's kind of effectively that slows the ball down a bit by the time it reaches the batter, and they're going to have to generate the pace off him. Couple to come. Barbarian's just kind of stuck in second gear here at the moment. Pitches up this time, and this is going to go all the way for 4. And so, yeah, just picked the gap there, didn't he? And yeah, the result, here's the ball joining me here in the marshmallow. So that was the one that McGlynn pitches up again, because he's bowling from an unusual distance. I think you get pretty set about facing bowling from a certain distance. So it's a little bit of an adjustment, but I mean, rather than bowl from 2 metres further back, rather than 2 metres closer, put it that way, he's just got more reaction time. Yeah, this is pretty well pitched from Ash. Again, not the worst over. It's kind of consistently average at the moment, to be honest, in the first 6 overs. 9 and over, in fact. As the Barbarians, they're 54 for 2 after 6. Looking at the chat. Hello to Sada. He said, yeah, interesting run up, but decent enough deliveries. Probably you could apply that to the last 2 overs of Haase and McGlynn. Hello to Satyajit Sengupta as well, who's watching. Hello, Satya. Hopefully you're well. I'm sure you're enjoying your day off, but we'll see you for Burno in finals day tomorrow, securing your spot yesterday. Yeah, Sada saying there, bowling pretty decent, to be honest. Yeah, it's pretty stock standard. Anyway, that's a nice way to spend a day. And this golf course now operational that kind of envelopes the Vinoge cricket ground. The 2 fields on this cricket ground. So it's one of the few that we've played on where there's actually 2 pitches. Saini gets the ball on over number 7. First ball knocked out to point for a single. Yeah, so when we were here initially, there was kind of, I think they'd run out of money, or it was a combination of that and the pandemic. The golf course was unfinished, and yeah, it was kind of an eerie feel about it. But now, a bit of action around. I'm sure it's a nice facility for people to check out. Haven't had the chance to have a game myself yet. I think Danny mentioned something about when the land was sold for the development of the golf course. The people buying it were told it included the cricket ground, but actually it didn't. So that was a bit awkward. That's well bowled by Saini. Thick outside edge, but third man in place there. Make sure that it's only a single. Yeah, so Satya, maybe tell us in the chat what you're up to on your day off. Right, hasn't got going yet, wants to, charges. Again, doesn't have a lot of pace to work with. He just clunks it for 1. Yeah, so last night went with a couple of the crew to the open mic stand-up comedy night. Kind of amateur stand-up comedy. And it was, as we expected, unpredictable and hilarious. That was at the Metro Comedy Club here in Prague. It's another one that should just be a single. Saini doing a great job so far. Okay, 5 balls, 5 singles. That's fine at the moment. Barbarians just cannot put anything together here. Desperately need a boundary to break the monotony of the ones. Now this is in the air, and this time O'Connor does it again. Well, all hail the Wonder Kid, because this was heading over his head for 6. Now, Danny had other ideas, so robs the Maximo and comes up with another wicket for Vinarati. What a pair of catches there. Danny O'Connor, and doesn't he love it? Why not? I mean, he looks like a guy that's still saving his money up from the Tooth Fairy, but he's out there and he's taking hangers in the European Cricket Series. What a fantastic bit of fielding. And this one was hit a bit harder than the last one, so it had to be strong above his head. And yeah, you want to have soft hands when you catch the ball, but you also have to be strong enough and have hard hands so that the ball doesn't burst through. Man, these guys are hitting the ball pretty well. Shot like that was headed for 6. O'Connor with the catch. End of the over, 59 for 3. As McGlynn continues. Now, Bacha comes up to the stumps. And just quickly, the ECC, like we said, 60 days away. There's the groups. 6 groups of 5. Czechia in Group A, so we'll see them on opening day. Really excited for that. And you also will have Greece in that Group A, and we'll see Greece just in 2 days, because they'll be here for the internationals. Now, if you are in the country here in Czechia, especially Prague and the surrounds, you should come down to the Vinoge cricket ground. Look it up, because there's a big bonanza on Saturday. Come to that in a second, but right now, this one isn't getting caught, no matter who you are. Vendrasi is standing there, and he's a guy who knows how to hit the boundaries. McGlynn just gets a little bit straight to him this time, drifts into the pads, and adios pelota. Important Maximo for the Barbarians. You can hear Venki from a distance. He's injured. That's the regular Vinarati captain. Just trying to keep his team motivated. A little bit short, but it's gone. And now McGlynn gets a wicket. Van Drasty goes. He'll be upset with himself. It was short. Pretty much could have hit it anywhere he wanted on the offside, but he decided to hit it straight to the fielder. He just slices a little bit off the outside half of the bat. Fairly simple catch. And it's Adnan Mohammed that takes the catch in the circle. So yeah, you just see here, never really came on to him. And yeah, had to keep walking. So McGlynn chiming in with a wicket. And Vino's just doing Vino's things. They seem to win a game every day, but it's rarely more than one in this series. I have a feeling every day it's kind of been 1 and 2, those kind of records. But yeah, McGlynn now chips in with a wicket. And he almost has a carbon copy, but this time it's down, it's into the gap, and it's the captain, Vamshi Madashetty, who gets off the mark with 4. And I will also say that for Ash McGlynn, the Pie Man, this is the first time we've seen him bowling in the European Cricket Series, and therefore that's his first wicket. And he scored his first run yesterday. So a nice moment for him. Well, this is a top edge in a way, but it's also going to fly out of the ground. Maximal. So McGlynn once again learns the hard way. Just drifts in towards the pads. Batter can get inside it. Yeah, I don't think it's quite out of the middle, but with the pace of the bowler, it ends up going past the yellow jacket, down towards the groundsman shed. Couple to come then, Madashetty. And he's made a solid start. Well, this can be a no ball, but it's actually such a good no ball that it goes straight to the fielder. I think it would have been bigger trouble if it had gone between the keeper and the fielder because he hit the edge of the pitch. Well, they say bowl to your field. And literally, Ash has taken that advice because that's gone straight to the man at third man. Does mean it's going to be a free hit. And it's Rohit Goyal. He hasn't faced a ball yet. Can't be out except for run out off this ball. And he gets a fair piece of it. Into the gap, Cope. He can't find a way to manufacture it back into the field of play. So Goyal gets off the mark. A bit like his captain with a 4. It wasn't the worst ball from McGlynn, but you can see McGlynn's probably a guy that doesn't bowl too much in a regular week. So he's kind of finding his way, but he's got all the mechanics down. Experienced cricketer, Ash. Former Australian as well. Last ball of the over then coming up. Barbarians have raised it to about 105 pace now. And that's cut away. And the acting skipper, Adnan Mohammed, does the fielding. It's the end of the 8th over, and Prague Barbarians, after winning the toss and electing to bat in match 52 there, 83 for 4 after 8. Yeah, Mahmood's asking, why no Adnan Mohammed, why no Joe Cope bowling? I think it's probably a combination of things. I think with someone like Adnan, he's had a big workload. They'll want him to bat. And obviously, you get into a situation where they're kind of out of the running for the final. So they're trying guys that probably wanted to bowl all along and saying, okay, go for it. And with Cope, it's got to be partly that he must be feeling it a bit. He must have maybe a few niggles. You can just even see the way he's moving. It's not 100%. Anyway, time for the 9th. And Voigt's back. And that's gone. And it's come back. It's hit him right in front of off stump. And Voita chips in with a wicket. So you've got to say that Vino's, they've just had the happy knack of picking up wickets when they've needed them. That was a fairly simple decision, I think, for the umpire. And Voita, he's a guy, I think this is actually the first time he's bowled in the European Cricket Series. But yeah, he's a decent bowler. He knows his way around. And so congratulations to Voita Hassa for his first ever ECN wicket. And it leaves the Barbarians 83 for 5. With 11 balls remaining. Well, this guy, seen him floating up and down the order, Vishal Mane. He can smack it round. Doesn't have too much time to work with. Again, I think the 100 to 110 seems the most likely from here. Who knows, if they do a really good job, they might be able to keep it down to the double digits. Vojta saying, yeah, it's pretty easy. Just come in, bowl it straight, wait for him to miss it. Simple game. Mane, though, he's got other ideas. Oh, gets this one slightly wrong. And it's a thigh-high full toss, and it disappears. Maximal! And so, yeah, I think it's an attempted Yorker. Doesn't seem that high. But yeah, I think for me it wasn't so much an issue with height because it was coming down. And also, from how far back Voigt's bowling, it is actually coming down a fair bit. Anyway, that was a gift for Mane. First ball, catches it in. Better ball, outswinger. Actually went away a fair bit off the outside edge. Thick outside edge of the bat, flies down to third man. That's Ash McGlynn back in the action. The Australian connection having a lot to do in the Minorati side today. Was pretty straight as well. Matachetti, fortunately for him, he hits it. He'll get one to long on. And I think that Kroom said that Voigt is his favourite bowler. He's got a little bit of swagger about him, doesn't he? Occasionally got the U-turn run up. See there? Just turns. And he's back into action. This one swings a bit too much. It's not quite the full Bob Willis. It's definitely a streamlined version. But you know, it's got a bit of a flourish to his approach. I like it. Two to come then in the ninth. This is fairly straight, was dragged to the leg side and knocked down in the circle. I don't know how he knocked it down. I feel like this might have been a little bit of non-standard fielding. Yeah, it's the old shin boner. So Saini, it's an effective stop. He might not say it's a good stop. Mane. He's at non-strike. Send scored 32. Not out earlier in the week against PCC. This one goes very close to knocking the stumps out. Just misses the ledge. Misses the leg stump. End of the ninth. Hassa. Not a bad spell from him. 1 for 20. His figures off his two. And also, it's the end of the over. And after 9 overs, it's 93 for 5. So, okay, the one Maximo in the over, it was off bad ball. And they're the 5 bowlers they've used in this innings. So, got the option of who you want to use now. And they're not going to go back to Saini, despite him taking 1 for 5. They're going to go for Adnan Mohammed, who will bowl 1 over in this innings. Yeah, so no cope with the ball for Minorati. It's got to be a little bit of an issue. Handy striker of the ball, so yeah, I can see how you'd still have him in the 11 though, even if it's just on his batting ability. Oh, it's a good start, and I know that he's a bit of a 10th over specialist, isn't he, Adnan Mohammed? He had a great over yesterday, they only had a single off it. So yeah, looks, give or take 100 here. One goes a bit too much, I think. Angled across, and that'll be a wide. That'll be re-bowled. Yep, that's his go-to. It's been working for him, Adnan. Just creating that angle across the right-hander. So if you want to go leg side, you have to fight that angle. Oh, this time he goes straight and Monet still can't hit it. And he has ideas about committing cricket suicide by just continuing to walk because he's not enjoying this over at the moment. It's going back. Well, Barbarians are expected to score 93. Right now they're 94, so they're not heaps off. It does get bad on this, and he's dropped by Hassa at point. Only cost him one. What it does do, it gives Matachetti another hit, because otherwise, new batter would have come in. Again, skews off the outside edge. Mane's just having one of those innings at the moment. But he gets to sit and watch now. Matachetti off 11 on 11. But remember, he's hit 4 and a 6 in his first 2 balls. It's been a bit quieter since then. Wild swing. Showbit, well, shades of 2022 there, where something like this ended up in 3 buys. And those of you that watch ECN, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Again, not sure how you missed from there. Anyway. All right, last ball then. It's in the air. Again, it's going to put him right back to the wall. In fact, it'll go all the way. Maximo! That was Henry Wood out there. He's a tall young man, but even he wasn't able to do anything about it. So Barbarians, they're going to finish 101 for 5 off their 10. Still feel that like that's a little bit below par. But Vinos, we know that they've been a little bit inconsistent with the bat, relying on sometimes one innings in a 10-over period to get them to a decent score. No Gowd in the lineup, but I'm sure we'll see Haas at the top of the lineup. But yeah, it's a target that Vinarati should feel. If they bat well, they should chase down. Barbarians, remember, today they're essentially playing for their tournament life. So they'll want to come out and they'll be trying to defend this with all guns blazing. Let's have a look at the highlights. O'Connor came in early. We saw him bowl in the first over. No cope with the ball for Vinarati today, but I thought for the most part he was a little bit short. This one, he got away with. In fact, he got a good result. Barchow, I think he calls it and then quickly realises it's creeping away from him. Nonetheless, the catch was taken in the infield. Also used Paras Danwa in the second and fourth overs with some spin. So yeah, a bit of variety, I suppose, from Vinarati. And like I said, they tried different bowling options. They tried 6 in the end. They tried different bowlers than we'd seen before. Maybe that threw Barbarians a little bit because I'm not sure how much they would have faced some of these guys. But what about the Wonder Kid? When you think about that, it takes 2 big catches, 2 balls that would have gone over the boundary. And so he saved 12 runs there. And also, man, both openers were going, well, Joe Cope laid an egg and no one was quite sure how the ball got there. They give it a quick wipe and get on with it. Foyta Hassa was used. Actually did a pretty good job with his medium paces. That was an excellent stop down there by Abdul Muiz. And then the Pie Man was the other surprise bowler. Again, he did a pretty good job, although that one went for 4. But there was more action. O'Connor once again saying, yeah, watch me. I'm doing special things out here. Certainly saves a bunch of runs with those 2 catches. McGlynn, maybe hit and miss, but he was a pretty entertaining addition to the bowling lineup. This one was hit into the gap. That was on a free hit. Cope couldn't quite deal with it. Hassa came back in the 9th and had his first ECN wicket, nipping back. And a pretty easy decision for the umpire. Rohit Goyal was the man that had to go. But Barbarians, they were able to cash in that gift from Hassa. Look, when you think about it, they lose both openers for cheapish scores, losing Jagan Everson, the century maker from earlier in the week, for a duck. Devendra Singh makes the start, doesn't go on with it. 28, the top score, jointly top score actually, because Murali Vandrasi also ended up on 28. Matachetti with some handy hits at the end, 17 for him. Mane did hit a 6 first ball, but couldn't really turn it into something more. Well, the extra is about par for the course. 6 wides and no ball in there as the Barbarians manage 101 for 5 off their 10, bringing up their 100 off the very last ball. Looking at the bowling figures, well, some unusual names in there as far as ECN cricket goes. But Danny O'Connor, 1 for 16. He was pretty decent, despite, I think, him not quite getting it right length-wise, but still decent figures. Same for Tanwa, who was kind of a bowler that got hit for a couple of boundaries, but also was able to sneak a few dots in there. Hassel with 1 for 20. McGlynn 1 for 32, maybe a little bit expensive, but does pick up a wicket. Saini with 1 for 5, doesn't get his second over. Mohammed comes in, and his first 5 balls only go for 2, but the last ball goes for a Maximo, and that's what drags the Barbars up over 100. We'll take a break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the Chase and Barbarians. Well, this is going to mean a lot to them because they can win this game and they just need to split their series with United. They're 2 matches later in the day. But if they lose that, they'll have to be perfect in the afternoon session on day 11. So a lot on the line. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Hope you're enjoying your day so far. Back after this with more European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCN Software and Bizaway.
Hello, welcome back to the Vinash Cricket Ground here in Prague, Czechia. Beautiful country, beautiful part of it that we're in right now. And a beautiful contest on the cards in the first of 5 matches today. It's the final day of round-robin matches before finals take place tomorrow in this European Cricket Series. Final 4 will be in action. And right now, we're watching Vinarati chasing 102 for victory after restricting the Prague Barbarians to 101. Shobit Bhatia will face the first ball. And we're away. Flirts at one. That's rightly called wide. First up, he's out there with Henry Wood. And so it's a great opportunity to see Henry go about his work. Obviously, they think pretty highly of him, having him up the top of the order. Shobit pushes, runs, gets the first single. Yeah, Henry Wood, he's another youngster. He's only 15 years of age, and so he gets an opportunity. Very tall for his age, Henry, as you can tell. He's only batted once so far, wasn't able to score a run on that occasion. So let's see if he can get his first run here. Trivero Kanyalal is the bowler. And he's an interesting bowler. He's kind of a wrist spinner. Does a little bit with the ball, but he slides it through. With it, bowler I'd compare him to the most is like an Anil Kumble, the kind of bowler he is. He really pushes it through. Oh, this one goes straight through. I think it flicks the back pad, actually. They scramble through for either a bye or a leg bite. Yeah, leg bite. That was my initial reaction. You could tell, because I just flicked his pad, it was going over the top. Not held cleanly by Devendra Singh, who is behind the stumps after all. Some thoughts that perhaps he wouldn't be keeping this game, but he does resume his normal place. Bhatia pushes, doesn't get a run here. So Vino's just have to keep an eye on that run rate required. I'm a little bit surprised we don't see Vojta Hasa at the top. Because yeah, he's a bit of a dynamo opening up. Bhatia pushes, runs. Wood has to leg it out. I think just gets there. They're going to have a look at this, but I'm pretty certain he gets home. Let's have a look. Okay, so let's take this angle. So try and check it out here. I think he's all right. Just for me, he's in there. No problems. A close call, but I think the correct call. Gives Henry another chance to get off the mark in ECS cricket. He gets a fair bit of bat on this, and he does get his first run. It's a nice moment for him. Here's to many more. Shobit gets one a little bit short, beats the infield. It'll be a tight chase, and the ball wins the race. So, yeah, it wasn't all guns blazing really, but they do more or less get what they need off the first over. And that takes us to the end of it. So it's 9 without loss after 1. 34 matches since we've had a golden ball. And so it goes quickly, considering we have one on Saturday. But yeah, that was a crazy one, wasn't it? United, the team that lost that golden ball, they're actually coming up next against the Barbarians. That's going to be a crucial game, and it kind of hinges on the result of this as well. because Barbarians and United, they play each other in their last 2 matches, and only 1 point will separate them on the table. But we can't say which team's up by 1 point, because if Barbarians win this game, then Barbarians are up by 1 point. If they lose, then it's United up by 1 point. So, yeah, plenty of cricket still to come today. So, not the worst first over for either team. Second over coming in, and it's going to be a lefty. Mark Burhit to bowl it. Gets one angle across. Henry Wood first up. So, yeah, big vote of confidence in Wood to come out here and see if he can do something with the bat. Has to back himself to play a few shots as well. Good to see a fair bit of youth in this Vino's side. Obviously, we talked a lot about Danny O'Connor and his impact with the ball. And now that's a nice delivery as well. But just using the angle at the moment, getting some success. Yeah, just works his way nicely off the pads. And they look for 2 here. They're going to take it on. I think they're going to get there. It was a fairly long throw out there for the fielder. Yeah, so Henry legs it back for a couple. Pitches that side leg stump by a long way. Might have just hit the edge of the pad. That's hurt Henry, I think. Yeah, this almost hits the very side of the pad where it's not like the full padding there. Just have a look where it hits him here. Might have been deflected on his leg. Yeah, actually might have missed the pad completely. So yeah, you can tell from that. That's hurt. Definitely pitched outside leg stumps. There's no question about that. He's going to take a second to get himself right here. So it'll just take a second to sort that out. Yeah. At his age, he hasn't quite grown into his frame yet, has he? I mean, he's still got the legs that look like it might. Well, it looks like they might actually retire him hurt. Might not be the worst thing, to be honest, because you've got Voidahasa to come out in the power play. Now, hopefully he's all right. I think situationally, Henry Wood, he's seen off the first over and a half. And yeah, I suppose he's still finding his way. I'm happy to see him opening the batting. I'm sure he'll be fine. It's just one of those impact injuries. It's probably around the knee as well, which can be nasty. So yeah, Henry, hopefully you're all right. I'm sure you will be. And they do get through for a leg bye there. Literally off the leg, not even off the pad, I think. Next one's a wide, so the left-hand, right-hand combination continues. Barcher. Pushes. Shopa's got a pretty good technique. We've seen that before. He's kind of floated up and down the order. I think we've seen him everywhere from 1 to 10. That's the kind of range that we've seen. But yeah, I suppose he's a guy that can handle the bowling on this field as well. And there's value along the ground. We've seen a lot of 4s. We've seen some kind of records broken as far as fours hit in innings, both by an individual and by a team. You can see Asa, from another generation, he's got a different approach as he swings around the first one. Gets away with it though. End of the second over. Vinarati 14 without loss. Yep. Kai was asking why no side camera. I think the issue with the run out was that the fielder was blocking the camera. That's why you didn't see it, Kai. So if you do get in the way of the camera as a fielder, it's kind of you've cost your own team. Yeah, well, Rob with a very apt comment saying wood hit by leather. I suppose that is what happened to Henry Wood. Anyway, here we go with over number 3, and it's Tripper Kanyalal once again. Push and run. This should be an interesting contest now. Hassa against Kanyalal, because I think he's going to go after him. And by saying think, I mean I know he's going to go after him here. Shobit's happy just to push, keep the score ticking, but you need someone to be the enforcer. And this is the last over of the power play as well. So they put the deep mid wicket back. I think that makes sense. Trying to work out where the other guy is back. I think they go long on back. I think that's smart. Because Hassa needs no encouragement. I think he does like to go in that area. Tree will just slide it onto him. Yeah. Does that a lot. Kind of beats batters for pace outside the off stump. Yeah, this one keeps down. It's a bit of natural variation there, I think. But it's well located. So you've got 6 of the 9 fielders on the offside, even though they're all infielders. But there's just a ring. So they're trying to get Void hitting that direction. And this time he overdoes it a little bit. It's called wide. As this takes off, and it's been a really good over here from Tree. Vinarati just behind the rate at the moment. The required rate creeping out slowly but surely. So he does get some bat on it. Can't get a run. Somehow hits it straight to a fielder. Avoids it. And came out after Henry Wood retired hurt. Hasn't been able to lift the rate. Have a look at this though. 29 wins batting second versus 21 batting first. So this is one series where we've seen chasing teams have more success. Out of 50 results, 29 times teams batting second have won. And there you go. And the average score batting first, 113. This is a little bit less than that. With just 101 put on the board here. You can see the range there. But yeah, for the most part, we've seen a lot of scores in that middle region, haven't we? Right now, we get to the end of the 3rd over. And the score is 17 without loss after 3. Very good power play. They don't actually take a wicket, although we did see Henry Wood retiring hurt. So we've seen 3 batters so far for Vinarati. Of course, if Wood does recover, he can bat again on the fall of a wicket on the retirement of another batter. Okay, here we go with over number 4. It's already kind of getting to crunch time, I think. These next 3 overs will be huge. So only 17 off the first 3. Hit gets his second over here. Nudge and run from Shobert, and this is going to run away for 4. So you can see that there's plenty of gaps out there. Shobert is just going to keep ticking the score over, and he can still hit boundaries. He uses the pace of Purohit really well here. You know his role. He's not a slogger at all. And we've seen him sometimes forced into situations where he's had to kind of go crazy at the end, trying to whack runs in sometimes impossible situations. Now pushes and runs. So yeah, 1 boundary and over, especially if it's 6. With the help of a few singles, maybe a couple of wides, can get you up to that 10 and over or so. 10 or 11 and over required. Hassa, though, he'll have a different approach. Even though he's 2 off 7, he's going to be swinging. Interesting thing on that graph as well, we saw a moment ago, the lowest score defended is actually 111. So nobody has successfully defended less than that. So no one successfully defended 101, which is what Barbarians are having to do here. Gets a bit of batting this down the bottom. Yeah, so just have a look at this. Lowest score defended, 111. That's very high. So normally in 50 games, you see one team defend double digits or 100 and something in the 100 to 109 region. So yeah, the fact that no one has been able to defend less than that, it's pretty interesting. And it kind of shows you also that teams batting first haven't won as big of a proportion of games as usual. So typically slightly more than half of teams batting first hold on. Maybe around 52, 53% lifetime here on ECN. So here it's just 42%. I think that teams batting second here, they haven't really felt the pressure as much as they do sometimes. They're just getting on some good runs. We've seen some important partnerships on the chase. Right, Hassa finally gets one in his zone and he puts it away. Maximo! Purohit wasn't really a hit during his spell, but this last ball leaves the building pretty quickly, and it's the end of the 4th. It's 31 without loss after 4. This has all the hallmarks of a close one as well. Pinarati have just been prone to the collapse. They lost their last 9 wickets for 21 yesterday against the Tigers. But haven't lost any wickets yet. And yeah, Henry Wood taking a nasty one on the leg. I think it just missed his pad, or it flicked off the edge of the pad into his leg, so he retired hurt. But Hassa, probably a good man to have there. Amit Rai is going to bowl over number 5. Bacha. See if he keeps the same approach. I think he probably will. Oh, close. Don't think he drags the foot here. I think you can tell from the appeal. Devendra Singh, the keeper, isn't super confident. He does, but he just gets it back. Just gets it back. Barchett's getting drawn out of his crease there. Just a bit of discussion about where the field should be at the moment. And Barchett certainly, he's kind of hoping for a bad ball he can put away to the boundary, but he's not kind of looking to hit boundaries. It's not his primary thought at the moment. Well, this one's a little bit short. He takes it on and he goes all the way. Maximo! Excellent shot by Shobit Bhatia. We said he's not going looking for trouble, but he sees one here that's a little bit short of a length. He feels he can get under it and pull it away, and that's exactly what he does. What a good shot that is. This game can turn in an instant. Minarati is creeping behind, but now creeping back up. Shobit Bhatia hits his 4th 6 in his ECN career. This next one's on him a little bit quicker than he thought. Flat bats it down to long off, but Yeah, with that run rate required. At the start of this over, it was about 12. So I'll be hoping to get 12 off this or more. We'll see that 6 helps. Huss is really important, I think. You saw how important he was yesterday. Joe Cope's listed to come in next. And Mohammed. So yeah, got batting to come still. Deciding against the run this time. Knocked straight to the infielder. Obviously, you've still got Henry Wood to come back as well, if required, if desired. Well, he's hit straight to the man. He's gone. And it's Vashak Jaganuvasan that takes the catch. So, Vojta going to be annoyed here. That's 2 balls in a row. The placement wasn't quite there. First time it went on the bounce to the fielder. This time, just kind of slightly sliced away. Vashak's a very good fielder. We know that. And so, wasn't able to score a run in this game, but he does help his team with a catch. And it's a big wicket, I think. Hasa goes for a 9. Wasn't able to come up with more than just the one big hit in this innings as he departs. It's the first actual wicket, and the score is 38 for 1. All right, this is Adnan. Again, that ring of fielders on the offside. Bit of a wall. It's been impenetrable this over. It's right, only goes for 7 in the 5th. And Vinarati, 38 for 1. So, 38 in the first half. They're leaving themselves 64 to get in the second half. So, that's pretty tough going, but not impossible. This is what's coming up tonight in the ECSN. Corey Ruckers will be standing by with 2 more matches. And it will start a little bit before we finish here in Czechia. But Marlow, yeah, certainly setting the pace there, and taking on the Coimbra Knights. And it starts 4:30 p.m. GMT, 6:30 in Central Europe, and 10 p.m. in India. Yeah, Marlow, they're 5-1, same record as the Gamblers. And then got Coimbra, who are 2-4, so pretty important couple of games for them, and both those two teams you see tonight, that's their second last double header. So it's game 7 and 8 for them, and then they'll play 9 and 10, and they'll be done in the tournament. And of course, finals Monday, actually, there Monday night finals from Portugal. Now Barcia gets one, it's a little bit short again. He doesn't time it, just gets one. He'll be disappointed he doesn't do more than that. This is Rohit Goyal. Right now, United CC, who are going to play Barbarians next. And they are big Vinarati supporters, because if Barbarians win this game, then basically what that means is United will have to beat Barbarians in both games, unless we have some weather situations or things like that. So it's a lot riding on this result. There's no forecast for rain or anything either. This is going to be into the gap, and it's going to be 4. Matashetti tries to hoof it back in, but Adnan Mohammed's away. Can he get cracking? Just needs somebody to stand up and play a special innings here for Vinarati if they're going to do this. In the end, can't get there. But now you're getting to the stage where you kind of need 2 boundaries and over. One isn't going to cut it. They find one there fairly early in the over. And now he might have found another one. This is angled in, but he's found the fielder, and he's gone. A little bit of a juggle at the end. Oh, but Adnan will be so disappointed about this. And I think he kind of clutches that to his upper chest. It's Manet out there. Let's check out this catch. Really should have gone. And you can see it's a proper juggle job, isn't it? But he does take it in the end. And disappointment for the skipper, Adnan Mohammed, who goes 4 and out. And he's the second wicket to fall. It's 43 for 1. It angled in. It was there. That's the easier side to hit to as well. Just didn't get enough of it. This will bring Anil Saini to the crease. This has been Vinarati's tale of the tournament so far. He's finding themselves playing from behind too much. So yeah, you need a big partnership, need someone to step up. Still time, but already you've seen that run rate required creep out just in the last couple of minutes from in the 11s to out past 13. Not a bad swing on this one. Bowler can't handle it cleanly, so Saini's off the mark. Go to Kai, watching from Australia. Great to have you with us. Yeah, Rob likes the juggler there. Vijay Monet. All's well that ends well. Anyway, Bhatia. Seen it all. Now it just pokes it over cover. Well, over a point more than anything. And he will almost get a 4. Now they're going to take on a 2. And they're going to get that fairly easily. I think this is fine. He actually kicks it twice, I think. But both kicks are fine. I think we'll check it out in the replay. Just watch the boundary start. Whoop, whoop. He never actually touches the line with any part of his body. So that's Tripura Kanulal gets away with it. I do get 2 though. Even with that 2, the rate creeps out a little bit. Now it takes on the pull, but he might have found trouble. In fact, he gets lucky. It doesn't quite carry out to Mayank Purohit. So, just a single. So it's the end of the over. And not quite an over pace at the moment, despite him losing 2 wickets. 47 for 2 after 6. You can see Hasan just couldn't quite find his mojo. Henry Wood 3 off 6. He retired hurt. Potentially we could see him back at some point, but yeah, you look at Bhatia, his strike rate is decent, but the rest of the team, 17 off 21. So just finding it hard to go at the rate required. Slow bowlers have done the trick for Barbarians. Now Bhatia, you can see he's a bit more likely to go looking for boundaries given the situation, but he can only get a single here. So it's going to be up to Saini to play an attacking innings, which I think he likes to do. Amrit. He's getting his field right here. Past 14 and over required now. Puts the quicker one in. Beats Saini for pace. Well held behind the stumps by Devendra Singh. Devendra Singh, the keeper for Barbarians, in the box seat, we think, to take the gloves for Czechia in the internationals this weekend. This time straight pull from Saini. Well, very unnecessary stepping on the ball. And when you go to the doctor's surgery and you ask him, and he asks you how it happened and you show that videotape, he'll say, well, why'd you do that? That was going straight to the other fielder. Anyway, he's all right. That's the main thing. That was Purohit down there. Just get nervous when people actually step on the ball because it can crunch your ankle. I've done that once myself. It was not pleasant. All right, takes it on. Has he got enough? I think he has. Maximo! Mashobit goes in the same general direction that he hit the other 6 in the innings. Gets a bit of length off Amrit and puts it away. Keeps this chase somewhat alive. Keeps the rate at 14. Now almost knocks a catch back to the bowler right off the end of the bat. Marcha, 32 off 17. He's kind of lucky this doesn't come off the middle. His top score on ECN was back in 2021 when he scored 37. So he's creeping up on that. That was playing for the Prague Spartans Vanguards against United. It takes us to the end of the 7th over. And Vinorati 56 for 2. This is what's coming up next. Huge matches between these two teams because they are pretty much in a straight shootout for the last spot in the finals. Prague Barbarians versus United. And both of them with a 5 and 6 record, but United actually have an extra point because of a washout against PCC. So Barbarians, they could creep ahead of them this game if they are able to secure this win, and certainly look in good position to do that. So that's coming up. It starts in around about 35 minutes. Misses Mohite. That's the new bowler. Bacha. Yeah, I think now it's coming to the point that, okay, he's had a look at him. He's going to have to take some risks. He does. He steps down, gets it down the ground, doesn't really time it. A slight fumble, so I think a 2, but it's not in the end. So Bacha will get the strike. We'll give the strike away. Saini will have to take this on. Pretty close. Yeah, he's gone. The only question was it going down the leg side? My initial reaction was it wasn't. So Mohite comes to the party with a wicket. Asani tries to move along. And yeah, seemed to me that was going to hit. It wasn't quite going to sneak down. Let's have a look here. Yeah, heading that way, but I find it hard to believe that whole ball was going to miss the stumps. And so Vinorati once again just struggling in the back end of a chase, and really this innings, he never really did get out of second gear. A couple of blows in anger, but they just haven't been able to find the boundary often enough. I mean, Barbarians were able to hit 8 4s and 5 and 6 6s. 8 4s, 6 6s in the first innings. And so far, just had the 3 4s and 3 6s in this innings, with a quarter still to go, of course. So Muiz gets a chance with the bat. Big left-hander, drills this one. And they'll just get one. So Vino's just not able to pick up the boundaries with enough frequency. Couple to come then for Kunal. And Bacha, he's played his bit. It's just the batters around him. So we see a bit of a random occurrence. Bacha knocks into the bowler, but he knocks himself into the way of the ball. And I think it hits him. Yeah, knocks himself into trouble there, Shobit. Wide, I think. Don't think it grabs anything on the way down the leg side. Wait on the umpire. Yep, 2 wide's the result. Yeah, so stay tuned, guys. These Barbarians versus United games, it's kind of like a mini final series before a final series. United now, I think we're pretty certain that Vinerati aren't going to do this. Means United have to be perfect in their 2 games against the Barbarians today. It does get past the bowler, but they just get 1. So end of another over. Vinerati 61 for 3 after 8. Yeah, so the Barbarians United games, it's the 2nd and the 5th game today that are the Barbarians United games. In between that, we'll get to see Vinerati take on the Tigers. And also Prague CC closing out their campaign against the Prague Spartans. Never quite touched the rate, have they, in this innings? And yeah, Vinerati will be disappointed. It looks set now that this will be the best defence. Still over 100, so we haven't seen double digits defended in this series. 111 previously was the best defence, and it does seem like Barbarians are going to defend 101 here. Partly you could say that the field's getting a little bit lower scoring, but only a little bit. It's still very fast. It was just crazy fast for a while there before there was any rain. There's a slight hold up here. And yeah, I think we're good to go. So 62 for 3. And it is going to be Rohit Goyal to bowl the 9th. This is just 1 down to long on a fumble. They may think of 2. They don't in the end. And the throw came in. It was pretty accurate. So just a single here. Yeah, a few people hoping it all happens in the 9th. Oh, this is hit pretty well, and that's hit to the gap as well. So 1 bounce 4. And Muiz, yeah, he's a guy who strikes the ball well. Again, it's a bit of a lottery how Vinerati put their order. They've got a few guys that can hit. You just never know who's going to come off, and we haven't seen Joe Cope at all in this game with the ball or the bat. So Joe, after not bowling, hasn't batted in the top 5. Top 6, really, because there was a retired hurt as well, don't forget. Yeah, and takes this on leg side with a bit of power. Maximo! Oh, wakes up his teammates. So I suppose there's still an outside chance. But, I mean, Muiz looks like the most likely to be able to clear the ropes with any sort of consistency. 29 off 9. Okay. Well, I would have thought that they would have come out and given this game the last rights already. But there's still a faint pulse. Muiz needs to go again, and he'll be trying. Yeah, he goes for it. Thick outside edge, and he's gone. So 6 and out. It's Vandrasi that takes the catch out there at deep cover point. And brave effort from Muiz. He tried to repeat the dose, but this one was a little bit further outside the off stump. And he was only able to skew it out to the sweeper. And Murali takes a pretty safe catch out there. So some signs of life for Murali, but for Abdul Muiz, I should say. But Murali has him covered in the end. And the score is 73 for 4 as we see the Wonder Kid coming out to bat, Danny O'Connor. I'm sure that Danny would love to put together a bit of a score here. Okay, he's only got 8 balls to play with. But he has shown a fair bit of skill with the bat. Again, wouldn't classify him as a power hitter just yet. Hasn't hit a boundary yet, so I'm sure he'd love to. This will be the last day he gets to be on the park in this ECS. Oh, there you go. He goes, but he gets it too high, and he's going to get away with it. And they're going to take 2. There's Amit Rai out there. Oh. Fires in the throat. It's closer than you think, you know. My instinct is he's probably just home. Let's have a look. Well, Mohit might have spoiled it. Mohit, because, yeah, I think he's just in. Yeah, I think We don't get a great look at it, but from what we can see, he's made it safely. All right, over to the Wonder Kid again. He's probably going to try something like a ramp or something at some point. I mean, I remember when I was 14, I had all sorts of thoughts going through my head. Some were useful, some weren't. Yeah, he takes this on down the ground, and he absolutely nails it. Maximo! What a shot by the Wonder Kid. And that's a decent cricket shot. Goes over long off, in the slot. Maximo 6 runs. There's nothing junior about that one. As Danny goes large, it's also the end of the over. It's 81 for 4. What a shot. I think that would make him the youngest player to ever hit a 6 on ECN. I think it would have to be. And what a good hit. So, it does look a bit too little too late, but I suppose we've seen it done before. 21 required off the last. Shobit Barcha is going to face up to the first ball of the 10th, and it is Mohite. He takes it on, offside. Take one, and now I think we might have a run out. In fact, they go to the wrong end. So I kind of would like to see more of Danny, if I'm honest. He's running at this, I reckon. Trying to repeat the dose. Trying to get something he can drive. 20 off 5. He stays put. It's pretty well bowled by Kunal. He made him reach for it. So again, another frustrating one for Vinarati fans. So close yet so far. Barbarians, though, they'll happily take the 2 points. That will put them above United now, going into their important 2 matches in matches number 53 and 56. Now, this is going to be a wicket. As Mohite gets one a bit straighter, and O'Connor, understandably, trying to swing it over the boundary. This one just left him a little bit, I think. Check it out. Just a little bit. Hits the outside edge of the off stump. But Danny, he'll certainly be happy with his 6 that he hits down the ground. But unfortunately, he won't be able to do a lot more than that. Good signs for the youngster anyway. He's the 5th wicket to fall. The score's 82 for 5. So bring out Ash McGlynn. Well, he made a very important 1 not out of 1 ball yesterday. And yeah, Ash, he loves his cricket. He loves playing for Vinarati. So let's see what he can do in the last 3 balls. Well, Kai is suggesting, well, Danny O'Connor, how about Doc for a nickname because of the D and the OC? But I think he's a bit too young to qualify as a doctor. I think maybe one day. I don't know if he's a doc just yet. Anyway, here's Ash McGlynn, the pie man, because he makes the pies that we have for lunch. Yeah, he gets a bit of that, equals his highest score. With a single, may or may not get the strike back. Barcha, 38 off 25. So, I mean, if you extrapolate his strike rate, he's pretty much done what's required as an individual, but he's just, the rest of the batters haven't been able to do too much. And now walks at it again, get a single. He's will probably get one more chance to see Ash, see if he can beat his high score of 1. All right. Ash will be going for glory here. I'm absolutely sure about it. Here's the last ball of match 52. Oh, it won't be. Well, I bet this is out. And if it is, it's wasted 2 minutes of the day. Because it's like, oh, maybe Marshak's helping us out here. Let's just have a look at the foot of McGlynn. Oh, boy. I think you can't actually see where the stumps are. Because Vaishak's in the way. So I got a suspicion he's out, but it's only a suspicion. So I think you'll have to end up giving that umpire's call. Vishak's not made of glass, that's the reason. So I think Divi will feel like that's out. Again, without the exact moment that you see the stumps go down, I mean, I certainly think there's a high probability he's out. But I think, nothing conclusive about that. Vishak likes it though. Problem is, Vishak isn't the camera. So I think you can, he's been given. Oh, maybe he was given on the field because, there's certainly no video evidence to suggest one way or the other. So I think in those circumstances, they asked the umpire, okay, what do you think? And the umpire on the field said, yeah, I think that's out. Anyway, Ash has a bit of a laugh about it. People enjoying their cricket. That's what we want to see. Even though Vinos are going to go down by a little bit here, they're still trying to enjoy the game. They'll play again against the Tigers a little bit later on. There's Paras Tanwa, who's going to face the last ball. So 85 for 6. With one to come. Mohite with a cheeky little 3 for 10. With the ball to come. Just missing the leg stump. So they'll come through for a leg bye. It's always frustrating when you only get one ball and you're not able to score, but this team will. And so Vinarati, they're going to finish 86 for 6 after the 10 overs. And Bhatia bats through the 10 for 39. Didn't have a lot of help. And unfortunately, some of the hitters just misfiring for Vinos. But Barbarians, there's 2 crucial points, and it puts them above United now. So what that means is that for United to make the finals, they're going to have to beat the Barbarians twice, because Barbarians will just need one more win in their final 2 games to get across the line. So that's the situation, except Barbarians now, they're 6 and 6. So they're basically 6 wins to the 5.5 of United. News from the toss, Barbarians winning the toss and electing to bat. So we'll see if United keep them quiet. And Prabhat Pagoli is in the lineup for United. That's a good news for them. Watch out for Magara at the top. He's having a pretty good series. And Piyush Singh Baghel, always a key. But they'll have to wait. Their bowlers will have to do the job first. Watch out for Amdeep Bindra and Ali Hassan Sitar. I think they'll likely open the bowling for United when we get underway again in just around about 17 minutes time. Let's roll into the highlights. And Bhatia and Henry Wood were sent out to open the batting for Vinos, chasing 102 for victory. And Shobit, he hit the ball reasonably well. He's a different kind of a player. He's a worker of the ball. He was able to break out on occasion to a couple of short balls. But Wood, unfortunately, had to retire hurt after taking one that looked like it just missed his pad. So Voita Hassa came out in the number 3 position, but without a wicket being lost. And Voita, he was able to hit one away, but then just couldn't get the ball around the field. Ended up hitting a fairly easy catch to Vishak Jagadivasan at point. That was the end of him. And although there was the odd boundary, they were just a bit too few and far between. That was a disappointing way for the captain to get out Adnan Mohammed after hitting a boundary moments before. And Bhatia found the gear though, to be fair to him. I think he had the right approach. He is what he is. He's probably a longer form player, but at the other end, the wickets continue to fall. And that was a fairly good decision, I thought, from the umpire and Hossaini. Whereas in an attacking move, but again, another batter that just couldn't stick around too long. There was some faint glimmer of hope as Abdul Muiz came out late in the piece. He was able to whack a 6, but then fairly shortly after, he just skewed a catch out to the offside boundary. This is a highlight late in the piece for the wonder kid, Danny O'Connor, going smash down the ground for 6, but then he fell in the last, going for quick runs as they needed a magical 10th to pull up an unlikely victory. This wasn't to be for Vinarati. He slipped to a 4-9 record here in ECS 23. And Barbarians, well, they do what they need to do. They make their job a lot easier now to make the finals because they can now just afford to win one of the games against United. So United, essentially, they need to win the next game coming up. If they don't, we'll know what our top 4 looks like with 3 games still to play. Looking at the scorecard, Shobit Bhatia, 39 off 26. bats through the 10, but the next highest score was Abdul Muiz, who scored 11 off 4. Just not hitting enough boundaries in there, I think. Just the 4 4s and the 5 Maximos in the 10 overs. As far as the bowling went, 3 wickets to Mohite, including cheeky little stumping off a wide towards the end. He bowled pretty well though. They couldn't get him away, 3 for 10. 2 wickets for Goyal, and the other one went to Amrit Rai. Also, Jabari Kanyala, I think he was really important in setting the table early. His 2 overs just went for 11, though he wasn't able to pick up a wicket. We'll take a break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes, take you into the second game of the day. Crunch match, especially for United, because they must win. Otherwise, they're out of the running. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, for ECN. Hope you're having a great day. We'll see you after this with more European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCN Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Prague. I've got to say, you got to check that out. Prague.eu/tram42. It's the tourist tram here in Prague. It's such a beautiful city. It's one of my favourites in the whole of Europe. They call it the heart of Europe, and I think if you came here, you would see why. It's so wonderfully centrally located for access to other areas, and that tourist tram is a great way to get to know a little bit of the history of this wonderful place. But right now, we're in a pretty special place as well. Not only where we are, but also where we are in the tournament, because it's going to be Prague Barbarians taking on United CC. This is a crunch match as far as the finals qualification goes. Let's see what happened at the coin toss a little bit earlier for match 53. Well, unfortunately, there's been a glitch in the matrix, but I can tell you that at the toss, it was Prague Barbarians that won the toss, and they've elected to bat.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's a tail.
We will bat first.
Barbarians win the toss and will bat first. Over to you, Vinny.
Thank you, Charles. Or was it a simulation? I'm not sure, but I can tell you that toss information is correct, that the Prague Barbarians have won the toss and decided to bat. So they win the toss and bat for a second time this morning. They won against the Vinaradi Cricket Club earlier in the day, defending the lowest score we've seen defended so far in this tournament of 101. But this is super crucial because, as you can see here, that this wasn't updated after the last game yet, but Prague Barbarians, they're now 6-6, and so they have one extra point over United Cricket Club, who have 5.5 wins. They have 5 plus a point from a washout against Prague CC. So essentially, I think there's a big responsibility on the Barbarians openers. You've got Devendra Singh, he scored a 95 not out in the series. Vishak Jagannathan, he scored 100 in the series. There he is on screen right now. He made a duck this morning, so I'm sure he's keen to go big. But United, it basically comes down to this. Unless there's some weather issues or something like that a little bit later on, right now, United need to win both of their remaining matches against the Barbarians, starting with this one. So United need to be perfect. The Barbarians need to win at least one of the two. Here we go. And it's Ali Sitar getting us going, former PCC player. It is Devendra Singh out there facing the first ball with Vishak Jagannathan. Yeah, I know a lot of people enjoying that video. I want to say very good morning to Dave B as well, who's joining us for the first time today. Driven through the covers, nice shot. And yeah, Siddharth just kind of rocks out a wide half volley. Devendra Singh doesn't miss out on it, gets 4 runs. This one's short, but not quite short enough to pull. United on the chase. And we saw them chasing the other day against Brno. Again, you start to wonder, will that golden ball come back and haunt them? Because if they had won that golden ball, and really you could argue they should have, Abhimanyu Singh was the man that hit it, and he didn't touch his bat correctly. He had to go back and turn again on for his first run. Cost him meters in the air, but not carrying down to third man. And that is Ghanshyam Kumar down there. Yeah, so if United had won that golden ball, then they would be 3 points clear of Barbarians. Well, sorry, they would be 1 point ahead of Barbarians, which would mean that United just has to win one of these 2 games. Whereas as it is, it's Barbarians that only have to win one of these 2 games. So think of this as like a 2-game mini-series between these 2 teams. If it's drawn, Barbarians make the finals. If United win 2-0, then they'll make the finals. So it's as simple as that. It's one or the other. But yeah, Dave, I think enjoying the Czechia tram. Can recommend visiting Prague. It's a really beautiful city, a lot of history. Very modern as well. But the architecture's not particularly modern. That's what I kind of like about it. It still retains the character. As this one hurries on to Jagan Everson. He's coming off a duck. He does survive the first over, but a pretty decent one for United. Despite going for a boundary, it's just 5 off the over, so 5 without loss after 1. Welcoming all of our viewers back, and Supercomputer couldn't split these teams, predicting a golden ball. Well, there's one team that you can bet on for a golden ball. It's probably United. They've had 3 of them in their ECN history. 2 of them back in 2021, and then one of them just last weekend. So, second over coming up. It's going to be Zahid Iqbal. He's into the lineup. I thought maybe they'd open with Bindra, the left armour, who does swing the ball a lot. But, yeah, they are going to go with Zahid Iqbal. We haven't seen too much of him in the series. So, let's see what he can do. Over number 2. Oh, that's pretty close, you know. And he's gone. Yeah, I've got to say, I thought straight up it was very, very adjacent. The only question is, does it hit him in line? And what's the height like? Yeah, it's out. Only thing, okay, umpire takes a step and then has a second thought and says, you know what, I think that's out. And to be honest, I got to agree with him. Yeah, so what about that from Zahid Iqbal, who comes to the party, but yeah, definitely nips back a bit, see? And yeah, that's gone. It's not going over. It's not going around. I don't think there's any bat in it. The umpire takes a couple of steps and says, you know what? Judging on what I saw when the ball hit the pad, I think you're on your way. And I think he's 100% right. But yeah, I suppose probably a sign just to kind of stay in position a bit longer till you've really made a final decision on the LBW appeal. But I think the most important thing is he gets it right. And I think that is the most important thing. And it does create an early wicket. So 5 for 1 early in the piece. And that's one of the 2 openers. They are so important to the health of this Barbarians innings. Great stuff by Iqbal. Now Vandrasi gets a bat. The first one. Nips back a little bit, cuts it away. It's going to be 4. This outfield's still very fast. And this just races away. Yes, so Zahid, he's a guy, I've only seen him once in the series so far, though we did see him a fair bit last year when he took 10 wickets in the series. But as far as this series, probably just availability, I suppose. But he's only bowled 1 over in the whole series. He played against PCC. Took none for 8. So his first wicket of the series, and a pretty timely one. Zahid to Mandrasi again. A bit too close to cut, but just angles it away. So nice to see in the background. You might be able to spot him. But that's Charles Groucher. That's on the field for this game. So good to see Charles out there in the middle. Typically, he is the referee. That's a good seed from Iqbal. He's dealing here in the second. Yeah, Charles, very experienced umpire. I've seen him at Cartama many times. This is a bit of a straight pull from Jagadivasan. It does get off the mark. And I think the chat viewers also all in agreement that Devendra Singh was plumb LBW. Power of movement, just moving that ball slightly off the straight. Last ball of the over. It's been a good one for United. And this is also asking the right questions, as only 6 come off that over. Again, there was a boundary in it, but not a lot more. And the Barbarians, quiet early. They're 11 for 1 after 2. Yeah, so looking at the table, United, they are 1 point behind Barbarians. So it shouldn't be a net run rate situation because they will remain separated. So United can win this and get ahead. That means Barbarians would have to win later in the day when they play again. But if Barbarians win this, then we know that they are going to make the finals, and United cannot make it because they'll be 3 points behind. So yeah, pretty crucial match. Kind of like a final within a final, especially for United. Jagan Everson faces up. Ali Sitta going to bowl out here in the third. And this is up-ish, but it's away from the field, and this is going to be 4. This is a guy that's hit the only ever ECN century on Czech soil. It was a really good one the other day as well, 114 not out. It's a confidence game, so if he gets going, better watch out. It keeps a bit low. It's well held behind the stumps. Abhimanyu Singh with the gloves, I've got to say, he's a quiet achiever. I think no matter what he does, he's a quietly spoken guy. He's taken the captaincy now of United. But I've got to say, I like the way he just does his job. I felt for him with that golden ball situation. Because again, yeah, they would love to have those 2 points right now, but again, just gets on with it. This one sneaks outside the off stump. There's Charles doing his job at the bowler's end now. A few golf carts in the background. I'm going to say a fair bit of activity on the golf course today. Pretty good weather for it. It's hot, but not too hot. 19 degrees. It's just pleasant. All right, pitched up, and this one is sent straight and out of the ground. Maximo! Jagan Everson gets one in his zone. He likes it. And it's a just nice little swivel. Creates a bit of power on it. In the first 6 of this contest. Again, that's a ball that you're hoping, maybe you can misjudge it, maybe you can get a little nick behind or something like that, maybe you can sky it. Now the next ball is played away carefully. So again, with the loss of Devendra Singh, Jagan Everson would want to consolidate a little bit. He'll know the importance. Not to discredit some of the other batting options they've got, including Vandrasi, who I think is a very good player. You've got other players to come, like the captain Madashetty, Vishal Mane, just to name a couple. Amit Rai's another one that hits a long ball. Right now, though, into the power play, Barbarians kind of get 1 away per over, but nothing else. As we get to the end of the third, and the score is 21 for 1 after 3. So look at the power play overs. That was the best one. In fact, that's one they did get. A 4 and a 6, but also there were 4 dot balls in that over. So very much in the balance so far. Both teams kind of feeling themselves out. I think United probably the happier of the 2 teams in the power play. But still key batters there. The power play signal is given. It's Farouk Sheikh making that signal. He's at the bowler's end now. Yeah, so Farouk's having a pretty good series as well. Good to see some umpires coming through as well. I think Farouk Sheikh and Abdullah Al Mahmood certainly gained a lot of valuable experience during this series. You really are put to the test as an official. Herbert Iqbal. He's been super important early. It's a little bit short though, and it's pounced on by Jaganuva-san. Maximo! It was short, but not that short. But this guy's in pretty good form. We saw that the other day. You see he bats deep in his crease. Yeah, so he's always looking for that short one that he thinks he can jump all over. Iqbal's just got to pitch up a bit and look at how he got Divendra Singh. Having said that, that wasn't a huge error from the bowler, just a very good shot. Also a good shot on the front foot this time. They take on a little bit of a tight run, but they get there fairly easily. So you can see why Jaganuva-san's so difficult to bowl to, because that one was a bit pitched up and he looked very confident there as well. Hit it hard, but hit it straight at the fielder. A little bit short and cut away, and this is going to be 4. It's a good effort down there from Ali Sitar, but the ball wins the race and Vandrasi gets 4. I just like Murali's approach. He's fairly uncomplicated. You hit the ball hard. Most of the time he hits it correctly. He has good shot selection. Plays into that quarter of the field particularly well, which is a good shot to have in your kit bag because you rarely have too much protection in the outfield, at least in that quarter of the field, the top left quarter. That one raced away and beat the field fairly easily. Well, this is a top edge though. Abhimanyu is going back. Is he going to get there? He's running around and he's going to catch it eventually. What a great catch by Abhimanyu Singh. He was hanging in the air. He was running around in circles. Eventually located it. Just slipped out a little bit, but he grasped it before it could hit the turf. Great catch by Abhi. You see he turns one way. Not an easy thing to do. Running with the flight of the ball, gloves or no gloves. Pops out, but then look, keeps his eye on the ball. Takes it as he falls. Protects the ball. Great catch. Really good catch under pressure from Abhimanyu Singh. I talked about him already. I like his wicket keeping. I like the way he goes about his job. He's no fuss. Well, there was a little bit of a fuss there, wasn't there? As he had to try and locate that high ball in the clouds. But he does really well. And that is the second wicket down. It's a second for Iqbal as well. The score 33 for 2. This will bring the Barbarian skipper, Vamshi Madashanti, to the crease. Just a little bit darker now at the moment than it has been this morning. First one beats Madashanti outside the outside edge. And what a good spell that is from Zahid Iqbal. 2 for 18 of his 2 overs. And at the end of 4, the Barbarians 33 for 2. Now I love everyone at home would say, oh, he's got the gloves. It's an easy catch. There are no easy catches. I mean, you got to find it first. And the amount of times that you're just not in the right spot for those, you know, it'll surprise you. You could even see he didn't take a straight line to the ball. And we could see he was kind of running around in circles a little bit, but eventually found the right line. Got there, got his gloves in the way, and had the presence of mind to not panic when it popped out the first time. Excellent bit of keeping. Bindra does get a bowl now in over number 5. He replaces Ali Sitar. I think with Bindra bowling now, he probably won't get as much of that movement. He's known for his movement. He'll still get a fair bit. I mean, still, it's only a 4-over old ball. The thing is, balls age a bit quicker in this form of the game because they just get whacked around a lot more compared to a test match or something like that where you're letting a lot go through to the keeper. You see, oh no, this is a proper Tortuga job. He says hit the pitch, and there's a certain area around the popping crease where it can just take off. And that's it. And Abhi, yeah, he's right to have the double teapot because that's an act of God. I suppose you'd say it was a wide in the first place from Bindra. It will be a minimum. It'll be 5 runs. Had the trampoline Tortuga in the middle of the Scott Page field. Might see Binder returning to a few cutters with that ball not swinging for him. And you might wonder why that part of the pitch is crazy. But I can tell you why. It's because when you're playing both ends, that's exactly where a bowler's foot would land. So because this is a clay underlay, it's not concrete. So, you know, there will be, you know, slightly not flat over there. That's good ball there from Bindra. Again, not a lot of swing, or any swing, but the angle does matter, Shetty. So that's why balls that bounce around where a bowler's foot would land at the other end, they can do anything. And that one did do anything. Abhimanyu can be happy it wasn't buys, at least. If you're looking for a silver lining, all you keepers out there. Oh, a little edge, and this is going to be 4. Manishetti's looked a little bit unsure about the ball going across him, but he does get a bit of bat on this, and he gets a boundary. Kind of plays for it a bit, but I still think it's off the edge. I don't think he's trying to get it that fine. But it's a good result for Barbarians. Good game, this. What do you think of the Tortuga on the pitch? That was something else. Played back to Bindra. Non-striker, Jaganevasan, alert to it. Good fielding by Amandeep. Last ball of his over coming up. This is a bit more confident with Matishetti, who gets something like the middle of the bat on this. Just pokes it away for 1. He'll retain the strike. Halfway through this first innings, Prague Barbarians, after winning the toss and electing to bat, they're 44 for 2 after 5. Let's have a look at some of the events coming up on the European Cricket Network over the next few weeks. It is busy, I'll tell you that much. We've got 2 series right now. We're in Prague. We're also in Portugal. And we'll be in Switzerland from Monday. Then after 2 weeks in Switzerland, the ECS will move to Germany for 4 weeks. First in Dresden, then Krefeld. Then it'll be in Rome, actually, in Italy, before the ECC. But sprinkled in, we have some T20 international action as well, both men's and women's. So you see the Continental Cup T20 IW in there. That'll be held in Romania. We've got T10 and T20 international women's cricket from the Netherlands throughout August. They'll be taking on Ireland and also Jersey. And a lot more still to come. Let's get back to the action here in the middle. And the first ball from Ghanshyam Kumar sneaks past the outside edge of Matishetti. He's missed a few out there, hasn't he? That's pretty well located by Ghanshyam. Matishetti, 5 off 6 with a nicked 4 in there. And this one won't get past the bowler. So I suppose by chewing up a few balls here, Jaganevasan's kind of going cold at the non-striker's end. Remember that Matishetti retained the strike at the end of the last over. Now walks and, I was going to say gets past the bowler. Oh, would have been tight. You can see Matishetti was itchy to get off strike here because he knows he's got kind of the informed batter at the other end. So he just takes off. But if that sticks to Kumar's hand, there's big trouble. As it was, I think he gets home. Let's have a look. Oh, I think he was just home, but only just. Back to the action. Jaganevasan does get a chance now. And hits it out to deep mid-wicket. Piyush, they're going to take on his arm here. And they're going to get it. I don't think Piyush identified that there was a potential run out on there. You can see Jaganevasan, he wants to strike back now. And he was prepared to risk his wicket to do it. But yeah, Piyush doesn't really read the situation. Now in the air, but this is into the gap. And that's going to be 4. So Jaganevasan does get the strike back and he knows how to use it. 50's come up as well now for Prague Barbarians during this over. And Jaganevasan has moved to 25. Hello to Kaif in the chat. He's saying, everyone, name your own country. Okay, that's a good game. Why don't we do that in the chat? Thanks, Kaif. All right, in the air, and this could be an opportunity. It's just two fielders there. Rudaraj takes it, and eventually they work it out between themselves. Jagannathan goes 6 and out, or 4 and out actually, but big wicket. Ghanshyam Kumar has been really consistent, keeping it outside that off stump for the most part. And the only problem here was if they were going to mess it up between each other, but it was on Rudaraj Magare's side of the ground. So Jagannathan hits a few in anger, gets his team to 50, and he'll have to depart. And that's a big wicket for United. Barbarians now 51 for 3. Yeah, Magare does take the catch now. We've got a tail of 2 bats. We're only allowed to take 1 out there. As the Barbarians lose a key man. But this looks like it's Amit Rai who's coming out. He'll be the non-striker's end because that was the end of the over. So 51 for 3 after 6. And Magare, well, he'll just trade places with the bowler. Ghanshyam Kumar does end up with 1 for 7 off the over, so a brilliant effort. It's funny how things work out. I mean, we thought they shouldn't have pitched that too, but in the end, they did, but it kept Jagannathan on strike. He ended up holding out off the last ball of the over. Here's Magare with the ball in over number 7. Oh, and the first one sneaks through. And now there's a late decision to go through for a run. They'll get it as it wasn't picked up cleanly. It looks like the figure of Shaimal Joshi, who does the fielding eventually. Does stop the boundary. I think that's the most important thing there. So remember, United, they must win to keep their finals hopes alive. Barbarians can secure their finals place with a win here. So it's a huge win. It's a huge game. It's the biggest game really before the finals, this one. Just going down the leg side. They decide against the run. Yes, the biggest game so far as far as determining what the 4 looks like will only be surpassed by the importance of game 56 at the end of today, assuming United can win and keep the finals race alive here. That's well bowled. Rudaraj is slippery. He's just skiddy. He's a little bit quicker than you think. Yeah, gets the batter reaching for that one. Right, couldn't catch up with it. Right, can whack the ball. We've seen that before, but it's never easy early in your innings, especially if the ball's away from your eye line. It's just a little bit closer to him, and he hits it down the ground. Where Ayush Sharma cleans up. Just a single. And Kai thought he was going to bat with 2 lightsabers, yeah. Imagine if you could use 2 bats, would you want to? There's a question for you. For defence, maybe. Well bowled. Quick response, though, from Amrit. And get through for a single. Yeah, Magare's bowled a good over here. Can he escape punishment? 3 off the first 5. This is where you just love anything but a boundary here. United's super happy with this over. Rise on strike. He's after him, but straight at the fielder. Watch the bounce. He does. Now they're going to take on the 2. Had a long moment trying to locate that Sunil Zucchi out there. So look, in the end it's 2. It's not a disaster, I suppose. Still a very good over from Rudaraj Magare. None for 5 off the 7th. And the score is 56 for 3. Now, one thing I'm loving seeing is a few new faces in that Czechia national squad. And a fair few from this game. From United, you've got Magare in there, Pramod Bagoli in there, you've got Piyush Singh Baghel in there, you've got Ayush Sharma in there for Barbarians. You know, you've got Tripura Kanyalal, you've got the openers, of course, in Jagannathan and Devendra Singh. And yeah, I just think it's great to see a few other players potentially given a go this weekend in the national setup, especially with ECC only 60 days away. And so it's a great opportunity to prove yourself. And it's always pressure-packed. I mean, you might only get one opportunity in that series, but if you can make the most of it, then you might be able to book yourself a seat on the plane to Spain in September. We know that Czechia they'll be taking part in the Group A. All right, so Gancham Kumar, he's going to bowl over number 8. And this is up, it's in the air, it's going to be right back to the wall, and it's going to be 6. Oh, frustration there for Piyush, who did a good job. He was just hoping that that foot was going to be inside the rope, because he kind of lost his bearings. Number one thing is to catch the ball, and he thought he had a metre to work with that he just didn't have. He sees it straight away, so Barbarians catch a break. Now there's a little edge on this, and that's a wicket. So Matasheti goes 6 and out. And things turning around very quickly. I'll certainly take the trade-off, I think, here, United. Just a little feather, and it ends up in the safe hands of Abhimanyu Singh. Yeah, you can certainly see the batter's head shoot around really quickly. Bit of a bottom edge more than anything. So, yeah, that's the end of Matasheti, who, to be fair, he did play and miss it a few out there. And so, it's a nice bit of bowling. Once again, Gancham Kumar gets his 2nd wicket. New batter comes out. It's Rohit Goyal. This is a wide, just a little bit too wide, but it's a good idea. All right, this is a bit more in the hittable zone, but Goyal can only get 1 down to long on. So United at the moment, you have to say they're on top. But still, a lot of cricket left to play in this game. This is in the air. Bit of work for Magare. They might take on the 2, but he's got a good arm. Well, this would have been an incredible piece of work. Gancham Kumar had to go up and fetch it out of the sky, alley-oop style. But Magare, this is probably one throw that you can afford to throw in on the bounce for the bowler, because the bowler can take it easier. There was nothing easy about this take, but it would have been out. Look at him go up, climb the ladder. Well, this is Shaquille O'Neal stuff. Down it comes, and almost onto the stumps. Now, it's an attacking shot, but out to the fielder, just a single. Yeah, so you'll see, I think typically if you're trying to throw to the bowler, it's easier to do it on the bounce on a surface like this where the ball will skid on. So it just takes a little bit of sting out of the ball. It's a bit flatter, probably gets there a bit quicker. This is in the air. Fielder comes around again, won't get there. Has to deal with the spin. Zuchi. And this will be the end of the over. Pride Barbarians 68 for 4 after 8. So yeah, they've removed the key threats. United found a way to keep picking up those wickets. And so, a couple of overs to go. 68 for 4 after 8. So, yeah, from here, if you're Barbarians, I mean, your outside chance of still cracking the ton. But remember that the lowest score we've actually seen successfully defended in this series is 101, and that was in the last game by Barbarians. Before that, it was 111 that was the lowest score that had been defended. So scores around the 100, they haven't really held up in this series. So they're going to have to do something dramatic. Here's Bindra coming back. Didn't really swing the ball first up. Locates this one just inside the tram line. This time it's well handled by Sunil. Great take by Abby. As it came back on the half volley. Hello to Kroom, and I want to say big thank you, Kevin, for your donation of £2. Well, I don't know to what we owe the honour, but, you know, I'm a big fan of you, Kroom, and thanks for supporting European cricket. We appreciate it. Bindra to right. This one goes a bit too much. It's a strange one, because I feel like Bindra, he's a bit of a wizard with the new ball, so it seems a shame to not bowl him with a new ball. Then who don't you bowl with a new ball? They have Zahid Iqbal in, and he did a really good job. Do you hold Ali Sitta back for the middle? It's a tough one. 3 bowlers I'd like to open with. All right, in the air, and this one is out of here. Adios, pelota, Maximo. As this comes into the swing zone of Unplayable, right, and he says, I'm having it. Ben Drayette just kind of lost one of his key tools. I think at this stage, I'd be bowling a few more cutters, probably rolling my fingers on a few if I was him, because it's just straight as you like at the moment. Comfortable hitting pace there for right. I think that's what he does, but this one is also going to disappear. Maximo. It's a little bit short, I think. Gave Ryan a good look at it. And so this is the over that Barbarians needed as they're trying to sneak up to 100. And still a lot of work to do to get there. All happening in the ninth, though, for the men in red. Now, this one is high. It's going to take him right back to the rope, and he's not going to get there. Maximo. Well, Amrit Rai has gone crazy. Now, we said already when he first came to the crease, he's a guy who knows how to clear the boundary. Well, he does it 3 times on the trot. And this over has suddenly gone magical. Game's alive. And there's still 2 balls to go in the ninth. Rare Win wants to go here. Which way does he go? He's going to run out his partner. So, yeah, Goyal doesn't make it. I've got to say, I get that you're trying to get to the other end, but there's still a ball to come after this. If you just belted the guy for 3 sixes, if you have to eat a dot, maybe just eat a dot there and have another go at him last ball. But Goyal becomes collateral damage in an over. That's been a good one for the Barbarians, but he's going to have to depart. He's run out for 3, and with 7 balls remaining, Barbarians 88 for 5. Yeah, so the score's gone from 68 to 88 during this over. Tripuri Kanyalal's going to come out. Now, he might as well just swing hard at this because they got wickets in hand. I think they want Rai on strike. In fact, I'd go as far as to say that I wouldn't even take a single unless I thought I could get back for 2. Just because Rai, he's red hot right now, 666, but then causes a run out next ball. Last ball of the ninth, and he does swing away, Tree, and he's going to be dropped. And now they're going to come back for 2. Strategically, this is smart. He's going to be run out, but again, Tree reads the room, and I think that is 100% the right thing to do. And so, yeah, Tree's a very intelligent cricketer. Even though it causes a run out, it does get the guy back on strike. And I said I wouldn't go for a 1 unless I thought I could get back for 2, but I should have added almost get back for 2. And here, you know they're going to throw to the keeper's end. It's a long way to throw to the bowler. So Tree sees what's happened. He says, all right, come on. Even though Amrit Rai is saying, are you sure? But yeah, the main thing is they cross back. And so that ends the over. A golden 1 for Kanyalal. It's 89 for 6 after 10. But yeah, you got to read the situation sometimes. And yeah, I think that was well done. And pretty decent replacement for Shalmane to come out. Yeah, and it's unselfish when you obviously sit around for 9 overs to have a bat, and then you have to sacrifice your wicket first ball. But these guys, they have to play an unselfish form of the game if they're going to succeed. 2 wickets for Iqbal and 2 for Ghanshyam Kumar in this innings. 10th overtime though, and it's going to be Magare to bring us home. Bowling to right, and he hits the first one long, and it's long enough. Maximo. And it was a tough one down there. Ghanshyam Kumar, who's actually deputising for Magare in that his regular position. I don't think he was quite sure how much room he had to work with. In the end, it goes through his fingers and goes for 6. So, well, give half those runs to Tripuro Kanyalal for getting Rai on strike in the first place. Now, just 1. And now they're gonna sacrifice. And again, that's pretty unselfish as well. Monet, he's a good hitter, but I think Rai is just hot right now. Even though he's got his body count up, I think that's 3 run-outs that have happened in his presence. But he's got the runs to go with it. You can see there's never 2 here. And then Monet basically tries to go, please don't do this to me. But then he realizes, you know what? You're right. And so, yeah, for Vishal, unfortunately, he's going to go without facing a ball. But unselfish, once again. It's a team game. And, you know, you earn a lot of credit with your teammates for that. I mean, it looks bad on the stats sheet. Kills your average. Anyway, right. Again, this could be another one if he wants it. And that's Prem Nanavada. Well, this is almost back-to-back Diamond Ducks. I don't think he appeals. You can see here, he's about to moving. To be honest, I don't even know if he was out. I don't think he actually left. Maybe that's why there's no appeal, because it would have been unsuccessful. This is hit straight. And now this time, well, now I would try it. And that sounds crazy. And I guess in a way they're running out of wickets, but they were hell-bent on getting Rive the strike. Actually sacrificed two higher batters than Prem Nandavada to get him the strike. I suppose there's a time that the madness has to end. 97, 3 balls remaining. Barbarians heading for a similar total than we saw them defend this morning, 101. Got to run. Now, if you can get the keeper's end, that's good. I think he's got him here. And yeah, he's given out on the field. So, yet another run out. Sack him up, rack him up. You're trying to get Amrit Rai back on strike. It's good work. And I think the issue here is, does he break the stumps with the ball in his hands? And I think he does. Yeah, he has the ball. Has the ball in his gloves, and he just flicks them the first time. See here. He's already got the ball in the hand. And so once you got the ball in the hand, you can hit the stumps with anything from your gloves all the way up to your shoulder. But anyway, good innings from Rai, even though he's probably going to have to buy a few drinks for every player he ran out during that innings. Eventually, he becomes a casualty. And here's Piyush Kumar. He was a hat-trick hero the other day, the only hat-trick in the tournament right now. He's got the bat in his hand. And there's just a couple to come. And now he's going to be out. So I make that. I'm losing track. Well, I've got 9 out now, and I think it's sent the scoreboard into the scorers into overdrive over there because there's been so much going on. And unfortunately, Piyush, he goes as quick as he comes. So I make that. I'm going to go 97 for 9. But I got a feeling that we might have to send this scorebook over to one of the big accounting firms because there's been a lot going on. Yeah, so Kumar, the next man to go. All right, last ball. And should just be one. Don't think they can even try for a 2. Ball's already at the stump. So, great finish from United. They keep them pretty quiet in the last. And Barbarians, they only are able to manage 98 for 9 off the 10 overs. So, yeah, a brilliant effort, really, to keep Barbers to double digits. They got the key wickets before they were able to do too much damage. And I just think that United will be satisfied with where they're at in the game. No team has defended a score under 100 in this series so far. Can Barbars be the first to do that and book their place on finals day Friday tomorrow? Let's go back to the highlights. Now, Iqbal, he was making the ball talk early as he was able to get one to nip back. And was preferred with a new ball ahead of Bindra. And yeah, he justified it with that big wicket. And Barbarians, they were trying to fire shots. I just don't think United gave them a lot to hit. Also, United, we know that they work really hard on their fielding. So, it just made it hard to turn ones into 2s. This one was a cracking stroke, really. Smashed down the ground. Jagannathan and Vadrasi, they went about it and put Barbarians on the right track. But that was a great catch by Abhimanyu Singh, running back. Almost had to stop and ask for direction. Then this is unlucky. because it should have been 1 wide. Ends up being 5 wides. It hit the crease and just took off in outer space. Speaking of outer space, this is where this one went. But Rudraj Magare, he took a very good catch as he was able to grab that wicket. And then that one was almost another one. Piyush caught it and stepped over the line. Ghanshyam Kumar, well, he's a guy, you can always rely on him for a decent couple of overs in the middle of the innings. And then down the stretch, United just kind of turned the screws a little bit. It was just run out central. This was almost one. That would have been a great play. The alley-oop, Magare's throw was just airmailed a little bit back to the bowler. The Sixers came to rush the magical over there, but it also was the start of some carnage in the scorebook. And yeah, you can see that there are a lot of these where, because they wanted to get Rye back on strike, he was the one that created that magical over. And yeah, it was uno, dos, tres. Run-outs everywhere, including this one, the run-out of Rye, who actually stops to watch the ball saying, "You're not going to throw my end, really, are you?" They did, and he had to go. That was well done by Magare. Quick throw is better than a good throw sometimes, just gets it off quickly. Rye removed from the equation, and then a golden duck for Piyush late in the piece. So, yeah, after the magical over, went for 21, but only 9 come off the last, and to be honest, 6 of them came off the first ball of it. So Barbarians, they're going to have to do something we haven't seen done so far in 52 matches. They're going to have to defend a score that's under 100. 32 from Amrit Rai in there. Well, just 15 balls, but have a look at the run-outs. 4 of them all in a row. That was all about trying to get Rai back on strike. Apart from that, Jagannathan with 25, and Vaishak is having a very good series. Not quite his 100, but still got them off to a decent start. 14 to Madashetty, the captain, who's a bit hit and miss outside the off stump. Vandrasi with 10 in there after the early wicket of Javendra Singh. 2 for 18, best of the figures, Zahid Iqbal on his return to action. 2 wickets also for Ghanshyam Kumar. Magare, I think, also very important in the last over. He only went for a handful, 1 for 14, his figures, but yeah, probably Binder is the only one that's a little bit concerning there because he couldn't get the ball to move. How do you use him? Do you try and give him the new ball? And if so, at whose expense? We'll take a break. We'll be back with the first ball in about 10 minutes. And we'll see if United can keep their tournament alive. 99 they'll need if they're to still be in the frame for the Final Four. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Have a quick cup of coffee, then come back and join us right here in Prague for more European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCN Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Prague. Great to have your company. It's getting pretty hot in the kitchen here. Last day of group matches before we head into finals Friday tomorrow. And this is a crunch match between United and Prague Barbarians because only one of these teams can make the finals. There's not room for both of them. And with Barbarians beating Vinorati in the first match of the day, it put them with their noses in front. But United, they still have a chance, but they need to win both of the matches between these two teams today. They play right now in match number 53. They'll also play in the last match of the day, match number 56. So, we're almost ready as the story so far in this match. Barbarians, they won the toss, they elected to bat. They put 98 on the board. So a pretty decent effort by United to restrict them to under 100. And so we're almost ready for the chase. As we're going to get going, it's going to be Tripuri Kanyalal to get going to Rudraj Magare. 99 to win. United start with an attacking stroke. And that's going to run away. Will it get to the boundary? Probably it does. So Rudraj doesn't really get that out of the middle, but he does get 4. That's a good start for United. Now, I do have a special guest commentator with me for this innings, and he's a guy I've been watching really closely so far in this innings. I actually saw him for the first time. I was still in Malta, and I was on the beach, and I had to do a double take when I saw him. When I saw him bowling for Vinorati. But he's a player that I think is going to be very interesting to talk to during this innings. As this one's knocked away, Magara will get one, bring Piyush Singh Bagel onto strike. And that is none other than Vinorati fast bowler and now big hitting lower order batter, Danny O'Connor. Now, Danny, you're only 14 years of age. We don't normally have people that aren't quite 15 in the series, but you got an exception because of your performances in the domestic competition and the amount of cricket you've been playing at a high level. How has your experience been so far playing in the ECS?
It's been actually really fun. It's been very enjoyable because it's a different. I'd give it like a different dimension of a game of the cricket game. It's quick, it's intense, and you play a lot of matches, which is nice.
Yeah, you play a lot of matches, and
yeah.
You've played most of them. I know that you guys have played 13 already. I only remember you missing a couple actually.
Yeah, I didn't play on Saturday.
Yeah, and so it opens up the ability for some of our viewers that are watching to ask you some questions as well in the live chat. ECN European Cricket Network. First here's Kanyalal. Oh, this is well bowled. Slides in to Piyush, but he's good enough to get some bat on it. Gets one. So just give us a quick story about you. So you were born here in the Czech Republic, right?
No, I was actually born in Turkey.
Okay.
Yeah, so my dad went there to work for like a year with my mum, and I ended up being born in Ankara, which is the capital.
Ankara in Turkey, is that right? Okay.
And then, but straight after, we only were there for 3 weeks, so then we left.
Well, that's a short amount of time, and these games are a short amount of time, and the action's happening pretty quickly out there. Magari steps across, just whips it away. This is kind of front of the handball. Takes it off stumps. It's a pretty good shot, and he will get 4 anyway, so a good start this.
That was a kind of a low pull shot.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? And you got to be sure to get those right. Anytime you're cross-batting a ball on the stumps, obviously you leave yourself wide open for an LBW dismissal. Now, I'm just asking people in the chat if they'd like to ask you a few questions. I'm sure there'll be a few. But we'll have a bit more time after the last ball, the first over, which is coming up right now. And here it is from Tripuri Kanyalal. And it'll be knocked away for 1, and it will take us to the end of the over. And the score is 11 for 1. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. I'm really thrilled to have this guy in the commentary box. Danny O'Connor, well, firstly, give me a high five, because I'm super excited that you love cricket. This is one thing, for all your skills, you're a very good swing bowler. We saw you with the bat, take 2 great catches. But one thing's clear, you love playing cricket, am I right?
Yeah, I absolutely love it. It's a brilliant sport. Probably one of the best sports as well.
Makes sense. And what makes you love it so much? What is it that really is in your blood about cricket?
Like, I can go on about these stuff that it like gets me escape the emotion and stuff, but I just love playing it because it's like, it's a team game. You have a bat, you have a ball, and you want to win.
Yeah.
It's just a it's just brilliant.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, there's a ball here that I'm actually curious for you to have a go at. We'll come back to it after this ball, though, as it will be Purihit to bowl the second over, and this is driven through the offside, and that finds the gap and goes to the boundary. And so, yeah, just over pitched here, searching for some swing, and he doesn't really get it, and that one ends up going to the boundary. Yeah, so Danny, I want to show you this ball. This is, I've got one of my friends in Australia, Aaron. He has this swinger ball, and he gave me a couple, so I've been waiting to get some bowlers to check this out, to see if you can swing that. Do you think you can swing that?
Yeah, to be honest, I think anybody could swing it. It'll swing around corners.
I think so. Well, I want to see you with that. That's something we're going to do maybe in the break. But right now, this could be a no ball +6 because it's big. Maximal. And Purihit gets it wrong. Well, there's full and then there's 2 full. And for this one for me, oh, maybe it's just okay.
It's dropping, I think.
Yeah, just a touch. And so the thing is, in ECN cricket, the regulation is slightly different. If it's waist high or above, it'll be 6. And this one, probably because he steps out, it's probably, if he's standing up, it's just below.
Yeah, I think that is just below, just about.
Yeah, so I think in the end it'll just be just the 6, but I say just. Anyway, so I'm looking forward to you trying out that swinger technique ball. And
yeah.
I think that yourself, and I thought maybe Joe would be a good one to bowl if he's up to it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Joe will be up to it. Depends. If he'll feel like it, then he'll probably do it.
Yeah, seems like that kind of a guy. Anyway, so you've kind of learnt all your cricket here in Czechia, but I heard that you recently were playing in the UK. Maybe you can tell us about how that came about.
Yeah, so a year ago we went on a 7-day tour to Scarborough, which is kind of northeastern Yorkshire, North Yorkshire.
Yeah.
So we went there for a week with 10 Czech kids.
Yep.
And then 2 Hungarian kids came.
Great.
And we played a tour against local teams there. And we ended up, my friend from Hungary, got offered a scholarship there, and we took it. So we've been since the 17th of April. I've been since the 17th of April till I think it was the 7th or 9th of June.
Right.
In England.
So that's a good 8-week stretch
yeah,
then, isn't it?
Very good. It was for the summer term at Scarborough College. So
what's this ball now? It's just pulled away. Just knocked away in the offside for a single. Omagari's made a good start here. Okay, so yeah, 8 weeks in England. What was that like? Had you been to England before?
Yeah, because I go visit my grandma because my dad's from England.
Yeah. So tell me what your dad's like before we go back to that. So your dad, Steve, he's had a big influence on your career, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was more or less me and him. I was more or less self-taught, but the basics got taught to me by a guy called Chris Pearce.
Yeah, Chris, he does some great work here in the Czech.
Yeah, he taught me at the start, and then more or less I went through it on my own, and then my dad helped me. But then about 2 years back, he got a coach qualification off the ECB. So ever since he took us on that.
Yeah. This is knocked into the ground and handled by the keeper. Actually, remember Chris, he missed some games for Vinarati 2 years ago. I was here for the European Cricket Series. Hard to believe you were 12 then. But yeah, I remember him going to England and getting that qualification. And obviously he's doing some great things with it, with the academy here as well, the Cricketova Academia that he's running. We're seeing a lot of kids down here, and they're pretty good too. He's pitching outside leg stump.
Yeah.
So it should just be a leg bye. So end of the over, and the score is 23 without loss after 2. Now, just pausing our conversation for a second. It was 35 matches since the Golden Ball. It's pretty hard to believe because we had a Golden Ball on Saturday, and that was United versus Brno, where the Golden Ball broke the tie. Did you see that finish?
Yeah, I was watching it. It was where the other end of the UCC bat, I thought it was going to his end, so he didn't run.
Yeah.
And then it ended up at the keeper's end.
Yeah, I
and
think
they got
what happened,
out.
he actually went to turn for 2, but he didn't get his bat over the line. Yeah. So that was Abhimanyu Singh, and we'll remember that for a long time. But what do you think of the Golden Ball? Do you think you'd back yourself to bowl a Golden Ball or bat in a Golden Ball to get your team the win?
I mean, I don't think it's just me. I think every bowler should back themselves to bowl anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would back myself to bowl an open or a Golden Ball.
There's 2 types of ball. Well, there's 2 types of fielding, good and that, because that's gone straight through him. And in a low-scoring game, potentially low-scoring game, you can't be leaking those kind of runs.
Yeah.
Goyal just couldn't quite get down, and United sneak a boundary.
In the with the Golden Ball, I think especially if you're a younger person playing with these adults, you have to back yourself a lot.
That's something that I'm going to come to in a moment, because you've got a lot of confidence. I don't think it's overconfidence. I think it's just confidence. I like it from a young player. As Goyal's got his work cut out for him this time. Actually think he gets a finger on this, but it might not help him. It is going to be stopped with the boot, but who knows how many they'll run. I think they'll just get, well, they might just get one there.
I mean, they're lucky they didn't come back for 2.
Sorry, maybe they do come back for 2. Yeah, I think they do get 2 in the end, but they should have got 3, actually. We'll check it out here in the replay, and he just assumes this is going to win the race and the ball's going to go for 4. But they walk a 2 in the end. Okay, so yeah, I agree with you. I mean, there's 2 types of bowler. The type that want the ball in their hand when the game's on the line, and the type that kind of fade into the background. I think I know what kind you are already. So yeah, you mentioned that you went to the UK.
Yeah.
As I think you can see there.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you a bit of free advice, Danny. Don't step on the ball, ever.
Definitely
I
not.
did that once in the warm-up by accident. I heard crunching sounds. Like
Glenn McGrath style.
Glenn McGrath style. And yeah, it wasn't great.
Yeah, don't.
They thought a little girl was lost because I was making those kind of screams. It wasn't good. Tore all the tendons in my ankle. But yeah, so use your hands, Danny. But you already know that. You're a good fielder. We saw that already. So what was England like? So tell us about going to England on that scholarship.
Well, that was more or less the first time I played on like turf pitches for a long period of time. Used spikes. I got a lot of grip.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, well bowled, slides on.
A bit of drift in that.
He's an interesting bowler, Tree, because I'd call him a leg spinner, but he doesn't really bowl any leg spinners.
It's kind of the arm trajectory makes him, and his wrist position makes it to drift in a bit.
Yeah, that's right. So I know he's been working on one that actually does spin, because that would make the batters guess a bit more.
Yeah, that would be quite hard to pick, because you get drifting and then spin away.
Yeah, well said. This one drifts in again. Special comments from Danny O'Connor, the wonder kid, as we've been calling you today. And so I think that might stick for a little while. As we get to the end of the power play, the score is 32 without loss. So yeah, throw some questions in for Danny as well. I've got him as my guest. And yeah, Helix is saying, Danny, welcome to the comms. Just be yourself, you'll be fine. You don't strike me as particularly nervous, though. You seem quite confident talking.
I mean, yeah, I love to talk. I'm a big mouth.
Well, maybe it's not the end of the power play, because there's still a ball to go. And it's going to be sent out of the ground. The uppercut from Magari. Maximo! And now that will be the end of the over. And yeah, you can see.
Bit too wide, that I think.
I think Tree will have more success when he can draw batters forward a bit more. I think if they can play him from the crease, they can swing their arms freely. And you can see that the end of the over comes around 38 without loss. Super interesting, because United, they need to win this game. And then they'll play later. And so assuming United win this, it'll be 13-12 to them. But Barbarians will play United in their last game. So if United win, it sets down a straight shootout in match 56. Now, you guys, 4 and 9. You've still got one game to go against the Tigers. 4 wins, so I guess something. But I guess obviously you'd be disappointed you're not in the finals running, right?
Yeah, I mean, of course it's a bit of a disappointment. But I feel like our last 2 games, as we haven't been having too much pressure on us from that, I think we've more enjoyed it, to be honest. We've kind of just today we were just having fun in the field, and I think we bowled decently well for the team we had.
I could tell. You had Voita bowling, you had Ash bowling.
Yeah, we had the Aussie lineup bowling, didn't we?
Yeah, you did. We're not quite the fieriest, but personality-wise, maybe, maybe not speed-wise. So hold on. So I mean, you've got a bit more of an English connection than an Australian connection. Do you pick sides in that battle?
This is probably going to be hated a bit, but I like England a bit more now, but I don't know why. I haven't liked England too much.
You find them hard to like?
Yeah.
Well, there's a fair chunk of the world that would agree with you, so don't worry.
How would I say? I like a lot of the players in the English team. I really want to play in the county championship. That is my dream.
Oh, well, there's a nutmeg job here on Devendra Singh. I talked about this. I'm a wicketkeeper, Danny, so I'm going to pick this one apart for you. I think he just gets up and can never get back down. You can see it. Something I identified with Divi earlier in the week. It's a very good keeper, I should say that. But, you know, the Yorker for the keeper is a really hard one to take. And went straight through his legs for 4 byes.
I think he went up too early.
Yeah, that's the thing. And all keepers will kind of go up a little bit. It's kind of natural, but you still need to kind of keep your knees rubber enough to get back down. You can probably wicket keep as well. You seem to be able to do everything else, I'm guessing.
I wish.
Anyway, Magari on 29. resumes. And this is a little bit short, turn around the corner, no fine leg and no problem for United, who are rocketing through this chase so far, 47 without loss. And just a little bit too short here.
Yeah.
Now, Mahmood White had a comment on your bowling, and he says you're a very, very talented bowler. Keep focusing on your bowling. You're a very good bowler. But be careful, don't bowl too many short balls.
Yeah.
I noticed you liked bowling an odd bouncer as a bit of a surprise tactic.
Today just wasn't working in the first game. Hopefully I can get it right in the second game, which I'm playing.
I think that's important because you are a genuine swing bowler. You swing the ball in as your stop ball. And I think, you're going to draw people into errors if you can draw them forward. You might be able to bowl them through the gate. Variation is important as well. But, I think just your stop ball was probably about a metre too short today. But certainly think you're having a good series. And I even don't mind the bouncer as a bit of a surprise.
No, that worked.
That
worked against United, where I got one of the players out with the surprise bouncer. But the thing with me is, I really like bowling in England because the pitch kind of helped me with my swing because it nipped as well.
Yeah,
it's quite hard to bowl on this pitch, especially in a T10 game and the small boundaries.
100%. But I will tell you something which someone said to me, and it rings very true, Danny. As this is in the air, and it's going to be moosed over the long off for 6. Maximal! 6 for Piyush. Brings up the 50 and the 50 partnership for United, who are rolling without too many dramas so far in the first 4 overs. Yes, it is tough for the bowlers, but what I will say is this. Good bowlers stand out.
Yeah.
So good bowlers find a way. And, in England, sometimes you can get somebody bowling some fairly average off spin, put everyone back on the boundary, wait for the batter to make a mistake. Or slightly mishit one. But here, you can't really get away with that stuff.
Yeah, can't. Yeah.
So if you're a good bowler, and I think you are, and I think you've had some success in this series already, but going forward as you become more senior, that's something I want you to bear in mind. And the other thing about champion players, you rarely see them making excuses either.
Yeah.
And that's not something you're doing here. You're saying it's a challenge. You're finding certain things challenging, but you're finding ways to overcome those challenges.
No, I'm not trying to make excuses, but it is a big jump from what I was playing into England to try and... I'm getting a bit more used to it now, which is good.
Yep.
But still, when you... As a fast bowler or a bowler, a seam bowler, who isn't that fast, especially in the ECN, you have to make him try and play on the front foot, especially because if you haven't got the pace to bowl it short or back of the length too much, and if you bowl a loose ball, they will hit you. So you have to bowl very tight lines and length. Maybe take the pace off even a little bit if needed, but you have to bowl very tight line and length.
Yeah, for sure. You have to be disciplined. It's one thing to have a plan, but you also have to execute it. I think. I think obviously you're thinking about the game a lot. That's one of the things I'm most impressed with you, that you're thinking about tactics. Obviously you learn a lot spending 8 weeks in England. Here's Amrit Wright with some spin. First one beats the bat. It's called a wide. You'll notice they're very harsh on wides here, so the whole ball's got to be inside the tram line when it passes the crease. And this one, not quite. It's pretty much straight over the tram line. And that's just to get consistency on those calls because there's a lot of them in a day. So this is hit, and it's hit really well by Piyush, who looks very organised. This is a good shot. It just holds his shape.
He uses his wrists a lot, as you can see. He looks after his head. He looks after his head, keeps his position, and then he puts his wrist through the shot.
Yeah, but you're exactly right. Look at the wrists. You mentioned it. It really snaps him through the ball here. And you can see it's just a perfect moment that he releases the wrists.
Yeah. It's a good, strong position to be in, that was.
Yeah, good hitting shape there. Now it goes back on the back foot and punches one. So these two making quick work of it. Net run rate shouldn't come into it between these two teams because they're a point apart. And that's the point that United got against Prague Cricket Club when they were 70. Or Prague Cricket Club was 70 without loss after 6 overs and the rain set in. We haven't had too many rain issues here in these 2 weeks. If you were here a couple of years ago, the tents were getting blown over and everything. Anyway, this isn't going to carry. Down to...
I remember when it was raining, I think it was 3 years ago, the iconic moment of Vinohrady when they ran 3 to the keeper.
Yeah, that was actually last year. And Shobit did something similar today when he threw at the stumps. I don't know if you noticed. This is a little bit short. This is going to be another boundary. It is far too short from Wright, who was able to plunder a couple of boundaries in the first innings. But right now he's serving a few up. And that's just a genuine half-tracker. All you got to do is get it in the gap. You got an easy boundary, and that's what happened. Yeah, so I want to hear more about your time in England. So tell us what that was like, and what was it like to go to a cricket-playing country.
So I played for the college, and already the school just had its cricket pitch, which is completely something different. And
You got spikes? Where'd you get spikes from? Did you use spikes? Did you
yeah,
bowl with spikes?
we used spikes. It was so nice. You just felt that extra grip as a fast bowler.
Yeah, for sure.
And I played for Scarborough, which is where I was, and their ground, if you know North Marine Road,
Yep.
is the second ground of Yorkshire. So
Right.
I just trained and played on that ground.
That must have been a dream.
It was incredible. It was literally one of the best experiences, and like playing on all these unique grounds in different places. Like we went to Ampleforth College, which is inside in a forest. It's incredible.
Here's the next ball. They finally found that one, but this is probably going to go to the boundary as well, and it does. So there's no stop in sight, and they've got it down below a run ball, so they are flying at the moment. And well, it looks like I got the robot in the chat with the fun fact saying the ECN founder Dan Weston. Don't know if you've ever met Dan, but Dan is the mastermind behind the whole of the European Cricket Network. He once made a 44-ball unbeaten 100 in a T20 versus Prague Barbarians back in the day. Slow for T10, but the idea of trying to whack it and travelling between Euro cities to play was sparked. So actually,
Again, a nice wristy shot down to long off.
so that comment saying that maybe the idea of ECN came from actually a match where Dan played against Barbarians, and he liked the idea of travelling to play cricket and bringing people together for cricket, which is kind of what's happened here. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny O'Connor, wonder kid. Now, one of the questions was, when do you turn 15? When's your birthday?
3rd of November.
3rd of November, so there's still a while to go.
Yeah.
But I want to know, and we talked a bit about your time in England, what are your ambitions as a genuine European cricketer, someone that's learnt their cricket here, someone that's very talented? I mean, where would you like to go? What would you like cricket to look like, say, in 10 years when you're fully grown up?
So what my dream is to so I'm going back to Scarborough for another 3 months next, and then I would like to stay there after that.
Yeah.
And if possible, I really want to work towards playing in the county championship.
Yeah.
And maybe taking it to an even higher level. But I don't know if that's a county championship for the time being is my dream. So that's what I want to achieve, and like that's what I want to achieve.
Yeah, well, I think that is wonderful that you have that ambition. You know, I think you go a long way. I'm enjoying just having a chat to you about cricket here. Learn from the players. And I think that's something you're ready to. Learn from the players you play with and the players you encounter, the coaches you encounter. You can normally get something out of every one of them. Right now, United getting every little bit out of this innings, because it looks like our conversation could be cut short the way things are going. Murali Vandrasi's come on with his leg spin. It's not a terrible ball. Again, fielding just falling away for Barbarians at some key moments. This partnership now worth 78. So tell me about your batting, because, I mean, you hit your first 6 on the ECN. That must have been a nice moment.
Yeah.
But you look like you've got a pretty good technique. So where do you see yourself, when you're the same size as everyone else?
So I'm more of a bowling all-rounder. I
Yep.
want to be an all-rounder. And when I went to England, I really worked on my batting, because I'm a lot self-taught. So I had a lot of little technical issues which were not giving me the best results as a batsman. So
Yeah.
now I've kind of worked on them, and I really want to, because the Pro 40 here is coming up. So I really want to bat in that, because in England I scored my first ever 50, which was nice.
That's great. Congratulations. You'll never forget your first 50, by the way.
No.
I still remember mine. That ground doesn't even exist anymore. It's all houses. But I'll never forget my first 50.
Yeah.
And I was about your age, I think. So, yeah, you'll never forget that.
Yeah, and it was, and as well in Scarborough at the school's first team, I played with people who were bowled 85 from Barbados. They
Yep.
were players who played for Yorkshire seconds, Lancashire seconds.
Could be a chance here. Amrit comes in, can't quite make the ground. That's a sign of how things are
They're
going. And
looking
what's
for two.
worse, they're going to
Will he
sneak
get
a
it?
second, and
Ooh.
it's a very good dive. This is a really modern skill. Now, I had a big indoor cricket background where diving was super important. So I'll give you a tip. Learn to dive. We did some tests. You get about an extra metre with a good dive.
Yeah.
And a good dive, we used to call it the Superman dive. You basically go 2 hands out, and you're sliding essentially on your chest. And you see he does it pretty well here.
Yeah, I just wouldn't fancy diving on this Astro wicket though completely.
There's a way to do it. We used to practice on gym mats so that when you actually
Oh.
are doing it, you are not hurting yourself. But yeah, there's ways to
Yeah.
go wrong. Sometimes you can bang your head, your
Yeah,
helmet,
yeah.
your head in your helmet. Yeah, but that's nice.
But
Nice
I like a cheeky little dive. Yeah.
Cheeky little dive's good. Like throw yourself around.
Yeah.
I've got a question in here from Apratim Banerjee, who's asking, Danny, how have your teammates treated you, and what have you learned from them? Good question, because there's a bit of an age gap, obviously, between you and most of the
Here
guys.
or in England.
How about here?
So here, we've got a lot of mixed cultures in our club. We have
For sure.
subcontinental, we have English, we have from South Africa, we
Yep.
have all kinds. And it's actually quite interesting to see how these different cultures come together and work with each other. They treated me nice. I'm like it's like, I feel like I'm not like one of the, I feel like I'm not the odd one out.
Yeah.
I still
that's
feel
good.
this is like a personal. It's nothing against anybody, but I still feel like they still take me sometimes as a kid as playing cricket,
Yeah. true.
which I get because I am.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I really like my club. I've played. This is the only club I've played for, and I still think I'll play for it.
That's really great. I'm sure they're really happy to have you. I mean, probably part of it is, if we had I actually played with kids about your age that were coming through, kind of prodigies, and you feel a little bit like you have to protect them. But
Yeah.
but I think that most of the time, if you're there on merit, which you are, I mean, you're not making up the numbers. You're certainly playing on merit. No, I think that you'll integrate even on that level pretty quickly.
Yeah,
In a year or two. Is Goyal over number 7. By the way, just 14 required for victory now. This opening partnership up and out of control. Magare knocking on the door of a half century. And so I want to know what you think of the nickname, the Wonder Kid. And also, there was a suggestion for a nickname, Doc, because of your initials.
yeah.
Danny O'Connor.
They sometimes do call me Doc.
They call you Doc?
and they call my dad Sock sometimes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But no, I don't completely want the Wonder Kid nickname.
You don't want the Wonder
No.
Kid?
No,
No, but
just not.
why is that?
Just feel like it's just. I don't know. Just don't like it. I don't want to feel like a Wonder Kid. I'm just another player trying to make it as a cricketer.
I like that attitude as well. Just how quickly you've just decided, no, I'm just one of the guys. But believe it or not, you're super mature for 14. You're only going to get more mature as well.
Yeah.
And I think that your brain is your most important skill
Yeah.
in any high-level sport. And obviously, you've got ambitions to play at the county level, and who's to say you can't go further than that?
Yeah.
How about playing international cricket? Obviously, now every single country that's involved in the ICC is a full member country. Is that an ambition you have to play for the national team here?
If it comes within the next 2 years, if I'm like 16, 17, I'll take it. But I have an English passport, so if I am good enough and I get the chance, I would play for the English team.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Understandable. Anyway, Magare goes to 50. Probably not his most convincing stroke, but he does get there. And it's been a good innings from a guy who is actually in the squad. In fact, both these openers for United are in the Czech squad. Well, I mean, the good news these days, they've loosened the rules about dual representation. So, there's actually scope for you to do both, depending. And a few players have been doing that. With full member countries versus some other countries.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that even now you see some county cricketers who are eligible to play for European teams, they are. And it doesn't spoil their chances, for example, of playing for England.
Yeah.
But, yeah, obviously you want to just get exposed to international cricket however you can.
Yep.
But one step at a time, I suppose. Right here, things are looking pretty bleak for Barbarians, who I think can set their sights on the last game of the day now.
They need a miracle here, I think.
I've got another question for you. It's a bit random. It's not to do with cricket. What else do you like? Tell us a bit about yourself
So
outside cricket.
I really love sports, so I play football, quite a high level.
Do you have a team that you follow in
Yeah,
football?
no, Liverpool, of course,
Liverpool?
because my dad's from Liverpool.
Okay.
But I play for the team, which is a village near my village, which is Psari.
Okay.
So I played for them. I play for them. I used to play rugby, a bit of rugby. I used to play baseball. So I really like.
I played baseball.
Yeah, I played a
How do you
bit of
find that?
baseball,
Yeah.
but then they said that I had to go to trainings 4 times a week, and as I go to a normal public Czech school,
Yeah, okay.
so there's no school sports. So
Huh.
I have no time. Football takes up all my
Yep.
time with
Gotcha.
cricket.
It's hard when you have to start to make choices because you
Yeah.
probably like a variety.
Yeah,
involved.
I just wish I could play all those sports.
Okay, I've got another bit of homework for you because I feel like you should do some homework. 90 for no loss after 7. This is the next game coming up. I would like you to give a preview of this game coming up in fluent Czech, please.
Tak jo, tak Příští zápas bude mezi Prague Tigers proti Vinohradům. Začíná to v 1:15. A Prague Tigers vyhráli toss a rozhodli se, že budou pálkovat. Myslím si, že to bude docela dobrý zápas, vyrovnaný, protože jsou to 2 týmy dole v tabulce, ale myslím si, že to je něco, na co se těšit. Takže užijte si to.
Děkuji, Matt. That was outstanding. And I know they're looking at maybe doing some Czech language commentary during the bronze final tomorrow. So maybe have a chat to Chris because, yeah, there will be an additional broadcast with Czech language commentary, and I'm recommending you straight away.
Yep, I could do that.
So are they the 2 languages you speak? Do you speak any
No,
others?
I can speak English,
Yep.
Czech,
Yep.
Lithuanian, because my mum's from Lithuania,
Okay.
and I can speak a bit of German as well.
Pretty impressive. I can tell you that's 3 more than I can speak
Is
fluently.
this a run-out chance?
Yeah, I think he just sneaks home, backs up a long way there. I've got to say, yeah, Ronnie is spot on in the chat. He's saying, Danny, you've got an old head on young shoulders. Best of your luck with your cricket, young man. And Helix saying, just be yourself. You know, what I noticed about the good players, and I was so lucky, I played a good level of cricket in Australia. I played with some international cricketers, a lot of first-class cricketers in my team. And what I noticed is they got the same enjoyment out of the game, whether it was a grade game, whether it was a first-class game or a T20 game or a test match. You know, they had the same approach just to enjoy it, and they had the same focus. So I learnt a lot of those guys. So I know that you're going to rub shoulders with some very good players, some really good coaches. And I honestly hope you just soak it all in like a sponge, just like you've soaked in 4 languages that you can speak very well, and enjoy it. It's quicker than you think. I mean, I remember when I was the young one in the team, the same sort of things you were just talking about. I was the young one in a team of guys a lot older when I first started playing senior cricket. As this is up and it's away, this should be 2, so it'll be 3 to win after that. But it comes around really quickly, and before you know it, you'll be a senior player. You'll probably have kids your age coming into the team, so just enjoy every minute.
Yeah.
And I think that, let's say in 30 or 40 years when I retire, I think you might have a spot here in the commentary box as well, Danny. Is that something you'd like to do one day?
Yeah, I know. If I can't become a professional cricketer, I'm already a bit of a qualified coach as well.
Is that right?
Yeah, I want to become either a coach, either a commentator, anything around cricket, just anything which I can do to just be professional in cricket.
That's great. That's great. Have that dream. Believe.
Yeah.
You know, believe, and I think anything's possible. And it's a bit of a cliche, but I think it's also very true. And you've got that belief. You know, I would say, always be confident, but never overconfident. That's some good advice I got as a kid. You know, and I think it's great how you've got that natural confidence that comes out on the field, and you'll never take a backward step. And I think I'm really looking forward to seeing you again. We'll be here in a year.
I got a good quote. It says, "It's nice to be important, but it's important to be nice."
100%. That's a great quote. Hey, before we go, because the scores are tied now, and it's a bit of a wrap for United. Anyone you want to say hello to? Obviously, your parents probably watching this.
My dad's probably watching.
Hello, Steve.
I'm not sure though. He might be. He was gonna take me here, but in the end, I took public transport. I don't know if he's watching. He's probably doing something with my sister. Yeah, he probably will.
He'll watch it back. All right, scores tied. This could be all over Red Rover. First ball of the night. Could be the last. Except, it's pretty close.
No appeal.
If he doesn't hit that, then I reckon it's out. Look at Charles Crouch. He's got a little cheeky grin. He's smiling because he would have given this out, but nobody appealed. That's how much they wanted to get out of there. Maybe a bit high, maybe not, but he decides no. That's all she wrote. It's leg bite, puts us over the line, and the final score is 99 off 8.1. United go above Barbarians. Barbarians scoring 98 off their 10 overs. Sets up a showdown in match number 56. And that is coming up in around about 30 minutes. And I'll give you the English version. This is my rundown of this. It's the last game for both you guys. So I suppose it's like your final. I mean, you both have 4 wins. And so that's coming up in around about half an hour. And good to see Danny O'Connor on the team sheet. And Naroop, he's a bit of a cult figure, actually. Nice to see Naroop back in the side. Henry Wood, how's he going? Because I know he hurt his leg. Ball just missed the pad before.
Yeah, I think Henry's doing all right now. It was a bit of a bang, got a nice mark there.
Yeah.
He was looking decent as well. He started to get his confidence back, hit a few shots. It's a shame, but he'll be back for the next match. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. All right, Danny, well, give us your thoughts on the highlights. United, they end up chasing this down with 10 wickets to spare.
I feel like United just kind of eased through it. They didn't take any risks because they knew they didn't have to. Because a lot of these teams, especially in the ECN, I think they get too intimidated by chasing. But I think United did the complete opposite. Very good composure from Bagel and Magare. And I congratulate Magare on their half century as well. But yeah, that's a good win for UCC, I think. Barbarians will be very disappointed with, I think, how they batted. And they could have put on a bigger total, and I think they could have given a bit more, like, with the ball as well. And fielding. Their fielding was a bit, yeah. But otherwise, congrats to UCC on winning. So.
Yeah, and I think you're spot on with all your analysis there. I think sometimes the chase can get the better of teams.
Yeah.
But yeah, this series has kind of bucked the trend a little bit. I know at the start of the day that 29-21, teams batting second versus teams batting first. Partly, I think it's the really batting-friendly conditions. I've never seen the field this fast, and I've been here for 3 years now. It's slowed down a little bit, but still obviously getting full value for your strokes.
I remember like a year ago when I was here last, when you hit one on the ground, it just stopped in the pitch.
Yeah,
it was incredible.
exactly.
It was like, and when I came here afternoon, I was like, is this really the same pitch? It's still quite a dodgy outfield, but I mean, it goes fast.
Hey, it'll teach you how to field well, though. I mean, fielding in England will be easy after this. But yeah, Magare with a half-century starts, 55 off 29 for him. Bagel with 35 off 20, and United. No dramas in the chase. They chase it down with 11 balls to spare as we have a look at the scorecard. Pretty easy peasy, really, for United. 55 off 29 for Magare. 2 6s and 7 4s in there. Bagel with a couple of good ones. Particularly early, I thought his stroke play was really nice. 35 off 20 for him. And, well, sometimes as a bowler, it just doesn't happen for you, Danny. And that's kind of the case with these Barbarians. Tried everything to break through. They tried 5 different bowlers. They just couldn't get the wicket that they needed.
Nope.
Having a look at the figures, and you had to pick a favourite, maybe Goyal. He only goes for 5 off his 7 balls.
I say Goyal or what's his name?
Not one that they want to look back on.
Murali Vandrezi bowled all right, but that Rohit Goyal was the main man, I think.
Well, I'm just going to say one more big thank you to my co-commentator, Danny O'Connor, for his great work. Now, the good news is I've got this swinger ball, and we have a little bit of time. So you're going to come out and bowl a few at me?
Yep.
Let's see if we can swing it. We are going to swing a little bit of a break. We'll be back for the next match. And there will be Vinarati taking on the Tigers. We'll get to see Danny out there, not in here. But plenty more action still to come today on ECN. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, with Doc, Danny O'Connor. And we'll see you shortly for more European Cricket Series.
Go on.
European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCN Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Prague. Great to have your company. It's day 11 here, the last day of round robin matches, and we're about to see two teams that are going to play their last match in the tournament right here, right now. Match 54, it's going to be Vinarati who are taking on the Prague Tigers. A little bit of time ago, we had Charles Croucher, the sheriff, with the two captains for the coin toss. Let's see what happened.
Tigers call. Heads is the call. And it's a head.
Where you going now? Bat first.
Tigers win the toss and bat first. Over to you, Vinny.
And so you see the news from the toss that the Tigers winning it and electing to bat. They've been the ultimate Jekyll and Hyde team, especially when batting first in the series. But here we go with the two teams. Prague Tigers, 4 wins, likewise Vinarati. And so, yeah, the youngster, Danny O'Connor, will get us started. Oh, he was just in the commentary box a moment ago. There's the general manager, GM Hasanat. We call him the general manager because of those initials. And he's out there with the captain, Amin Hussain, opening the batting. So let's get ready to rumble. Two teams, not too much success in the series. Let's see what they can do. I think waiting for the clock to tick over. Could be the first time ever we've been early. It gives us a chance to say hello to a few people in the chat. Hello to Dave. Hello to Luke. Always great to see you, Luke. Hopefully you're well. And hello to Helix. We've got Aon in the chat saying, go Tigers. It's almost time to go. Yeah, so 4-9 record, both these teams. And so I suppose whoever wins this, they'll finish higher on the ladder. So some bragging rights, although not quite enough to make the final 4. Unfortunately, 8 gets cut into 4 tomorrow. So almost ready to go. And I think we're ready to go. I'll tell you what I just heard the last comment before the first ball from O'Connor. And he's going to bowl to Amin Hussain. He gets the first ball swing in, but it's too full. And it's going to be knocked down the ground for 4. We know, though, O'Connor struggled a little bit by bowling too short earlier. I think this is an overcorrection. So he does get that natural in-swing, but easily dealt with by Amin Hussain, who gets 4. And the last thing I heard sounded like one of the Australian accents in the Vinarati side saying, come on, the team with the colour of blood. Yeah, they bleed maroon, Vinarati. Beautiful area, actually, Vinarati here in Prague. Well, this is in the air, it's into the gap. So Hussain off to the races with back-to-back boundaries. And yeah, that one shapes in, but a bit of width and pretty well-balanced shot. Slightly upish, but he didn't find the gap. That one raced away to the boundary. So I think Vinarati, they're just trying to enjoy themselves as well. They say no, O'Connor, don't know why he ate the pie so quick. Yeah, the pies did come. The pie man is in the side as well, Ashley McGlynn. Yeah, it's a good comeback from O'Connor. This one beats the inside edge of Amin Hussain. Yeah, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN on a Thursday. Danny Hudacek has been my commentary partner for this series, but he's off today. Getting a bit of R&R, but he'll be back tomorrow for finals day, and of course the internationals on the weekend coming up as well. This is a little bit agricultural from the skipper. He's played some nice looking shots. This wasn't really one of them. Main thing I got from that interview with Danny is just absolutely loves playing the game. He's got the bug. That's the most important thing. Then he fools him with a slower ball, and Hussain takes the bait. Like I said, this guy he's going to be something special. That might have been the back of the hand slower ball, and he locates it really well. Now he goes the short ball. Last ball of the over. Seems to be a bit of a habit. Fielder comes around. That's a pretty good hoof from Hasa, and I think he actually stops it. Yeah, I think this is fine. I'll check it out in the replay. Missed time pull shots. A bit of a surprise delivery from O'Connor. But yeah, I think that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. So maybe foot fielding is the future. Anyway, it'll be 2 in the book. And after 1 over, the score is 10 without loss. Looking at the bat versus ball wall and the expected scores. Maybe these are a bit more realistic for these two teams because Vinarati averaging 104 per 10 overs with the stick. Tigers 98. Not too much between the teams on the ladder, obviously. And now they're going to stick with Paris Tanwa bowling the second over with his off spin. Hussain continues to face. And he goes leg side, and he's going to get it away for 4. A pretty good shot. Hussain's been sent up the order. It's a little bit of a Swiss Army knife about where he puts himself. And ordinarily, I'd love to have the services of Sahadat Sagor. But yeah, with him unavailable due to, I think, some employment commitments, Hussain gives himself the nod at the top of the order. So, Tanwa, can he get it right? That's well bowled. That's where you want to be. Bachi just snatches that a little bit. Sneaks away from him for a bye. Maybe going to be upgraded to 4 byes. So that hurts. And this is just a classic case. Bachi feels he's got half a chance for stumping, so he's already going back to the stumps. But he forgets to take the ball with him. That's a thumb on it. But that's all. And Raval escorts it down to the fine leg boundary. A bit of a frustration there for Shobit. He batted through the 10 overs last game for Vinarati. Now, this is going to be yorked. And Tanwa fields it via the bat of the general manager, GM Hasanat. Ouch. But it's effective in the end. Back to the action. In fact, not quite ready. Well, the general manager using his bat for something because he hasn't needed it yet, hasn't faced a ball yet. Now the next one is turned around the corner. Now the first ball of the over, by the way, was a no ball. So I didn't pick that up at the time. So the first ball was a no ball. The free hit was actually missed. It went for 4 byes. This one bites away at Tanwa. He's done some dangerous looking things. Obviously it's his preference to bowl early. Probably likes the shine of the new ball. Maybe skids on, bounces a bit more. That was a good example. This is another ball which isn't quite really where Tanwa wants it. Hasa, man who was born in Czech Republic but grew up in Townsville, where he learned his cricket. Now back, and he's always a fun player to watch on the network. Last ball now for Tanwa in the second. In the air, simple catch, and it's gone. And it's Michael Lonsborough that takes it, and Hussain tries one trick too many, tries to muscle this over the offside ring. It just doesn't get the contact. You see the bat turn his hands, kind of slices it up in the air. And Michael, well, he's got the height. I called him the unluckiest man in cricket last time we saw him, but maybe his luck's turning because that will be the first wicket. And Tanwa breaks through. End of the second over. The score is 20 for 1. So it gives us a chance to look at the table. Now these two are basically fighting for the right to get off the bottom because as the Spartans, having said that, are playing Prague CC in the following match. And then the big one we're waiting for is match 56, United and Barbarians. They're 4th and 5th right now. The result of that match will determine who gets the 4th place in the final. Swings across the first one. There's O'Connor coming back for a second over. And you can see the general manager hasn't had too much to do so far. It's been joined by Imtejul Rayad, who'll do the keeping in this game. And this is hit hard and it's hit over the top. Maximo! Step into my office, says the general manager. He just throws the hands. There has been a little bit of a hint of swing for Danny in this game, but it's also kind of gone from the hand, I think. And so with that new ball, often that's the way it goes. You can start to predict it as a batter. What if we try something different here? He does. Thought he would. Clever bowler, though. Again, that's the back of the hand slow ball. This is the ball he bowls really well. Just watch. It comes over the top. And, yeah, to develop that at such a young age and to do it so accurately, I think it's a special talent. Now the next one keeps a bit low. A bit more of the stock ball this time, I think. So, like I said earlier, he's a guy that looks like he'd still be putting teeth under his pillow and waiting for the tooth fairy to drop him a few crowns. But on the cricket field, he says, yeah, I don't really want to be treated like a kid. I just want to be like any other player. He says, you know, I'm here on merit and I want to show what I can do. And so you got to really admire that attitude. And so, yeah, Danny. Obviously, he's have to balance a few commitments such as school and things like that, but I know that he just spent some time in the UK playing for about 8 weeks over there. He was my special guest commentator in the last game. I also did a bit of an interview with him where he got a special swinger ball to see if he could swing it. Yeah, swing a technique ball. Which, yeah, he was getting to do some pretty good things. Watch out for that on social media as well. Rayad gets a bat, keeps it out. End of the power play, so no wickets for Danny, but hey, he's pretty regular, like the sun coming up in the east. He just gives you 2 solid overs, none for 16, his figures. And at the end of the power play, the Prague Tigers are 27 for 1. So I suppose just pride to play for, but they're 2 proud clubs. Tigers much younger than Vinarati, but it's kind of their final, so they want to win their last game. Always feels good if you can win the last game, and if you haven't quite made it to the final stages. Now we know we're going to see a few different things from Vinarati, and it's going to be Michael Lonsborough that's going to bowl. I can't recall Michael bowling before an ECN, but let's see what he can do. Back in the side. We didn't see him this morning. Oh, well, gets a little top edge, but it's going to fly away. And there's almost another broken ankle, but that's Ash McGlynn, the pie man. Now, fun fact about Ash, he does make the pies at the Down Under, which is the Australian-themed bar that we get our food from when we're here at the ground. But as the pie man, he used to have the shirt number 3.14. Yep, that's him there. Lonsborough, right on the money so far. Now, cut away. More work for the pie man, Ash. Fumbles the ball that's dribbling towards him. That's okay, just a single. The general manager, he's had some very good knocks in this innings, in this tournament, hasn't he? He gets a bit leg side conscious here. Yeah, Lonsborough. New bowling hero. Vinarati just throwing the ball around a few different options. People are wondering why Joe Cope's not bowling. I asked him, he just looked at me and said, Vinny, it's not a bowling day. Anyway, this is a batting day if you're the general manager. He's out there to score some runs. There's Hoiks across the ball that's probably on the off stump. But gets plenty of it and gets the boundary. 4 carreras. Yes, I wonder who we'll see. Will we see Vojta Hassa again? Will we see the Pie Man, Ash McGlynn? We saw Michael back in 2020, back in the Czech Super Series, as I recall, playing for the Biancos. Can he get his first wicket though on ECN? Well, maybe, maybe not. And probably, maybe not, because this is another slog sweep. It's been fielded by the Yellow Jacket, Maximo. Kind of got the pace of it. He doesn't really care about the line. He's just playing it on length. And yeah, in the end, it was a comfortable 6 runs and takes us to the end of the over. Wasn't the worst over, really. 6 off 5, but doubled to 12 on the last ball. The score's 39 for 1 after 4. Oh, Vojta does get a bowl now. Very popular with his teammates, Vojta Hassa. Like I said, he's a guy born in the Czech Republic. He's grown up in Australia. Still has that very, very clear Australian accent. But what's he going to bowl here? I would assume he'd stick with a medium pace. He was working before. Now, that's how he's marking his run, because I don't think he's really got a run up. So I've just had the information given to me from one of his teammates. It'll be right arm fast. Fast for someone in his 40s, maybe. Now let's see. Here comes Vojta. Over number 5. Well, it's a thick edge. It's not going to carry down to the fielder. Oh, no. And Ash, he's let it go straight past him. We saw him fumble a ball that was barely moving in the last over, and I had my concerns then. And once again, well, the bottom falls out of the pie here, basically, and this is going to dribble across the line. And Vojta will not be happy, because I believe Vojta is also his employer. I tell you what, McGlynn, he might have to line up at the unemployment office on Monday morning the way things are going. Somehow, that goes for 4. Well, Vojta is after this himself. Then puts the kick past Bhatia. The thing about Vojta, if he's going to bowl fast, we should get him bowling from the actual pitch length and not bowling from like a metre behind the front line. Maybe Vojta thinks he's so fast that he can compensate for that, but I'm not so sure. Still, could take a wicket earlier, LBW, Vojta Hassa. Oh, but this one, attempted Yorker gone wrong, knee high full toss, helped around the corner. Quite the rocket at us. Yeah, just gets it a little bit wrong. Yeah, I mean, a lot of things I like about this action. Probably don't really like the result, though. Hangs up a little bit too long. Anyway, Vojta still playing with a smile on his face. I mean, when Danny was in here, I mean, very mature. Head on young shoulders. But he was saying, you know, we aren't here to have fun. We know we can't make the finals. We want to enjoy our cricket. Really, that's what it's all about. So you can understand them giving some opportunities to other players. It's a pretty good one from Vojta. Pick up and throw. Thinks about it, holds on to it. Couple to come then. Back down the ground. Hasn't been a bad over, really. That one knee-high full toss that was smacked away. Brings up the 50 for the Prague Tigers as well. Tigers up-and-coming club. Just received promotion in the domestic T20 here. Just kind of the competition now. The clubs grade themselves, because that does lead to ECL qualification. Just cut away into the gap. Oh, it's not a great effort from Adnan Mohammed, the captain, who sticks out the boot and goes straight over it. So Vojta, I think he might need to run a remedial fielding session after that over, because 2 boundaries get leaked in there. One was his fault, but 15 come off the 5th, and the score is 54 for 1. Pretty excited that we're 60 days to go now until the ECC. It's the Euros of Cricket. It's grown from 15 countries back in 2022 in the first edition, or 2021 I should say, to 21 last year, and now 31, including Czechia, who will compete in Group A. Spain, Isle of Man, as well as Greece are in that group. Also France in the group, so it should be really competitive. Some teams we know pretty well, and some we don't. All right, so Narup is getting a bowl in over number 6. Let's see how this goes. That's a pretty good start. Raval. Yeah, so Narup is a guy, he's a bit of an X factor to be honest. Does have 1 wicket. He took 1 wicket last year, I remember that, in his only over. Hits him outside the line, so this can't be out. But he does get a bit of natural in-swing, doesn't he? Now, Narup does have a wicket, but he does not have a run. Having said that, he hasn't been dismissed. His only time he batted, he scored 0 not out. Yeah, that's going to be a wide. It's like a charge that's quickly put in reverse. I think Shobit Bhatia was rushing towards the stumps as the keeper. Just missing as well. I'll take on the leg by and get it. That's good bowling though from Narup. This is good for your club, I think, to get everyone involved. I think they've got a lot of players that are kind of similar skill level, Viramati as well. Probably missed someone like a Fred Heidenreich this year. Yeah, he likes it, he's gone. So Narup gets a wicket. And Riyadh, he seems nonplussed about it. But Charles Croucher, the sheriff, gives him his marching orders. Narup gets outside the off stump. And he's totally out of control of that shot. But see, Bhatia, he starts moving for the stumping and then he realises there's a noise. And so says, hey, I think that's out. Charles Croucher agrees. Riyadh, I think, politely disagrees. But Narup, oh, it's his 2nd wicket in only his 2nd over on ECN. And sure, they're over a year apart. But he gets the breakthrough. And the score now is 57 for 2. Well taken by Bhatia behind the stumps. So Sajid Mia comes out to bat. And what a series he's had. He's been there, he's been there, he's been everywhere. Sometimes he's hot, sometimes he's not. First one, harmlessly goes by for a wide. I like the support for Raval here though. Another one that's going to be a wide. Just grabs a little bit of the tram line. And the sheriff was all over it. But hey, just think positive. It's another chance for Narup to take a wicket. This one's a full toss. Mia. Probably a sign that it's early in his innings. Just a bit careful with it. I think later on he'll try and whack that one out of the ground. Oh, this one gets very low. So Narup Raval, 1 for 5 in the over. I think he's earned a 2nd. And that will be the end of 6. Right now, Prague Tigers, they're 60 for 2. Look at the scorecard. A couple of new names there for Tigers. This is their last game, so again, giving a few opportunities around. Tajid Mia, though, he's pretty much played the whole series. This is a nice shot. It's going to be into the gap as well. And it's going to be 4. So that one breaks the shackles a little bit. Adam Muhammad, the captain, comes on to bowl over number 7. Now, hits it straight at the fielder and takes off. Sajib is going to have to change his mind and then change his mind again. Now, this would have been out at the other end. And they're 0 for 2 on the run-out opportunities there, Vinarati. This is a little French card, and that's going to get the general manager 4. Sometimes you can be good, but sometimes you can be lucky. I think that's what this is. Poor Adnan. Won't be too happy with the result. Yeah, obviously trying all these different options means some of the regular bowlers not getting a bowl. There's Joe Cope fielding it long on. See, we've seen him in the field, but he just said it's a non-bowling day today. I think he needs to give his body a bit of time to recover. He's just saying, yeah, it's a non-bowling day. So, all right, fair enough. Give some opportunities to some others. Joe isn't that old, but he is 33. Right, in the air, and he's going to come into play here, but it's straight over his head. Maximo! Yeah, nice shot. Takes on the fielder and wins. It was Cope, we just had on the screen a moment ago, but he just has to fetch that one. And Muhammad's over, becoming a little bit expensive. It's worth 16 now. Last ball of it coming up. And this is another ball that's like a replay of the earlier ball in the over. But it's fielded there by Henry Wood. It's good to see Henry back up and about after he took a bit of a nasty one on the leg earlier. But takes us to the end of the 7th over. And Prague Tigers now up 76 for 2. We mentioned the ECC groups and the fact that Czechia are in Group A. Now Greece, they're here this weekend, and Greece, they really impressed me when they played some ECIs in Bulgaria earlier. I think this will be a pretty good test. Cyprus are the 3rd team in the ECIs this weekend. They're in Group E, in a pretty interesting group. But yeah, what's the team we haven't talked about for a while? Well, I know Terry O'Connor, formerly of Czech cricket, is now working for Estonian cricket, and they're in Group C, which I find pretty interesting because you've got Italy, Denmark, and Sweden in there, which I think all have a shot. Out. He's gone straight to point there, and on Rip Raval, take a bow. He does get a second over straight away. And look at that, just little hint of shape in. Driven, hard, low, and taken. And it is the captain, Adnan Mohammed, that takes the catch. So Naroop, what's better than 1 wicket? 2 wickets. And he now has 2 for 5. As Ajar Alam comes to the crease to score 76 for 3. Ajar is a pretty good striker. He's a bowler who bats, really. Saying the Roop's been really accurate. Some hesitation, but they do get through for a run here. Ajar Alarm's off the mark. Want to say a quick hello to Rob Lever. Hopefully you're well. Yeah, Rob, watching from Romania, was playing for Transylvania in the ECS. Big shout out to him, all the crew at T5 Social as well. Well, this one he gets wrong. It's going to be a no ball off the pitch. And Shobert does pretty well to get down, stop it going for extras. As far as bounces off the pitch, this is a fairly friendly one for the keeper. But still, means there's a free hit coming up. He does hit it. Does he clear the man? Oh no, and it was a free hit too. So he had to throw it away. It's going to be 6. Maximo. Oh, this is the one time you don't even have to get funky and you just bat it back into play. And Michael went for glory in the highlight. Maybe if you play this with no sound, it looks great. But just you have to pause it before he runs over the line. Good catch, bad result. 6 runs. the power of the free hit. I think they sneak through for a single this time. Yeah, Venerati haven't had too much luck with the boundary rope, to be honest. Yeah, this is an interesting one, Barchi. I think he drops the ball. Oh, super interesting. Because what hits the stumps first? I don't know. I feel like benefit of the doubt there because he kind of hits the stumps the same time the ball hits the stumps, but he doesn't ground his bat. So I'm scared. So here's the issue, right? They're trying to isolate what breaks the stumps. There should be one there. Oh. I mean, the ball looks headed for the stumps before the gloves, but are the bails removed because the gloves hit the stumps? So I think that's one where I'd probably give it not out. But I wouldn't be surprised if they pull the trigger, and if they do, Ajar's only got himself to blame. But I think if you want to talk what removes the bails, even though the ball hits the stump first, he then, almost the same, he smashes it with his gloves. And so I think that's going to be not out. But a real tight one. Great work by our crew at Spring Production. And I think the officials, to be fair, they get that right as well. There's nothing conclusive about that. Oh, now he knocks him over, and it's 3 for Narup. He says, don't worry about running him out. I'm going to bowl him out. As alarm. He doesn't last too much longer. Narup has 3. Carnage at Vinoj. I know Danny Hudacek will be watching, and he's a big fan of Narup. Because he's a guy, he'll do whatever's asked of him. Often not much is asked of him at this level. He's come on, he's bowled pretty accurately. Okay, 1 or 2 have gotten away. But yeah, Narup with 3 wickets in the ECS. In a spell, 3 for 14. And he still has 1 ball remaining. Last ball then. And it's Razu Ahmed who's going to bowl it. Can Narup get 4? Last chance. Oh, so close. So close. And Narup Raval take a bow. 3 for 14 of his 2 overs. Okay, yeah, misses by a bit. But if that was straighter, looking at that shot, every chance. He might have castled him. As we get to the end of the over, Tigers 85 for 4. But 3 of those wickets to Narup Raval. Just 2 overs remaining then. So, 9th over on the way, and Michael Londesborough is going to bowl it. Yes, they've really done their best to try and use as many options as possible. All right, up and in the air and out of the ground, Maximo. And you might see over there, the kids from the Cricketova Academia are here. And they've got some work throwing the ball back. And Lonsborough, I mean, it's probably just drifted in a little bit too far, and that's why he gets sent. There we go. Maybe we can try and bring in some of that action in a moment. But first, Michael, he's searching for his first wicket on ECN. Oh, I think that was nicked. But really, the keeper can't do much about this. It's a big nick. It deflects. We'll try and see it on the replay. You can see the nick doesn't look like much on TV, but yeah, so you can't really do too much about that if you're the keeper. You're kind of just hoping that it can either stick to your gloves, even though it might not be in the middle, or kind of hit your body and pop up and give you a second opportunity. Sajib Mia has been a bit of a shining light through the second half of this innings. 25 off 10. Make that 25 off 11. Londesborough, though, it's a long time between drinks when the ECN rolls into town, and he would love to get a wicket. Well, he might get one here. Oh, but don't think they read it. They're going to come back for 2, and they're going to get it fairly easily. As Tunwa comes in and just stumbles as he fields it. That was a miss hit. All right, well, time for more. And this is another one in the slot that's going to disappear. Abracadabra, Maximo. Well, there's some free fielding practice going on that second ground at the moment. A few balls heading in that direction. Batter steps across, so Jamia sends it miles over the boundary. Brings up the 100 as well for the Prague Tigers. Still 7 balls remaining. Yeah, this one's top edge, hanging in the air a long time. How far is it going? It's going 1 bounce 4. And yeah, just noticing that Venki is back in the lineup. And I know that he's been bothered by a fractured wrist, so I don't think he'll be doing anything unnecessary. And he obviously not going to put in a big dive or anything there. So yeah, just having a look at that. It's the end of the 9th over. It's 104 for 4. Having a look at this, got to say, Cricket Over Academia, Česká republika. And there's Chris Pearce umpiring, and there's a lot of great work happening over there. And yeah, I really love the effort and the care and the expertise that's going into training so many Czech kids, getting them into cricket. So isn't that awesome? All right, in the air. This feels like it's a miss hit. Cope is after it. He won't quite get there. We'll keep it to 1. Mohammed likes to hustle through his overs. There's a swing and a miss. But isn't it great? Just speaking to Danny O'Connor, of course, one of the youngest players we've ever seen play in the European Cricket Series, having a lot of success. You know, the way he's so enthusiastic about the game. You can feel the enthusiasm when you go over to the other ground as well. All right, in the air. And once again, they don't really read it off the bat. Now they're going to come for 2. Shouldn't be 2, but the throw spikes and doesn't give Adnan a chance. So that's clever running. I think Mia knows he wants 2 at all costs here to get back on strike. Tigers drag themselves up to 107. There's been a lot of scores around here, around the 100 to 125. All right, have another go. Miles in the air. Again, not going to carry. Coming back for 2 again. Got to go keeper's end. They can't get there. Once again, Sajid Mia will get 2 runs. Wide, pretty close one. Yeah, tight. Maybe got a little bit of the line on the way through. All right, this is hit. It's knocked down the infield. I don't think there's a way he can get 2 here, as long as it's taken by Barcher, and it is. So 1-1-1 with the ball remaining. So, Vinarati, question where the runs will come from. I'd love to see Haasa back at the top of the order. Maybe throw Joe Cope out there. And this will be gone. And the only question is if it's stumped or run out. Okay, well, we know it's out. Is he trying to run? It's a weird one because he kind of shapes to run and then realizes immediately he's not going to be able to do it. So that's one that you could have an opinion either way if he stumped to run out. But regardless, it's going to be no run off the last ball. And at the end of the innings, Prague Tigers, they are 111 for 5. Let's roll the highlights. As we saw the Tigers win the toss and elect to bat. Both these teams in their last match of their ECS campaign, fighting for position really. O'Connor did get the ball to move a little bit. but yeah, wasn't able to make a breakthrough. Having said that, didn't go for too many either. The Tigers, the odd one getting away. That was a no ball called, and it must have been for a foot infraction. That's all I can think. This was a 4 buys. That would be a bit of a pain. Narup was frustrated then, but he did have some good moments down the stretch. Paris Tanwa again opening the bowling, and Michael Lonsborough taking a nice catch, just backing back a little bit at cover. And then we saw Michael with the ball for the first time on the European Cricket Network. Went didn't bowl too badly. Just wasn't really able to find that breakthrough. Hassa was the same. There are a few here that maybe you'd like to see a bit more of an effort to keep those in the infield. But it was Narup Raval that came out and then went absolutely crazy. He went un, dos, tres, starting with the court behind. And he wasn't done yet. Barchat behind the stumps. I wonder if we'll see him opening again. Batted through the 10 overs last time. Adnan Mohammed at the other end. Wasn't really able to find the breakthrough. Then Narup had 2. As it was the captain that held on at point. Meanwhile, Sajid Mia just set about trying to get them on the right course. This was a free hit, which Lonsborough takes the catch, maybe not realising the catch didn't matter. Fell over the line, 10-6. This is kind of a weird one that the ball hit the stumps, but so did the gloves, and I think the right decision's made there. Narup wasn't done yet, though. Number 3 on his back, and he gets 3. What a great moment for Narup Raval in the European Cricket Series. Hajar was the next ball after that really tight run-out call. But Mia, he wasn't finished yet as he set about trying to raise this score to something acceptable. And I suppose he does that in the end with 42 off 18. Venki back in the lineup, but I think he's just making up the numbers, to be honest. Still nursing that wrist injury. And the Tigers, they'll finish 111 for 5. So Jim Mia had a good series, I think, for the most part. I know he's had a few down moments, but he's been so exciting to watch. 42 off 18 for him. Apart from that, the general manager, GM Hasanat, with 33 off 20. And Amin Hussain hit a couple of nice shots in his 14 before he became the first wicket to fall. The 1-1-1 for 5. 12 extras in that total, so maybe a shade too many, but still. Minarati have kind of struggled in this kind of a chase, haven't they? 3 for 14. Narup Raval was brilliant with the ball. Paris Tanwa, just the one over in the end. He was the man that got the other wicket. And just for all of you scoring at home, the last wicket was given out, run out, because he was kind of looking to run, even though he was probably out before he took a serious step. We'll take a break and we'll be back in around about 8 minutes with the chase, and it'll be 1-1-2. Vinarati is there to finish with a win. Otherwise, the Tigers will go out smiling. Finish out of here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're having a great day. Back with more after this. You're watching ECN, and this is the European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCN Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Prague. As we are halfway through the final match for these two teams, Vinorati and the Prague Tigers doing battle in match number 54. New so far, Prague Tigers winning the toss, electing to bat. They put on 111 for 5 off their 10 overs. So now Vinorati are going to embark on this chase of 112. And just let's see how close they can get, because it's not going to be an easy chase, even though it's slightly below par if you look at the numbers. But Vinorati, they've kind of struggled with the stick, struggled to get enough guys going in the one innings. So Wojciech is out there, and I think it's a very, very good move. Kind of shuffling their aces to the top of the deck here with Hassa and Adam Mohammed, the captain, out there. Now, Venki Margasheim is in the lineup, but yeah, don't think he'll bat unless absolutely necessary, because he's nursing that quite serious wrist injury. So, she'll be Hajar Alam to bowl. Because his one bowler has really impressed me during this series, just off a short run, but generates significant pace. And we're off. Vinorati need 112 for the win. Hassa just angles the first one away. He won't get a run. Doesn't like to waste too much time, and I think Hassa is ideal to have in the power play. Vinorati, they know how much they've struggled in the second innings, or the second half of innings. So ideally, they're trying to get ahead here. Something like 60 in the first half, 60 in the first 5. Right, great shot by Wojciech. He just muscles this. Kind of stand and deliver, doesn't really press forward. Just lets his weight go back, and there's a bit of Steve Waugh in that shot. Wojciech gets the first boundary of the contest. Yeah, this is the middle game today. We'll have Prague CC take on the Spartans in the 4th game coming up. Now watch as this go harmlessly down the leg side. And Wojciech was born here in Czechia. He's got a bit of a milestone coming up, because in a couple of months he will turn 40. Well, happy 40th in advance, Wojciech. Next time we see you on the ECN, no doubt you'll have hit the milestone. Similar kind of shot, and it's not a great attempt to field it. I'll just get one. That's kind of a miracle from the Tigers that it's only one, but not wanting to take a risk. And we'll give us a look at Adnan Mohammed. This is pretty well, but straight at the fielder, so they're spooked out of the run. I'll say a quick hello to everyone who's in the live chat as well. ECN European Cricket Network. Hopefully you're enjoying yourselves. We're enjoying our day here at the cricket. It's kind of no pressure. In a way, a couple of games here. Teams can go out, try and enjoy themselves, try and get the win. Oh, this one's going to go under the keeper. This squares the one away from the first innings, so this will be 4 byes. Keepers have struggled with the odd ball keeping down. You see this landing area for the second bounce is pretty difficult to read. That's Imtejul Riyad behind the stops in this game, unfortunately. Can't make the stop. Good on the leg side, but no, he's slow to take off. This hits, he was gone by a mile, but not only is it not out, they'll get a bonus run as it ends up all the way back towards the boundary. So 1 leg by becomes 2 to finish the over. And Vinos do get what they need off the first. They end up 12 without loss after 1. And you see, he just was a bit worried with the LBW appeal and didn't realise that His partner had taken off for the run. 36 matches since the golden ball. Will we have another one before we leave Czechia? Maybe. Still got some opportunities. We've got obviously this match and 2 more tonight. We've got 4 matches on Finals Friday tomorrow. And then 9 internationals over the weekend. Hello to Niraj Mishra. Niraj, how are you? Great that you're joining us in the chat. And hello to Craig Hampson as well. He loved that first shot from Vojta, saying, "Shot Vojts." Yeah, Craig loves his cricket here in Czechia. What do you think about the national team and what their chances against Cyprus and Greece on the weekend? That's going to be really exciting as well. Czech Cricket Bonanza as well. Check it out. Edged and dropped. There's a genuine edge. And it's going to get him 4. Well, sometimes 2 wrongs make a right, but really 2 wrongs make a disaster here for the Tigers. It's just a genuine edge. Keeper wrong-footed a little bit, gets a thumb on it, goes down. It's straight under the 3rd man. And, yeah, file that one under you for unfortunate for Tigers fans. Vojta won't mind, he gets a boundary. If you can't be good, be lucky. That is lucky for Vojta. He's dropped on 5. Now he's on 9. Now gets a short ball that he should put away, and he does. And that one disappears away past Scott Page bench. Too short, dragged down in towards the body. Just got to get your hands out front. He does. This is probably a genuine jinx, but Vojta, to my knowledge anyway, hasn't got a half century on the network. I know it's early. I'm going to track down his highest score. Highest score's 43, which was in this series actually, against the Tigers. Very optimistic appeal. That'll sneak through. A little bit of bat in that, says Charles Croucher. So Harsap will get 1. Bowler here, Ibrahim Mia. So yeah, getting a look at him. Oh no, this is going to be another disaster. The keeper dives down the leg side, can't get more than a little bit of leather on it. And the classic Minimo effort. Almost Maximo runs. Yeah, that's not an easy one for the keeper. 5 bonus runs to Vinos. Yeah, Ibrahim, he's on ECN debut. So, I mean, he's under pressure as well. Niraj, just asking how I'm doing, and yeah, I am going really well. Hopefully the weather holds. There's some concerns that there might be a shower sweep through. Hopefully it misses us. Certainly wouldn't want to ruin the last game, which will decide who grabs that 4th place. Uh-oh, that's short, and that's asking for trouble, and that's exactly what he's going to get. Now, no one really knows. Yeah, I think it's been called 6 now. Maximo. Short, angle down the leg side. Adnan Muhammad, this time it's his turn. And that one was absolutely crunched. Let's check it out. Oh yeah, that's easily 6. In fact, you can go get that one from near the car park. And Vinarati off to a flying start. Starts haven't been the problem, like I said. Problem has been sustaining the pace. They've had some epic collapses in this series. Better ball, but he reaches, and he could have got a wide. Instead, he'll get a boundary. So Adnan takes a little bit of a risk here, plays away from his body, throws the hands at it. Check it out, the replay, thanks to Spring Productions. This is heading for the tram line, but not satisfied. He says, I want more, I want 4. Vinarati up to 36 and still in the 2nd over. Yeah, Craig in the chat saying in Vojta's first ever game in Czechia, he rocked in and hit a half century on the old Flick surface as well. Well, that is going back. Thanks, Craig, for that input. Now, this is a pretty nicely executed cut shot. Just knocks it down, but it finds the fielder. And that over goes magical for Vinarati. 24 come off it, and the score is 36 without loss after 2. So you can see these 2 teams on 4 wins apiece. Down at the the reverse top of the ladder at the moment. But having said that, considering every team has won at least 4 games in this tournament, you know, I think it shows it's been pretty even. We said from the get-go as well that Prague CC on a cut above in the group stage, but everybody else, anyone can beat each other. Not often you see the bottom team winning 4 games, which will be the situation here. The bottom team will have won at least 4 games. Major Alarm is going to get over number 3. So he's going to come back. Only 6 came off his first over. Oh, this is very close to taking out the stumps of void to Hassa. Hassa last over the power play for him. That's probably on his mind. Straight down the ground, and this will be a big chase for long on, and he does not get there. The ball ends up hitting the rope. I think Sajid did pretty well to get as close as he did, but he didn't want to get off his feet. He wanted to use his feet. Okay, pretty big gap to a traditional long on. Number 3, Mia, he just crept around. I think, yeah, he gets to it, but then you can see, yeah, into the rope. 4 runs. Does a bit, caught it wide. This one went late, so I was wondering if you might have snuck this in. It's probably fine, but umpire's got to make a lot of calls. Probably one he would have had back if he saw the replay. All right, doesn't get this. Yeah, it's looped in the air, but yeah, there's the luck factor. I mean, Hassa, he got dropped on 5 by the keeper. That went to the boundary. This is a shot that he's not in control of, and I think partly this is the fact that the power play is coming to an end. So, you know, he's thinking, I really do want to go over the top here, and that one got big on him. So they want to be 33 off 3 overs to be with the pace. I kind of mentioned they probably want to get a few ahead, considering how things have fallen away in the second half of games for Vinarati. Push and run. I'll just get a single here, so Adam Muhammad playing his part as well. A lot of noise from both sides at the moment. Last opportunity for them to score points in this series. Edged and gone. And Hassa's luck runs out. What a catch that is from Ibrahim Mia. So he had a bit of a rough time, and to be honest, he might have had Hassa off the first ball he bowled, but this is just thick outside edges. It's deflected away, and it's goalkeeper style from Ibrahim. What a catch. Yeah, Hassa, unfortunately, gets off to a good start, but it's only a start. Vinarati lose their first wicket. It's 42 for 1. Fantastic catch by Ibrahim Mia. I like the way he kind of goes fingers pointing outwards. It's a slightly unusual way to do it, but can be effective. Well, look who we're seeing at number 3. It's Danny O'Connor getting the opportunity. Now, he did whack a big 6 in the last game. Let's see how he goes. Oh, he plays around the first one. That's still, yeah, pretty good spell from Ajar Alam. He's had a brilliant series. That might be the last we see him with the ball, but have a look at that ball. Hit the seam and go away. Danny's a bit lucky to survive. Does take us to the end of the 3rd over, end of the power play. And Vinarati, 43 for 1. Yeah, here's the table. So, yeah, these two are basically fighting to get off the bottom. But the real interesting match will be the last match of the day. United versus Barbarians. Top 4 make the finals, bottom 4 miss out. And you can see there that United, by winning against Barbarians earlier, they went 1 point ahead of them. And now, basically, whoever wins that last game is going to go through. Now, if it's a washout, there's a bit of rain forecast, but it's slight. But if it was a washout, if there was no result, United would hold on by that single point. So Jimia is going to bowl over number 4. Just checking his run-up. All seems to be in order. Here we go with over number 4. Oh, what a shot by Adnan Mohammed. Again, it's a ball. It's probably on the tramline. It's probably going to be a wide, but he goes after it and gets plenty on it. Just look how he's able to get that foot across. Pretty much as he hits the ball or just after, it gets closer to it. Fantastic batting. But yeah, this has been the problem for Vinos. Who can stick around and see it through? Oh, top edge and gone. Well, it had to be off the bat, you'd imagine. It's just gone so high and he's not wearing a helmet. So, yeah, we'll check it out. It might have flicked his cap on the way up. But, yeah, for me, it seemed like a big top edge. I think he's trying to say, look, he hit my hat. So is that still out? Let's have a look. Big top edge. I think it does hit his hat. But let's just say I'm happy it's his hat and not his head. So I think Adnan is hoping for some sort of rule where it's not out because it hits his cap, but it's still out. But the real blessing there in disguise is that could have easily hit him in the head. He hit into something that was literally on his head. And yeah, I think sooner or later we're going to see mandatory helmets for that exact situation. Because that could have done him a lot of damage. He should be happy he just loses his wicket and he doesn't lose some time in hospital. As we get ready now. New batter out there is Michael Lonsborough. Well, Michael could use some runs, or a run. Yeah, kick one away. They're all clapping, but here's the bad news. Charles Crouch is going to turn into Charles Groucher. And a leg by signalled, but I think they're happy that he survived the first ball. So he's coming off a king pair, that's why. So he survives the first ball. They're cheering that he survives. But Michael, I think he's actually a pretty decent bat from what I remember seeing him back in 2020. It's a wide. Danny O'Connor. It's a long way across here. It doesn't come back that much. So Jamia, pretty handy bowler. And Michael has a top score of 14 back in 2020 in ECN cricket, but that was different conditions back then as well, to be fair. Another one down leg side. Probably could have gotten an extra one, but they decide against it in the end. Yeah, Lonsborough is 45 years of age. He's batting with a partner who's 31 years his junior. Danny, who's on strike. He's just got all the mannerisms. Rides the bounce on this one. Cramped for room a little bit. So change of ankle doing the trick for Sajid Mia. Down the leg side. Called wide. And yeah, despite the round the wicket angle, still losing it. All right, goes after this, but he might have found trouble. Ajur Alam comes round to his right and he drops it. So Doc gets the break. Dropped on 0. he made a late decision to go through with his shot. I mean, he did hit one down the ground earlier for 6. But you could see, never really committed to it, just skied it. Super lucky to get away with that. Lonsborough probably mortgage his house for a run right now. And he'll get 1. In fact, he won't just get 1, he'll get 4. So Lonsborough's off the mark in 2023. Cuatro carreras. Here's to many more. Nice shot, fairly straight. Counteracts that angle across and just that big front foot down the pitch and escorts the ball towards the sight screen. Vinarati, 56 for 2 at the end of 4. Dave's got a question, what food do the Aussies eat on tour in England? I think nowadays you can have there's about 5 or 6 people that are in charge of what the players eat. So I think it's pretty closely managed. I think the players would get a bit of a say. I know that Peter Siddle, former Australian fast bowler, he was into eating a whole bunch of bananas or something in a day. I don't know if that was a true story, just one that went around. And Wayne's exactly right. Warner used to take his own can of baked beans or tin spaghetti on tour. Yep. I believe that is true, Wayne. Food chat with Warnie might have been a bit boring then. Pizza, I think, featured pretty heavily. Here's the general manager in over number 5. Danny keeps this one out. Yeah, I mean, still young, and so his first instinct's probably to protect his wicket, which is probably true. Happy to kind of work his way into his innings. That is the way we're all taught, I think. You wonder if the next generation, though, will be taught slightly differently. Will they be encouraged to take a few more risks, given the prevalence of more and more short-term cricket, short-form cricket? The general manager, he's been quite a fun player to watch in this series. In fact, both these sides, they got a lot of characters. That, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing them again in 2024 when we come back to Czechia for an ECS. And they played the game the right way. This is a low full toss. Just dipped a bit at the last moment. Con will get 1. A little bit short, and this is lifted up and out of here. Maximo! Well, Lonsborough takes out the long handle. This was asking for trouble. The general manager lays down the challenge, and it was taken up by the batter. Nice shot. Gets the rate down to about 9 and over required. And that ball will take some fetching. All right, 11 off 4. What a start this is. Bit wide. Not taken behind the stumps by Riyad. He's had his work cut out for him so far in his first 5 overs behind the stumps. Oh, this one is called again. I like having a look at this one. It didn't seem as wide. Oh, and then Mark plays all around this one. So end of the 5th over. I said they want 60 or so in the first 5. Well, they get 67. Score 67 for 2. This is what's coming up tonight. And yeah, we're not too far away from a start there. It's still about 4 hours, I suppose. But Corey's probably hitting the books right now. Marlow taking on the Coimbra Knights in night 10 of Portugal. And that's going to wrap up quicker than you think. And there's just tonight's matches, then Friday, which is tomorrow. We've got 2, Saturday and Sunday, 3 matches each. And then Monday night is finals night in Portugal. Join Corey Ruckers for the doubleheader tonight between Marlow and the Knights, starting 4:30 p.m. GMT, which is 6:30 in Central Europe, and it's 10 p.m. in India. Amin Hussain is going to bowl over number 6. Hasn't bowled yet. And Connor right now, happy to say, all right, there's one. Just not going to eat a dot ball. I'm going to hand it over to you, Michael. It's one of the great things about cricket. You can have all ages in your team, all backgrounds. That's something we spoke about earlier, particularly with the Vinarati side. It's a bit of a melting pot culturally. But you're all bonded with that common goal to succeed as a team. You see that with the Tigers as well. Obviously a really close-knit bunch. Love being out there. They've improved so much in the last couple of years. Nice looking shot, but could be trouble if he hits. Oh, this is close. I got a feeling he might be struggling here. It was a really good take from Amin Hussain. It was a good dive from Lonsborough, but I just wonder if it was enough and if it was in time. Let's check it out. Grabs the ball, and he is gone. Yeah, just out. Charles Crouch in good position. But, yeah, got a feel for Michael there. He put in such great effort, but the fielding was just a bit too slick. And it was Sajid Mia back to Amin Hussain as Lonsborough. Oh, unfortunately for him, he's going to be run out just 89 short of 100. But, well, despite that, he does move his team along a bit. Didn't waste too much time. 11 off 6, his final numbers. But, yeah, he'll be a bit upset to get out like that because he hit some nice shots. But that's the game, I guess. As he departs at 67 for 3. I'm pretty sure it was his idea to go for the run. Went on the hit and thought, okay, you're going to have to pull out a pretty good piece of fielding to get me. But they did. Joe Cope, the new batter, but he's not facing because Danny O'Connor is on strike. Joe having a non-bowling day. I think his own decision. O'Connor doesn't get this one away. He's brought the fielder in a little bit. They know that he's just prodding at the moment. In the game with the balance in. Danny, when he was with me in the commentary box, he was saying it's a great experience just to experience pressure and to play so much cricket as well. Vinarati into game 14. Now, is it pretty much at point? Joe Cope's going to have to hustle through. So just a sort of slight technical issue, but hey, gives me a chance to have a look at what's happening in the chat. And hello to Wayne, always great to see you. And yeah, I don't know about this Siddle Bananas thing, if it's just kind of a tall tale and exaggerated, or whether he's eating as many as he apparently was. Maybe one day I'll get to ask him myself. Cope. He's going to get off the mark, and he should get 2 here. He will. So, yeah, their score's on the bottom. Will be adjusted in a second. But it should be the end of the over. And at the end of 6, the score is 71 for 3. I think you'll find... I think on that scorecard, they forgot to change ends on the run out. So I think Danny O'Connor is probably up to 5. And Joe Cope's on 2. I think those are the only 2 runs he scored so far. Off the the only ball he's faced. There we go. And just like that. Wow, good nature watch. Well done, Spring Productions. All right, so GM Hazelnut's back. That's pretty well bowled. Good keeping as well. Like the way he got his whole body across there. O'Connor looking to nudge more than anything. 10 and over required now. And Cope is a good hitter of the ball. We've seen that before. A lot of people asking why Cope not bowling today, but I think he just thought, look, we're already out of the finals. I'm going to give my body a rest, and there's other guys that would kill for a bowl, so let them have an opportunity. This is a gift, but pretty much goes straight through the hands of the fielder. And that's going to be for Robiel Islam in the position. He probably couldn't believe that he was in with a shot at this. But you can see there, he's running away to his right. And in the end, it's a yellow jacket that does the fielding. Joe Cope cashes in the present and moves to 6. Oh no, he's chopped on. Just lost his shape and lost his head there. Joe Cope. He saw him lift his head as the little inside edge went back onto the stumps. Check it out here in the replay. Probably wasn't the one to go after. Probably feeling the sting, a little bit of pressure to keep producing the boundaries. As the general manager does it again. His first wicket of this match, match 54. And Virardi, same old story really. Good start, but then losing their way through the second half. And right now they're 78 for 4. Here comes the pie man though, Ash McGlynn to bowl, to bat I should say. 2 to come in the 7th, so just 20 balls remaining in this game. 34 runs required. Let's see what Ash has got in the locker. Well, he has 2 scores, and at least he's consistent. He scored 1 in both innings. And he'll get at least 1 here, maybe more. He's handled in the end out there on the boundary. Dave said he's struggling with the internet today. Well, that's the way it goes sometimes, Dave, if you can hear me. And Connor just flirting with this one. It'll be the end of the over. And Virardi pretty much on the pace now. They've been pegged back a bit in the last couple of overs. 79 for 4 after 7. This is what's coming up next. And we've got Prague CC on the field. Dan Casey, Dan Zilla is in the side for Prague CC. They've got Aditya Kadiwala behind the stumps as well. So he's a really handy pickup. Who else you got in there? No beast for them today, but they do have Naeem Lala in the side. So still a very strong top 4. Prague Spartans, their last game. I think they're giving a few guys a go as well. Neeraj Jaggi is going to lead them. Kranti Venkateswamy not in the lineup. There's a chance he might join me in the commentary box a little bit later. So stay tuned for that game. It's starting in about 35 minutes time right here on the European Cricket Network. All right. Kind of need a big over here. Going at 11 exactly, so they're on the pace. Let's see if they can stay with the pace. They want to be kind of 88 to 90 after this over. That's going to help. It's a run for free. So Jamia comes back into the attack for over number 8. This one bites back quite a lot towards McGlynn. You can only get it back to the bowler. Yes, so there's Ash kind of backing away a little bit, and the ball followed him. Once you see that movement, maybe he can get away to leg side, but you won't get that away to leg side. That'll be another wide. So he's got to break it down into smaller chunks. You need 33 or so in 3 overs. So yeah, I'd love to be about 90 after this over. Another wide, that helps. And these are bonus runs at the moment. Mia can't quite control the swing. Yeah, Craig saying he hopes Dan gets a bowl next game. Yeah, Dan Zilla did a bit of commentary with me earlier in the tournament. He'll be out there. Nice shot straight down the ground. Pretty well placed. And in fact, it's very well placed and ends up going to the boundary. Matro Carreras threads the needle. Check this out. McGlynn, he goes straight. And the Pie Man finds the filling between the two layers of pastry there. And he has his first boundary in ECS cricket. Another wide. Oh boy. That's the fourth wide in the over. We've only had 2 legal balls. Not really seeming like they're in a lot of trouble as far as the clock goes, because a lot of these guys have had fairly short run-ups. All right, goes for it again. Doesn't really time it. And so they're creeping up at the moment. Anybody's game this, really. 86 for 4. Yeah, better shot. This is an attacking shot. It's going to set a long chase. Will be a successful chase as Adrian boots tops it. And then just a bit of a missed throw here. Adrian has the look of a guy that's bowled 14 games in a row, to be honest. Another wide. Left-hander throws him this time. Going to see what happened with this throw. Didn't seem to go very far. Oh, yeah. Just lost the handle on it. All right, takes it on again. This time out to deep square, but with a fumble. They think of 2, but they decide against it. Yeah, running the first one hard, super important. Because then if it is fumbled, you're in position to take the second. If you only jog the first one, then you can easily run yourself out trying a second in that situation. Last ball of the over, and they were at 90. That's what we said. Big swing and a miss to finish. Mia finishes with figures of 1 for 25, and Vinarati a 90 for 4 after 8. We said get to 90 after that over. They have. Next target, probably 100. 101 or so. 101 is the 11 they need off this over, then 11 off the last. So yeah, little targets. Helps to get that boundary in the over. Without the boundary, it's pretty tough. Have a look at the Worms. Well, the Worms might have gone to sleep in this game. But I can tell you, they are pretty much on the rate. They're pretty much on the red line, 11 and over or so. Yeah, James, watch from Estonia, saying he's been in rewind, but what an impressive lad that Doc is, Danny O'Connor. Yeah, sure is. Now we're seeing him in a pressure situation with the bat. He's got a different sort of a role. He's essentially just trying to make sure there's no dot balls when he's facing. 22 required off the last 2 overs, and it's going to be Mohamed Rubat Mia to bowl over number 9. He gets the first one very wrong. It's actually pretty well done by Rad back there to make sure it doesn't go for extras. See, obviously, Tiger's throwing the ball around as well. The team's trying to finish with a win. Short, cut away. Will get handled, so it's just a single. McGlynn tried to muscle a few down the ground. He hasn't got one boundary in that area. We'd also like to see him maybe get inside one and smack one leg side. You got a guy who's already shown his bowl's a bit short. Like this. You can see the body wasn't quite there for it. You can see the line of this ball and where Ash is. His body's slightly. See that back foot away? So if he just got back and across, he probably slams that through the leg side. Still a run. That's okay. 19 off 10. Pitched up. And in the end, they don't take a run. That's a good comeback by Mohamed Rubat Mia. That is a dot ball. Big gaps on the leg side. Just 4 fielders on the leg side. I think Danny O'Connor needs to look that way. Needs to try and find a boundary somewhere here. Misses out. Keeper misses it. So they'll get 1 for none. Or 1 for nothing. So 18 off 8. I think they've got to find 3 boundaries in the rest of this innings if they're going to do this. Where are they going to come from? Yep, well, that's the shot I was saying he should be playing. It goes out towards deep mid-wicket. They won't take on a second. I think they would have gotten there, you know, if they'd gone straight away. They elect not to, so 17 off 7. So we talked about 101 after this over to be on target. They're not that, unless we get a Maximo here from Danny O. Oh, he gets funky. He's going to get 4 here. No, he won't. There's a fielder there. The umpire was in the way. Well, I thought that was a brilliant shot. I still do. I thought he was going to get a boundary, but there was a fielder. I thought, what a brilliant shot with no fielder there. Just gets it away from the keeper. But guess what? There's a fielder right there that I missed. Anyway, it is the end of the over, and a fantastic over in the end from Mohamed Rubat Mia. Only 5 come off that, and it's 96 for 4 after 9. Now it looks like it'll be the captain coming back. Amin Hussain. 1 over left to go. One of these teams will finish with a win and climb off the bottom. Vinarati have it all to do. Vinarati, don't forget, they were finalists here in the ECS in 20 and 22. Right now, it's up, it's in the air, and it's dropped by Ajar Alam. And he just has a bit of the yips in the field at the moment. And you can see there his teammates saying, what's going on with you? Yeah, he's normally a really reliable fielder. Changes the strike though. So, McGlenn in the hot seat. Oh, steps and misses. Good location. This is just creeping away from Vinarati. Slowly but surely. 15 off 4 now. Boundary or bust now. Now, it's not going to go to the boundary. And I guess who? Ajar Alamni catches it. Well, they move him there to try and avoid him having that situation. But he's a ball magnet, Ajar Alam, and that time he takes it without a fuss. So the pie man, unfortunately, no dessert for him. Ajar says he thought it meant to be getting away from the ball, but Ash, well, he's enjoyed his cricket. He's enjoyed his series, hopefully. Great to see him on the park. Vinarati just stumbling towards the end, and that makes it 97 for 5. So Shobit Bhatia, he batted through the 10 overs earlier on. He tried a few other options at the top this time around. 3 balls left. You need 15. So you're kind of talking 6-4-4 to tie or better. All right. Shobit, I think he keeps the game alive. No, he doesn't. Well, these fielders in green, they're popping out of it everywhere at the moment. I lost him in the trees. But I think that'll pretty much do it. Even 2 6s now won't be enough unless we see an extra. All right, Danny, over to you. 2 to come. Oh, yeah. But guess what? He picked out that same fielder. I mean, these are great shots for the highlight reel, but I suppose with that field, the best you can hope for is 1, and there's a fair chance you might get out to it. But just showing he's got all the tricks. The modern player. 1 hand, 1 bounce rules. All right, Shobit. Last ball of the series for both these 2 teams. Vinarati on 99. And this is in the air. Fielder comes around. He won't get there. They'll get run number 100, and I think they'll get run number 101. So in the end, just 10 runs separate these teams, but it was the same old story for Vinorati, who have a promising start in the chase, but they just can't sustain it through the 10 overs. And in the end, the game is over. Final score, Prague Tigers 111, Vinorati 101. Congratulations to the Prague Tigers as well. And they are certainly one of the most exciting teams to watch. They were hit, they were miss. They do some mercurial things out there. Some of the games just goes completely apart at the seams, but regardless, wishing them all the best for the rest of the season here in the Czech Republic and also with their ambitions for 2024. And Vinorati, of course, sad to see them not be able to finish with a win. They were going to finish with a 4-10 record, but I mean, the fact that whoever finishes on the bottom, whether it's Vinorati or whether it's the Spartans, the fact that they'll finish with 4 wins shows you that all teams have competed here, 8 sides in this European Cricket Series. But let's have a look. Vojta, he was living a charmed life, wasn't he, earlier on? He was dropped on 5. In fact, that went to the boundary, and then he was able to put a couple away. He was looking really good, but he plays a high-risk, high-return game. This is high return for not much as well, as Ibrahim lost the handle on that one. And Adnan Mohammed as well. He looked like he might be there for a while. And once again, it's the opening partnership which sets the table. But unfortunately, when things went wrong, they started to go very wrong. And it was Hasa that went to a bit of a highlight reel catch from the fielder, Ibrahim Mia. Wasn't that a brilliant piece of work at backward point? And although Mohammed cut well, he then top-edged the ball into the peak of his cap and it got caught. And that was the end of him. And it was kind of the beginning in the end when you think about it as well. Ajar Alam had a bit of the butterfingers in this innings for a while anyway, as they tried desperately to hit that boundary and over to keep them in touch. Lonsbra played some nice shots. That was a fantastic pull for a Maximo. But then hit this one too well. Went on the hit. Excellent fielding. Bowler takes it cleanly. Gloveless, which isn't easy. But he did very, very well. So Jimia pulling off the run out, and Lonsbra ends up face down in the dirt and had to go for 11. And then just needed something from Cope. They got one boundary, but then he inside edged on, just lost his shape in that shot. The general manager picked up his scalp. Ash McGlynn, the pie man, came out. He was able to get this boundary perfectly placed. But ultimately, he would go. Under alarm, he dropped one, then caught one the next ball after being moved into the infield. A few trick shots from Danny late in the piece, but Shobit was able to grab a couple of runs, but it wasn't quite enough to get them to the target in the end. The Tigers end up defending 111, and they hold on by 10 runs. 101, the final score for Vinorati. The big issue there, top 4 all making double figures, but no one able to make it to 20 or more. You just need someone to pick up the ball and run with it in those kind of chases. Hassa ends up top scoring, 19 off 10. It's always fun to see him out there. Good to see him with the ball as well. Mohammed played some nice shots for his 15. O'Connor had a bit of time, 13 not out, but didn't have anyone at the other end that was really able to make an impact. Lonsbrat did for a little bit. He made 11. Nice to see him scoring some runs. McGlynn with the boundary, and Shobit Bhatia towards the end, but really the game was gone by the time he came to the crease. Just one for's in there. Amin Hussain, the captain, always reliable, 1 for 9. Got to say that the Ibrahim Mia over was an interesting one. It actually started with a missed opportunity, so maybe that none for 24 could have been different if that had been held. Wickets also for Ajar Alam, had a great series, 1 for 13. I think he can hold his head very, very high for the Tigers. And also saw the general manager chipping in for a wicket. So did Sojib Mia. So we'll take a break, back in about 20 minutes. And we'll take you into the next game. It will be Prague CC taking on the Spartans. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you after this for more European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Prague, and we're ready for the fourth game of the day. Just 2 matches remain in this round robin stage before we have to make the cut, and only 4 teams will participate on finals Friday tomorrow. So right now we've got a big game coming up between Prague CC and Prague Spartans. Now the news from the toss is that the Prague CC guys have won the toss, elected to bat. So Aaron Ashokan wins the toss, elects to bat. No surprises there. Aditya Katawala comes back into the lineup. He's listed 11. I feel like that's about 10 spots too low for him, but not quite sure what they'll do with their top order. You've got Divisi in there. He's always a very important player. You've got Lala, who comes back in. You've got Aaron Ashokan there. You've got the tank, Riddick Tomar. Mataranga's been really good with the ball. He's a call-up to the national team this weekend. Rohit Deshmorny's having a very good series. Naveen Padmaraju. And look at Dan Zilla into the lineup. Dan Casey in for his first time this series. Spartans, though, I think they've thrown a couple of youngsters in there as well. There's no Kranthi in the side for them. They're led by Niraj Chagi, and they'll have Jinu Panelit behind the stumps. Aaron Konda comes in for his first game, so does Sidit Babu. So both these teams, I suppose, playing for different reasons. Prague CC undefeated. They dropped 1 point as a result of a washout to United a few days ago, but then Prague Spartans, I suppose they're playing to keep off the bottom of the ladder, essentially, because right now, Vinarati are on the bottom, and I think that if the Spartans lose, they'll probably dip below Vinos. So I suppose they're playing to avoid the spoon, as we'd say in Australia. Anyway, I do have a guest commentator with me, and he's a guy that I've been looking forward to getting in the commentary box for some time. And it's none other than the Pie Man from Vinarati, Ash McGlynn. Hello, Ash. How are you?
Vinny, very, very happy to be here, mate. I'm well. A little sore, if I was to be honest.
How many games did you play in the end? Was it 4?
I've played 4 games in
4
2
games?
days, and that's 4 games in 2 years. So I'm feeling the effects right now. But feeling good, mate. We had a lot of fun. Me and the Vinos boys, we really enjoy our cricket. We're here for a good time, as much as the cricket often. You just mentioned then, obviously, I've got a little bit of a vested interest in this game, haven't I?
And why is that?
Well, you just said they're playing for the spoon. So
Actually, that's true. Yeah, you're exactly right.
I'm not sure I've ever said that I'd support PCC, but
I think, yeah. And you wouldn't really want the rain either, because that would give the Spartans a point. So,
No.
I mean, it is petty, but it is an interest. So
it
that's
is
something.
nonetheless, right? But I think this is going to blow over. It's pretty light out here.
Yeah, that's the thing. We've had some unpredictable weather, haven't we? Now, give us a little bit of the Ash McGlynn story. So how long have you been in Prague for? And where are you from originally?
I've been living in Prague for 12 years. My story is pretty common with a lot of us expats who move here. Fall in love, often with a Czech woman. I actually fell in love with the beer first, as many young Australians do when they came. I came first here in 1998. Visited Prague, had an absolute ball, and then was lucky enough to fall in love with a beautiful woman in the city of Sydney, which is where I'm from originally. So I'm Sydney born and bred, but haven't lived there for about 20 years, travelled for university and whatnot.
Time flies, hey?
It does, doesn't it? Especially when you get to a certain age.
Yeah, that's true. Well, how old are you now? Do you mind if we ask you? Go on.
I'm,
It's on your
I'm
profile
closer to
anyway.
50 than 40. I'm 45 and a half.
Wow, okay, well that is a milestone.
Yeah.
Anyway, Shanmugam Ravi to get us going, and it's Katawala. He's batting 10 spots above where he was listed. He's going to face the first ball out there with Aaron Ashokan. The first ball misfielded, and he'll get a single. So, yeah, Ash, I'm just thinking that I don't think we'd seen you before on ECN. I know you've been around the traps and you've been playing for Vinarati for quite a while. So how did you find the experience being out there in front of the cameras?
Oh, look, I absolutely loved it. I mean, I love it out here just in general, usually the energy and whatnot. Obviously, cricket's a great community here in Prague. Wait for the ball.
Yeah, here's Ravi to the Czech national captain, Aaron Ashokan, and he almost nicks that one. Well bowled by
He tried
Shanmugam
to
Ravi.
nick it, didn't he?
Yeah, so you like the energy of you like being around cricket, do you?
I do very much in general. I mean, we met last year, and I think maybe even the year before, because obviously my connection to cricket is more than just cricket and love, but pies, as most people know.
Yeah, you have a very, very important job in charge of the pie manufacturing at the Down Under. Down Under's a pretty cool place. I like to come in whenever I'm in Prague, and I just like to spend a bit of time here, even when I'm away from the mic, because it is very centrally located, and I've grown to really get to know the city quite well.
You know, I've been known to destroy a few cricket careers actually with my pies. Some guys who used to be fast bowlers are now medium slow.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense. I'm going to have a bit of a pie quiz then, maybe in a second.
Ooh.
Another one. Yes, this time it's Katawala, who He's back into the side for PCC. He'll be behind the stumps this game.
Bit of movement in the air there.
Yeah, he just snuck back in.
Didn't it?
So there's different types of pies. If people don't realise this, but there's how many? I can think of about 4 or 5 off the top of my head.
Oh, I'd increase it to about 20.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, this is played away with the back foot. They should come back for 2, and they will.
That was good running.
And so, okay, so 20. But how many are going to be, how many are kind of in operation at the moment? So how many typically would you be?
Oh, look, on a daily basis, we usually have about 6 available, a couple of meat, a couple of beef, a couple of chicken, and a couple of vegetarian. That's usually the way we do it.
And yeah, this is going to be into the gap, though. It's been a tough one to stop. He won't stop it. Kadewala gets his first boundary. And Ravi had some good moments that over. Ends up going for 8. And the score after 1.
That was a lovely shot.
Is 8 without loss, yeah. And it's all placement. It's something you did very well when you hit your boundary in the last game. But I want to say a big hello to all of you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Ash McGlynn, the Pie Man, is with me. And I've got to say, you've come a bit early to Peacock Friday, but I like what you're bringing to the table here, Ash.
Well, I must admit, I didn't want to come next year just in something ordinary because I thought I just don't want to shrink into the corner. I am no shrinking violet. So, yeah, I thought, well, we look good together, don't we?
Yeah.
Complimentary.
Having met you a couple of times outside the cricket field, I know you're quite flamboyant with your lifestyle. So I'm pretty happy to have you here with me. And thanks for sitting down and being part of the European Cricket Series. And
Pleasure.
yeah, bad luck, obviously, with your team, Vinerati. But I said it's quite a good indication how even the series was. Even the bottom team will win 4 games. Now, this is off the fingertips, I think, of the fielder. And it's snuck away to the boundary. So half a chance to get a Shokin, who's living dangerously early. Nero's Chagi, his national teammate, comes in. And Aaron was a bit nervous there for a second. And it's Saxena at square leg. But he can't hold on.
You don't want to be dropping Aaron. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, true. Aaron's a player we'll see featuring not only tomorrow in finals day, but also obviously in the ECIs Saturday, Sunday. He's just a bit careful against Chagi this time. What do you think about the internationals as well on the weekend? That's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, it's going to be great fun. I'm very much so hoping to hang around for it, yeah. And hopefully this weather blows over because it has been a little inclement these last few days.
It has been.
I'm sure you've been checking nervously. Is
I'm
it
always
looking okay?
not nervously, just curiously. Cut shot.
Ooh.
This one fields the fielder rather than the other way around. They would do keep it to no run. Yeah, so it's a bit hit and miss here. I don't really trust the forecasts, to be honest, here anymore because sometimes it said no rain and the rain comes. Obviously, we're a bit out of the city as well, about 12 kilometres, probably out of the centre. And the weather kind of swirls around. Sometimes it might miss you. Sometimes you might get something unexpected.
It's unfortunately the nature of Vinod. Cricket,
another
mate,
pull
not
shot.
football.
Yeah, that's it. And well, there's some good fielding off the field at least. But Chagi gets a little bit short, and only a little bit. And Aaron just hits it hard, just blasts through the mid-on, another boundary. So there is kind of a bit of a rivalry, not just between PCC and you guys, but that's one that goes back quite a while, I think.
Yeah.
But I suppose. Oh, another edge. This is off the bat. I'm sure it is. It's going to be 4 runs. Yeah. And so, yeah, Aaron Ashokan. He's had some dicey moments early. And Jinu doesn't really have a play on this ball. I think it's past him before he even sees it. That Chagi almost gets his skipper there.
He's not playing with his normal conviction at the moment. It's weird.
Yeah, as
Very
you know,
odd.
it can take a bit of time to get back into it. PCC played a lot of their games up front early, as I know you guys did as well on the first couple of days. Last ball of the over here. Chops down, and we'll get the single. We'll get the strike into 2 overs. The score is 21 without loss. About the cricket community here, it's a pretty close-knit community. I'm really happy to see it growing over the 3 or 4 years that I've been following it. I think we're up to something like 24 teams or something like that in the domestic competition. This is what I'm talking about, Ash, with Vinerati on the bottom. But I just think that if Spartans go down, that net run rate will dip because you're pretty much identical. On net
we
run
are,
rate.
aren't we?
So any loss, except maybe like a golden ball or something like that, I think that you get to give the wooden spoon to the Prague Spartans.
But you're right, the growth of the game has been something quite spectacular. I've been involved in it for about 10 years.
Yep. Ravi going to bowl the last over the power play, and it's lifted up. This is an opportunity, but it's a tough one. Fielder, like a deer in the headlights, he's not going to get there. Well, he does get there, in fact, but he won't hold on. Vignesh Kumar fires into the throat. Aaron, he's like a cat with 9 lives at the moment, using them up pretty fast.
Did he just run 2?
He did run 2.
Good, you don't say that every day.
That was nervous energy from Aaron, I think. The first one, he sprinted. He was willing that ball to drop safely. And yeah, Vicky puts it down. Ravi really should have had him. Anyway, here's the comeback ball. Oh, it goes again, but this time it's on the bounce. And this is where, if you're in front of a big crowd at the SCG, you get a big cheer, wouldn't you? You probably grew up around the same time as me watching cricket in Australia. Yeah, but the growth of the game, it's great. You know, people from all backgrounds. Obviously, the short form, I suppose, allows more matches, which allows people to work around their schedules a little bit more as well.
That's true. I think when I sorry.
It's okay. Let's get ready for the next ball, which is. Don't think this is off the bat, but we're waiting the signal because they are going to get a run through. Leg by. May just flick the back pad there.
Yeah, when I started about 10 years ago, I think there was probably only 5 clubs. So when you think about the growth of the game, it has been spectacular, and there's so much good work. I mean, whilst we're here watching, you know, the cricket, which is fantastic, just over to an adjacent field, we've got kids playing.
That's something that's really cool.
It's brilliant, yeah.
Ravi, he's going to get another ball that's up. His Chargie's after it. He's not going to get it. They couldn't really decide whose catch it was. So Hadwani went after it as well. I think Chargie was hovering around. Too many cooks, Ash.
I was going to say they were looking at each other, not the ball, which was a bit of a problem. Neither of them decided to claim it, did they?
And I say too many cooks because you're a chef. And there's the kids from the Cricket Over Academy right now. And there's some good cricket happening over there.
There is some really good cricket, yeah.
These kids aren't no rookies. You know, they've been practicing really hard. I've liked the standard. Anyway, traditional leg glance, and this one's only going to be fielded by the Yellow Jackets as Ashokan moves into the 20s, living a charmed life so far in the power play.
Yeah, but a lot of the growth of the game in the country has been helped by people like Chris Pearce, who's running the camp over there now, and a lot of the guys like Dan Casey. You mentioned he's back actually in the colours. I mean, I haven't seen Dan play cricket for ages, so this is exciting.
He might have had a game last year in the ECS, but yeah, he's an occasional on-the-field player. Ashokan gets another one that he can turn on. This is more or less on the stumps, but he gets enough bat on it. And more foot fielding from the Yellow Jackets, but another boundary.
And he's hard to miss, Dan. Yeah, you tend to notice when he's around.
5 centimetres, I think, or 203. 203 centimetres, Dan Casey.
I think he's
commentated
pushing
with me last
6'8",
week.
yeah.
Yeah, 6'8".
6'8".
End of the over, end of the power play. And yeah, right now, PCC motoring through. And let's have a look at what happened in that power play. So we had overs of 8, 13 and 14. And the thing with Prague CC, okay, they've got immense depth. They're just fielding one side in this tournament, so they've got heaps of players to choose from. But I suppose when it comes down to it, there is a bit of a luck element in this game, no matter who's playing. And you've got to cash in on those chances. The fact that they haven't been able to do that so far, I think Spartans making life a bit tough for themselves.
It's very unforgiving for the fielding team, this short form.
Short, and it's adios. That's gone a long way. Maximo Katewala puts one into the car park. It's a bit of a half tragger from Saga Matareddy, and that's where it ends up.
You better be careful. That was heading towards the Pie-mobile. Not be too happy if he gets my windscreen.
Is that
a little bit too far away, I think.
Don't tell me which one the Pie-mobile is, otherwise you might have security issues.
But you know, you mentioned it too. I mean, Aaron's just made his way on to 27 off 13 and really hasn't looked in form.
Yeah.
And that's the nature of this game, isn't it? You know, you can
it's a great equaliser. I mean, look at Vashak Jagannathan for the Barbarians. He scored 100. Then, you know, not too long later, scores a duck. And that's, I remember that getting called the great leveller. You can never get too far ahead of yourself in this game. Anyway, Sagar. Short again. This is an uppercut. And it's flying away. A ball that would have been a wide. It is fielded. I've got to say, it's a solid shoe game out there from Aaron Rajendiran, who's into the side. Got to say, the Spartans with a slightly different uniform. They were known for what we called the KFC look last year because they had that colour scheme going.
This is much nicer.
A bit more of a German colour scheme about them this time, actually.
Well,
all right, in the air. Now, this is going to be a real teaser. I reckon he's got half a shot on it. Half only, because that's over him. Maximo! And Aaron is a full-time teaser, and he's also a pleaser for PCC fans, because poor Vicky out there, he's under attack from the above. And to be honest, he does it pretty well here. He knows where he is. He's just inside the rope, but he can't get a play on it. 6 more to PCC. And here's the next ball. And this is going to be another opportunity. It's taken this
well
time.
taken.
So Aaron is out of lives on 33, but does get PCC off to a good start. Matt already with the breakthrough, 48 for 1.
And they're accelerating well, aren't they, too? Because they started just with 8 off the first over, but then have been going pretty hard since then. But you expect that of them, don't you? I mean, they haven't lost any wickets. It's the nature of the way they play. I mean, you mentioned it before about the kind of rivalry. I don't even know if you call it a rivalry. It's all pretty fun.
Yeah.
Here in Prague. I mean,
I think you need that in a competition, though, as well.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, sometimes, you know, it can get a little heated, but then we're playing a game to win.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if you're not playing to win, then why are you here? So, you know, it's all good fun, but at the same time, everybody's trying to do best they can. That was really well taken, actually.
Yeah, it was a great catch.
Watched it the whole way.
There's Sandeep Kumar down there, and Aaron probably is having a few winks. I don't think he can have too many complaints about being caught for 33 because there were several opportunities he gave.
He had a big grin on his face. I think he knew he got 28 bonus runs just there. Probably should have left early.
Anyway, we'll probably see him in the second half, perhaps with some of his off spinners.
Mm-hmm.
A couple to come in the fourth. Just misses the pad. New batter out there's Naeem Lala, and he's a good player as well, based in Poland. Although I do think he's playing his cricket in the Netherlands at the moment. So that's the thing with PCC. They've got a bit of a factory, they've got a bit of a supply chain of players that they seem to be able to pull in.
Yeah.
Because they're quite a big organisation, almost with their own gravitational force.
Yeah, it feels that way.
Shot.
Oof.
And, well, it's going to be
well
fielded. Yeah, one hand, one bounce rules. Could have been
know,
a different story.
It's not always easy taking those in the outfield here because there is a bit of irregular bounce. You know, It's not the most perfect surface.
I often think, Ash, that, you know, like in golf, the professional players, the best players have to play on really difficult courses. I think cricket should be the same.
Yeah.
I would love to see, you know, how come you play test cricket, you play on a perfect, like a billiard table, perfectly flat, fluffy, beautiful carpet. And now, let's get Glenn Maxwell, let's get some of these guys out. I've seen balls bounce over outfielders' heads. Some of the things I've seen are crazy. Anyway, 50's up for PCC, the 51 for 1 after
But then
4.
I think about the old days. I mean, you think of Bradman and his average on uncovered pitches. I mean, that would have been a very different environment than the cricket environment at the pitches and whatnot. I mean, today, obviously, player safety and whatnot is paramount in the minds of administrators and whatnot. But yeah, it'd be fun to have them out here. I just think if Maxwell was here, he'd never actually hit it on the ground.
He might never want to leave as well.
No, it's true.
A lot of people come to Prague like yourself, and that'd be the end of him.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Well, you've got your own gravitational pull towards the city as
I
well.
do.
You like it back here, don't you?
I love being in Prague. There's no secrets about that. Anyway, this is going to be a wide first up, Marnie.
You don't need to be giving them 3 runs. That's a bit silly.
Yeah, but what do you think of 10 over format as well? It's very different probably to the cricket you grew up with. But asking after this ball, Warnie. I like his bowling. He's always asking the right questions. One just played back to him.
A little bit deceptive.
It's a 10 over cricket.
Oh, look, I love it. I mean, I think you've obviously spoken with... Taking that off his stance.
Get one this time, maybe 2 if they're quick, but I'm just happy with the 1.
We head down quite often to Croatia and play in a sixes tournament, which is of course even more social.
Yeah.
But, you know, 6 overs, 6 aside, everybody bowls, everybody bats. It's great fun. I think it's entertaining and accessible.
Accessible is a good word actually, because that's what we're trying to do with European cricket. I mean, I've already now think I'm up to about 7,000 players that I've commentated on, which is crazy.
But that's brilliant, and in the countries that you're talking about, which is really, I guess you could say, strong growth areas for the game, because at the moment, let's face it, we've had... Sorry?
Oh, well, this is a lucky inside edge for Katawala. Would have been a stumping chance if he'd missed it, but the deflection just took it past Junipanelat, and he'll get a single.
Yeah, but for many years, I mean, Australia, England, the West Indies... We know who plays cricket, South Africa. It hasn't really grown.
Commonwealth countries for the most part.
Predominantly.
Commonwealth countries, yeah.
And that's why I think European cricket is really exciting.
Marnie tosses this one up. Batter reaches on the full. Cut off in the circle. And almost takes out one. Now they're going to take a second run on the overthrow.
That's unlucky.
Marnie found himself in the position of backup fielder, though he was in front of the stumps because he knew there was no one behind him. So he made the decision to try and intercept the throw. But yeah, right on the wrist. You take your life in your own hands with fielding, sometimes in European cricket. Sweeps right to the fielder. Nice work there by Sidid Babu, who's in for his first taste of the action. Kranthi and a few other experienced players sitting this one out. So We're halfway through the first innings, and PCC, after winning the toss and electing to bat, they're 57 for 1. So let's just have a quick look. Speaking of how busy we are on ECN, and we are busy. We have 2 series on right now. The ECS here in Czechia, also the ECSN in Portugal, which will be starting in around about 3 hours. Corey's over there. He sends his regards, by the way. And then don't forget, we've got the ECIs here on the weekend, and then we're off to Switzerland for 2 weeks. We haven't been there since 2020, so super excited. Switzerland won the Valletta Cup recently, just a couple of weeks ago in Malta. And we've got the ECS going to Germany for 4 weeks. We've also got some T20 international women's cricket. We've got the Continental Cup in Romania, and also Netherlands Island Series there, and then some T10s between Netherlands and Jersey as well. So a lot going on. And it's a bit crazy. We often are doing multiple series at a time at the moment. So it's busy, but it's also great. We love what we do. We love trying to promote cricket and bring more cricket to the continent.
It's a great time of year for European cricket, just in general.
Good weather generally across the
Oh,
continent.
that stayed hit.
Yeah, that one's going miles, and the kids got to watch out. And yeah, that one's actually going to almost end up on the other pitch. Well, let's check out the form of the throw here. Tell you what, he knows how to throw it. But this ball was absolutely pounded into submission.
That came out of the springs, didn't it?
Slot delivery. This is Lala Nagula, who's the bowler. And, well, luckily nobody got hurt, to my knowledge.
Probably should have used the old Golf 4 there, shouldn't we? Considering we've got the golf course around us.
Yeah.
Not that the Czech kids
But
would
should you
probably
be
know what
calling-
that means.
Should you be calling 6 in cricket? 6?
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah, 4 in golf. Takes me back. All right, this is hit hard. Good luck fielding this. Yeah,
He's done very
think
well.
he does.
Does brilliantly.
yeah. The only issue here, as he stepped on the rope, and I know that Kirill, when he focuses on the rope, and he has suspicions. So let's see. Let's have a look at the feet here. He was close. So far, so good. Okay. Has he got rid of it? Yeah, I think he's okay.
Don't think he ever left play.
Well, bad news.
Oh,
There's
no.
more fielding, but not on this field, because that's out of here as well. Maximo Lala comes to the party. Now, he went a bit viral on day 1. He was run out at the non-striker's end when the keeper threw at the, at the
I
striker's
saw that.
dump.
Yeah, I was watching.
He was then looking to take a run, found himself kind of stranded. And it's right now, he's looking pretty confident.
I'm not sure he should be bowling too many there. Too many more there. I think that's right in his swinging arc.
This is about the score that PCC were when the rain set in and cost them a point against United the other day. But apart from that, they won 12 out of 12.
Yeah, they are something of a machine. I mean, and you were mentioning it before, it's just the weight of numbers. You know, they have so much depth in the club that even when a couple aren't available, there's always somebody of really good standard and really good quality to step in. But again, that makes everybody else better, Vinny.
Yeah,
and, you know,
again.
that elevates everybody playing against them and playing against that standard.
Yeah, that's true. This is a little bit short, pulled away, and this is another boundary. So, warning signs at the moment. Lala Nagula goes for 18, and it's the end of the 6th over. Prague CC, they're 75 for 1.
That was quite brutal, though.
It was, wasn't it? Hey, you guys got a bit of history in ECN as well, because I remember that Vinarati did make the final in the ECS in 2020 and 2022. 2021, I should say. 2022 and a really tight finals match. I think it was a quarterfinal. It was a quarterfinal, I think, where I think there was only 5 runs in it. PCC knocked you out, but it looked for a second that maybe you could knock them out. And yeah, this game is made for surprises as well, the 10 over format. So they're going to have a very, very good group stage, which they have, but finals days tomorrow.
Finals do funny things. They do.
Yeah.
You know, it's like you see it in all sports. Knockout play is a different game. It requires a different mentality from the players. And people do weird things under stress.
They
I
do.
mean, it's
They
you know,
absolutely do.
Oh.
Hello to Laxmi, who's in the chat. Laxmi Naran and Selvin. Nice to see you as well. And I want to call out to all the PCC lurkers. I know there's a few of them watching right now. Why don't you get in the chat and say hello to me? And yeah, I'd love to see some comments. Rajendran comes on. Off spinner just pulled away and handled.
But I think European cricket in general probably experienced a bit of change due to COVID as well.
Definitely.
Obviously, the expat communities are hugely important and drive the game. As you can see, I mean, that's what drives the game everywhere in the world. And, you know, Prague, for example, lost a lot of its expats. So we lost a lot of players. I think many of the clubs experienced the same thing.
Sure. This one's a little bit short, and there's the power. As Kadawala lifts it up and over the top. Maximo And that other field has been broached a few times now. Just cannot get too short to these guys. Margin of error is small. You can pitch up, they can drive you down the ground, but I just think that's an easier shot to play if in doubt. Just
I think
err
right
on the full
now,
side.
Kadawala looks really dangerous. I mean, everything he's seeing, he's hitting very, very well. It's coming out of the middle of the bat.
Well, pretty good behind the stumps as well early in this tournament. We haven't seen him too much since then. Anyway, Rajendran, the comeback ball. That's
A
better.
good ball, yeah.
Draw him forward, you're more likely to get an error, maybe get a miscue.
Still brave. He put it up there, didn't he? He gave a bit more air, that one.
But even very good players, and there are plenty of very good players in European cricket, but generally they will give chances at some point. Now, there are some innings where they absolutely don't, and what can you do? But yeah, creating chances and taking them. For example, this one, and instead of catching it, he's booted it away.
I think that was an accidental fielding, wasn't it, from Sagar?
This hits his foot on the full.
Yeah, and he turned his back. I think he was looking at the boundary line.
It's got to go down as a chance, and this is what I'm talking about. It's a mistake from the batter.
But look where he's looking.
But he's volleyed it. He thought it wasn't going to carry. Again, couldn't organise a dive going forward there. Now low full toss, and this is going to get hammered away into the stronger together sign. And right now, it's just time to pile on the runs for Prague Cricket Club.
But he made that a bad ball, didn't he? He got well forward. Let's see here. Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. Straight over
Really
the umpire's
nice.
hat, and then bangs in to the ECN
Lovely
banner.
step forward, though. He turned that into a full toss.
Yeah. Good footwork from Kadawala, who's 39 off 18. Now hits one away. Almost done by the spin. Here's Lalanagula. So end of the over. And Rajendran, he'll end up going for 14. It's 13, in fact, in the end. They don't take a single. It's 88 for 1 after 7. So these are the squads. So we just talked about the tri-series. And we talked about the Czech side a fair bit. Sid Gowd in the squad. So, I mean, we'll have to see how much of a go he gets. We know that's a 21-man squad there. But Cyprus in there. Probably some players to watch out for. Rajvinder Braz, one. Roman Mazumder's another. James Chaloufis, I haven't seen him before for Cyprus. I don't think he's played on ECN. Most of the other players have. Greece, they've got some very good players. They're led by Aslam Mohammed. Georgios Galanis, the teenage leg spinner. You can see a lot of Greek-looking names in there. You know, they actually have quite a few homegrown players. And Greece worked really hard on their fielding. They have played ECI cricket before. And they played in the Bulgarian ECI. That one hits the pad there, that's why it's not a wide. But
it's really refreshing to see that, Vinny, that, like you say, so many Greek players, because, I mean, that's why you're doing this. Yeah, it's great to have it supported by the expats, and we know that these communities will support it, but
yeah, it's important.
We want locals playing.
All right.
Spoon that up.
Yeah, and you wonder how you do that. I think you need to be patient, and you have to be realistic in what you're trying to do. And you see on the other field right now with the Cricket Academy that Chris Pearce is running, that a lot of work's going into that, and he's not the only one. There's people all across Europe putting in time. A lot of time, it's unpaid time. They just do it because they love the game. So it's off the pad, I think. Wait for the signal. Yeah, 4-leg buys. So Kadawala kicks a 4. But you won't see the benefits of this for like a generation, or at least 5-10 years. I think that's the thing people have to realise.
But I think cricket's in a unique, has a unique opportunity in many ways, and that is that I think a lot of parents like cricket because kids don't get injured. You know, it's not like even basketball or football or rugby, dare I say it, or ice hockey here in the Czech Republic, which are huge. There's serious problems with injuries, head injuries and whatnot. And I think cricket, I think that's one of the reasons why, especially mums don't mind kids coming out to play cricket.
Especially with helmets becoming more or less a fixture.
Yeah.
And that's the way it's going. I think it won't be too long before that in all cricket. It'll just be helmets all the time. Doesn't matter what kind of bowling. It's just standard part of your equipment.
Yeah.
You grow up with it, you wear it. As we see Sandeep Kumar getting hit to the boundary. That was a brilliant
shot.
shot.
Beautifully, didn't he?
How about the pace that he generates? Sandeep's not slow, but look at the footwork here.
It's
doesn't
a
really do
gorgeous
too
shot.
much, but it's more just weight transfer. And Kadawala looking very stylish, has raced to 43 off just 21 balls.
He seems to have done that with minimal effort, hasn't he?
Yeah, sure has.
Oh, here we go.
Well, he makes up his mind. He's going to go and fetch this one. And now the fielder has to fetch it. Maximo, as Kadawala moves to 49, setting up a big total. In fact, that brings up the 100 for PCC in the 8th over.
You mentioned earlier in the commentary the scores, the average run rate's been going up and up and up, hasn't it? I mean, do you think it's just due to the dry conditions? Because it has
I
been
think that's the main
dry
thing.
here,
Yeah,
hasn't it?
I've been here for the last 3 European Cricket Series. I watched the Czech Super Series on TV. Never forget the first time I saw this ground on TV. I was like, what is this?
Yeah.
But it's got such a beautiful charm to it. I absolutely love it. It's the end of the 8th over here. It's 105 for 1. But yeah, I think it is to do with the outfield and particularly the amount of fours hit. So I track a statistic called the fours rate. And it's just the average amount of fours in 10 overs. So in a normal 10 over innings. So the statistic this year, the fours rate is 11.4. So, I mean, a typical fours rate is 7 to 8 fours per innings.
Oh, wow, okay.
So, the fours rate is a really good indicator of how fast the outfield is.
100%.
And so, on other grounds, like in Milan, for example, I'll go pull that one up as a comparison. But in Milan, it was a really slow outfield. Still a small field, but you kind of had more sixes than fours there. So let me check this one. The fours rate back there, and it was 5.3.
Oh,
so
wow,
you're kind of having
okay.
over twice as many fours on average in an innings.
Is it a similar size ground, Vinny?
Similar size ground, exactly
Okay.
the same ECS stand.
wow.
In fact, it was a bit shorter on the sides because it's an old
stop.
football ground. But the reason is, I have a bit of a theory, because if you're not getting fours, typically they're ones. And so big scores happen when batters get on a roll. By the way, Kadewala very quietly has brought up his half century, 51 now of 23 balls, and now he looks in the mood to party, but I don't think he's getting over Chargi here. Chargi's under it and takes the catch.
Really good catch.
And so, yeah, Kadewala, he plays a very good knock, but he's going to have to go 51 of 24 balls, 4 sixes, 4 sixes and 4 fours, I'd say, in there. Chargi takes the catch without a fuss.
He got himself into position really quickly, so he had some time there underneath the ball. It was fantastic. A really good catch.
But what a
And
good
the
innings
end of
from,
good innings, yeah.
from Aditya Kadewala, who is able to get a half century here. Leaves his team in very good shape. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him behind the stumps as well. And congratulations to Aditya, because that is his first ever half century on ECN. Beats his previous best of 37, which was in the early stage of this tournament against Burno. But
Nice,
yeah,
the tank comes out.
So what I was going to say, yeah, it is the tank, Riddick Tomar coming out now, is that if you're getting one, you're not a strike anymore. Big scores happen when one batter typically dominates an over, 4, 6, 4, 6, 6, 4, something like that.
Yeah.
And so what would happen is in Milan, you might hit a 6, you might even hit a couple, but then you miscue the third one. It's not 4, it's 1. Changes the strike. So we talk about rotating the strike in longer form cricket, but actually here it's you kind of want one guy on fire,
100%.
and building a big over off his own bat. Anyway, here's Vicky Kumar, and he gets one that comes straight back through his legs. I think he was scared that was hit a bit harder, but the tank's off the mark with a single.
It's also the nature, Vinny, of the shorter form, isn't it? When there's 60 balls in an innings, and you've got one guy with his eye in, you want him to be facing as many of the balls as you possibly can.
Yeah, definitely.
That way you get the best for... Oof.
Good players, they do control the strike very well. But like I said, it's very hard to do that if it's a slow field and it's a small field, so it's not easy to get twos even. Some of these slower fields, they're a bit easier to field on, so you're not getting as many fumbles.
Yeah.
So I honestly think it is the field
that's a good
that's
ball.
the biggest factor. The fact we're playing in July. Because, yeah, I also think the straight boundaries are coming in a little bit. I think they used to be a little bit long here for ECS cricket. But I know that the run rate's gone through the roof this time. Do you know which one I mean? It's the one with the yellow bars.
No, it's definitely been high. Oh, Tank's hit it straight up.
Yeah, well, keeper's after it. Is he going to get there? He drops it. Ginu Panelet can't hold on. There's no one home at the keeper's end. And he still
he's
might
still
be
out.
gone. I think he might have just made it. Actually, I think
This will be really
my
close,
initial
you
thing
know.
was he was out, but I just couldn't tell where he
Yeah.
was in proportion. So this will be crazy. The reason they take the second is because there's nobody at the keeper's end, but the bowler quickly comes
That's
in.
really good thinking.
Yeah, I think, well, I don't see him yet, and I still don't see him. I think he's in trouble.
Goodness gracious, he's
In
not
fact,
even in frame.
He had to pick
Oh,
it up,
wait
though.
on.
That gives a false idea.
This is like the final of the Melbourne Cup.
Does he get the bat down?
He,
Really?
Oh, it's really hard to tell. It looks like his bat is down there, isn't it?
I think he's that frame. It's about a tie, to be honest. It is a plonk, but I think if you look at that, that looks down to me.
I think benefit of the doubt there if it goes to a batsman is not out.
Yeah, I think you'd have to say just gets down in time. But he should have got there easily, but it was a plonk.
There's
Anyway.
not a lot of bat sliding going on here at ECN, has to be said.
Well, this is a thick edge flying away. That'll be 4. Chargi comes on to bowl the last, goes round the wicket, and Lala gets 4. Hasn't had a lot of the strike, to be honest,
No.
Naeem, in this innings. But, yeah,
Probably
throws
would have
it out
been a
of that
wide
one.
if you'd left him. A lot of value for your edges though out here, has to be said. It's not great for bowlers, but you know.
Yeah, here's the run rates
Oh, wow,
historically.
okay,
So
yeah.
back in 2020, it was 9.1. That was for matches here at Viennoche. In 21, it was 8.4, so 84 average score. Last year was 88 average score. This year it's 11.5.
Wow.
So these are the day-by-days, and all of them are over 10. So, yeah, 115 average score at the moment.
It's
If
like
you
a
average all of those-
22% increase.
Huge.
Yeah, that's huge.
It's a bit wide.
That's a bad ball, yeah.
Yeah, but I had a bit of a theory. I even could say it's about 30 runs more an innings, and I have a theory that 1 ball and over on average, that last year was just 1, this year is 4.
Yeah, okay.
You know, so I just
It adds
think,
up, doesn't it?
Yeah, it adds up. That's 3 and over. That's 30 for an innings. Anyway, throws the hands at this. As he got the elevation, he does. Maximo.
Not even Dan Casey would have caught that.
Yeah, well, he would have been close.
No, yeah, probably.
Dan Casey.
Poor Vicky.
He's a proper octopus. We might see him. Well, we will see him in the field.
Yeah,
Let's hope
definitely.
we get to see him with the ball.
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
I'd be happy with that. They might have a few to bowl at the moment. 121. Still 4 balls to go.
They'd be wanting at least 135, wouldn't they?
Flat bats.
Going to go
Can't
through.
find the gap. Just a single. Has become a little bit slower, so a little bit more reasonable to field on. I think the first week, I know you didn't play a lot the first week, but it was just lightning. Bit of rain has slowed the field down
Yeah.
just slightly.
I didn't play, but I watched it all, and
Yeah.
I mean, it was crazy to think I was watching a game in Prague because it was yellow.
Yeah. On TV, it looks very yellow.
Yeah.
This is not out,
That's definitely not out.
but
Not if there was 12 stumps, that wouldn't be out. Sorry, guys.
I think you're right.
No, I don't live that far from the ground, Vinny. Like just kind of south from here, and I experience all the weather that we get here up at Viennoche. And the other night there was quite a brutal storm that came through, and I think that was really good
Yeah.
because it just softened the ground a little bit as
Yeah, it
well, and
sure
you got this
has.
green tinge back.
Anyway, this is skied in the air. Niraj doesn't really drop catches,
No.
and he's not going to drop this one. So Lala's going to go for 27. Bit of frustration from Niraj, but he has something to show for his toil now. 1 ball remaining, 123 for 3.
Can't help but think PCC probably think they'd have a few more than this, actually. I think
Yeah,
they probably
I mean-
were thinking 140 would have been realistic the way they were heading a little earlier. So this has actually been quite a good effort.
I've batted well, but yeah, I suppose they haven't really batted them out of the game yet.
No.
But I guess we'll have to see how it rolls in the second half of the innings. I want to say a quick hello to Kasi Vaswanathan, who's watching as well, and I'm sure you're watching with interest. So, yeah, I know a few people watching from the sidelines in this game. Just looking up Dan Casey's career figures. We've never seen him bowl in the ECN. He's only played 1 game. He made a duck. And that was against United. So this would be a perfect opportunity for him to go in. But instead, they've sent out Sabu and Davisi.
I joined that Diamond Duck Club yesterday. Really,
Yeah, you did.
disgusted with myself pushing for a second that
Well,
wasn't there. But you know,
It was a
it was a bit of gameplay. We needed the
Yeah.
runs, to be honest. But such is life. Such is
Right,
life.
guys, you've got to be unselfish sometimes. All right, last ball, 123. Sabah will get 1 swing at Niraj Chagi. And I think he's going to try and hit it for 6. Probably over. Well, goes straight, almost takes out the tank. And doesn't get too much of it. I'll just be happy with the 1 here, I think. And that will do it in the end. PCC 124 for 3. So if you look at the stats, it's just 9 above par. Probably think on this field, maybe 115 is a bit above par. But
Yeah.
regardless, I mean, they do have a good bowling lineup. They've got bowlers like Samira Mataranga, I'm sure, will open the bowling. You've got Rohit this morning. He's having a very good series. You've got someone like Naveen Padmaraju who's in the lineup as well today. And some slower options as well. So it should be a really interesting second half coming up.
There's not really a weak link in their bowling lineup, so I think they'll feel confident.
Yeah, let's have a look at the highlights of this 10 overs. It was Aditya Kadiwala and Aaron Ashokan, the skipper, who went out to open the batting, and to be honest, Aaron, he had more lives than the Cheshire Cat, didn't he, really? But eventually would run out of them. But before that, he just got them off to a flyer. 33 off 15 for the skipper. As couldn't really find the answers. Mixture of good batting and I suppose a few bad balls that were put away. Yeah, but eventually, Ashokan, he was teasing the deep mid-wicket fielder out here. Vicky, who put him down, then couldn't quite reach that one. But Sandy was able to take the catch, Sandeep Kumar. But you got to take your hat off. Then Kadewala and Lala played some really nice shots in this partnership for the second wicket.
Well, I think PCC will be very happy with that. I mean, like you mentioned, above par for the series this year. There was some beautiful hitting. Got a couple of those shots really came out of the screws. One in particular that risked the life of some of the children next door.
That was a bit bizarre. He went to the volley. And I don't know if Cristiano Ronaldo is watching that one, but I think that was a bit of imitation there. But did stop the boundary at least. You know, sometimes we talk about partnerships, even in the T10 game. Partnerships here, 48 and then 58, and then a little cheeky 17 in 9 balls towards the end. So, you know, I just think the fact that Spartans weren't able to hold on to those chances early, they had to work very hard for their wickets, and you have guys out there that are super entertaining. This is a bit of a bizarre one where Tanky hits it up, nobody home at the keeper's end, but then the bowl actually does really well. The sidearm made it look like it was right next to something. He had a bit of work to do there. But yeah, it was Panelet who dropped the catch on the first opportunity. They couldn't quite turn it into a wicket. Just got the bat down in time, I think. When it's all said and done, 124. Okay, there's life, there's hope for the Spartans. They're going to have to bat really well. I suppose a slightly more inexperienced lineup, so that's something. But what an opportunity for them to turn it on against the behemoth that is Prague CC.
Should be entertaining one way or the other.
Great, and all our viewers are enjoying it as well as we roll into the halftime break here. Have a quick look at the scorecard. Aaron Ashokan got his team off to a good start. Living a high-risk, high-return kind of lifestyle. Aaron, 33 off 15 with 5 fours and a maximo. Apart from that, it was Kadewala that stole the show with his first ever ECN 50, 51 off 24 balls. Name Lala with 27 was important as well. He was out late in the piece. The Tank and Saba Davitsi get them up to 124 in the end. As far as the bowlers went, just one fizz there. Vignesh Kumar, Vicky with 1 wicket. And they try a lot of options, 8 bowlers used in total.
It's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, Vignesh took a wicket as well as Neeraj Chag. He took one late on, and Sagamata Reddy was the man who was able to get the ball rolling by dismissing the skipper, Aaron Ashokan. Well, Ash, hope you enjoyed that. Would you like to come back for the second half?
Absolutely.
All right.
I'd like to see the result of this. I want to see the Spartans do them.
Yeah, well, let's see if it happens.
That'll be entertaining.
Well, if they do that, then you'll finish bottom of the table. So don't forget about that. Vinny Sandy, Maximo, with the Pie Man, Ash McGlynn, and we'll be back after this short break with more European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCN Software and Bizaway.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to Prague and our coverage of the European Cricket Series here in Czechia. We are into the second half of this match. It's match 55. Prague CC undefeated in this year's tournament, and they are taking on the Prague Spartans in the first half of this game. Prague CC, after winning the toss and electing to bat, they put on a score of 124. So not a bad score, no doubt about that, but they put some bigger ones on in the series. They're going to have to work for this one. Spartans going out there, slightly different look in their lineup this afternoon. There's still some very good players. There's Sadik Kumar, he'll be opening the batting, and I think that's Genu Panelet, who's getting ready to face up. Here it is, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Joining me for the second half of this match, once again, from Vinarati, the Pie Master, Ash McGlynn. And Ash, welcome back. Looking forward to an entertaining second half of the game.
Thank you, Vinny. I do like to be known as the Pie Man. Pie Man makes me feel like a bit of a superhero. You know, Superman, Spider-Man.
You're giving me
Pie
a
Man.
super energy boost every day with the pies. Anyway, here we go. Naveen Padmaraju is going to get us going. And the first ball is just whipped away for 4, so a perfect start for the Spartans.
If they keep up that strike rate, they're going to do this quickly. Tell you what.
Nice shot. I mean, he doesn't rush at the ball, lets it come in, just goes with the angle, hits it, which is probably the most important part of the leg glance. And just no fine leg either. So
The Spartans here, they'll really want to keep on top of the run rate. You know, you can't let
Definitely.
it get behind. It's amazing.
you only get
how-
3 overs in the power play. You don't want to waste them as well.
Yep.
So 25 per 2 overs, that's kind of their rate. This one is miles down the leg side. Got Dan Casey in there. There's almost a leg gully in there.
Yeah, that won't make them happy. You don't want to be giving sundries this early on. I mean, I know they've got the runs on the board, but at the same time, they'll want to keep it clean.
There's Dan Zilla. He's ready for something round the corner. It's a better ball, though, this time from Naveen.
Yeah, that's a much better line to be bowling. That area there, kind of about double the stump's width outside off.
It's a bit of a gamble out there because sometimes you lose the battle with the wide line. But even if you do, it's only 1. If you get it wrong, you can go for 4 or 6 and
Precisely.
multiples. So I think, you know, if you lose 1 and over, if that's your tactic, then that's not a bad price to pay.
And dare I say, you know, the leg side seems massive when you're bowling. And there's so many more opportunities to lose more sundries if you get clipped off the legs, or dare I say it, 4 byes or 4
Yeah,
wides.
it makes it tough for the keeper. At least, yeah, if you bowl off stump, you can make a plan. Anyway, this one's fetched, and it's going to be a tough one out there, but it's well handled. That is named Lala, doing the fielding at deep mid-wicket, keeps it to 1. Good fielding. Fielding, often the difference as well. It's something that I've noticed teams working a lot harder on the last couple of years, not just because they're on global television now, but also it can be the difference in these close games, as we see Matt Raju getting cut away. This one won't beat the ring, but yeah. Is that something, obviously, Vinarati, you guys, they worked really hard on your fielding. I saw Danny O'Connor took a couple of really good catches at long off today, for example.
Danny fielded beautifully this morning. He really did. A couple of catches, like we were talking in the earlier innings, you know, getting into position really early. That's a good ball. Taken off the stumps, though.
Yeah.
But it's only going to be a single.
It'll just be a single. It's a risky shot, I think, cutting off the stumps.
Yeah.
Because if it goes wrong, you might lose them. But anyway, Spartans do get a boundary, but not a lot more in the first over. 7 without loss. 37 matches since the golden ball. How about that golden ball, Brno United? Did you catch that one?
I didn't. No, tell me more.
So it's a tiebreak, obviously. You might have seen them in the past.
Yep.
Batting team needs 2 to win. Abhimanyu Singh from United hits the golden ball. Obviously, 1's not enough. They need 2, otherwise they lose. But he didn't quite touch his bat in. And there was a fumble. He would have made 2 easily, but he took about 2 metres, thought about it, went back, touched his bat again, cost him probably 4 or 5 metres. He gets run out by 2 metres. They lose the game. Bruno win the game. So it was pretty insane. That was on Saturday.
Didn't cost them finals or anything? Or?
Well, here's the thing. It might. Because whoever wins the next game will be in. And right now they're up by 1 point. If they'd won that, they'd be up by 3. So I don't want to go there, but they'd already have locked up a spot in 4th. It's a game of fine margins. Here's Rohit Deshmoini, who's having a very good series. He's going to bowl over number 2.
Rohit has always been a really consistent bowler. You always know what you're going to get.
Yeah,
Which
exactly.
is very few loose balls. He's really hard to score off. He's just annoyingly consistent.
He's metronomic.
Exactly.
Is how I put it.
Yeah.
And he's been really successful. Again, you can set a field to him. He bowls one side of the wicket. If you're going to try and hit him across the line, you're taking a big risk.
It's one of those balls too. It just ambles in. It doesn't come out quick, but it's just at enough heat. Oh,
A little bit straight this time for the first time ever, and it might bring him a wicket. So even when he does get straight, he does get some luck, and this one turned away. Naim Lala takes the catch out there, and Deshmore in his series just keeps on getting better. Spartan lose an early one. It's 8 for 1.
It wasn't a great shot at the end of the day, was it really? I mean,
Didn't really commit to it, did he?
No.
Because there was a fielder there, had to kind of bang it over him or hit it around him. Didn't either.
we kind of, he didn't make up his mind if he actually wanted to smack it or caress it, but he just hit it straight up in the air. It was a little bit like fielding practice. So I think Lala would be really appreciative of that.
Yeah, that's true. Don't come much easier out there, and that's one key difference. I think early in the piece we saw Spartans dropping some key chances against the opener, Aaron Ashokan. But Panelist's not able to do the same kind of damage. Here's Sagamata ready coming out at number 3.
You mentioned Danny O'Connor. I mean, his fielding's amazing. Obviously, he's been doing a scholarship over in the UK. You heard about that on the commentary earlier.
Yeah.
And I think, in the school systems, especially the scholarship systems, there is a lot of really good practice done. Ooh,
Yeah,
it's a good ball. Picked off his stumps.
Yeah, so Rohit bowling a little bit straighter here, but that's okay. He's got good fielders there. They've got 2 boundary riders on the leg side. But already you're seeing this 124 looks a lot bigger with the machine in action, the bowling and fielding machine of PCC.
And especially when you're only scoring a run a ball,
Well,
you've got an issue.
There's Phil G.
Phil's loitering with intent out there.
He is. He's an extra fielder out there. He's miles on the second field. Good camera work to find him, by the way. They'll get through for 2 this time. Nice shot by Kumar. Yeah, but Phil, he's actually sporting the Maximo
He
11
is.
jersey that I gave him as a gift. Because Phil's got this habit of making T-shirts with my face on it. So I thought, here's one that I'm going to give to you. And he's looking a little bit cold here. The wind's picked up. Nice colour scheme. Big thanks to Grizzly Bear Sports as well for providing me those kits. The recent T10 here in Prague. One of the few times I'll play, maybe the only time I'll play this year. I played 3 days of T10. Loved it.
Yeah.
I loved it that you could play a game and just chill out for a bit. Normally, you can chill out and say 40 over game when you're not really batting, but you still kind of got to have half. There's things to do, right?
Yeah.
Look after the batters out there in the middle or fix the scoreboard or whatever. All right, this is fairly straight. It's in the air, and it's travelling, and it's a brilliant attempt. It's going to be 4. I think it's actually 4, but this would have been the catch of the century from the tack. And who said the tack can't go into 5th gear? Look at this. It was more a hand of hope than anything else. But then into the field of play, bounces and across the line. So in a way, he saves 2.
Yeah. Rittig moved really, really well to get to that, actually, to even create the chance. Throw out his left hand, I think more in hope than anything else.
think
And
so.
it almost stuck and then just popped out.
I
But
think so. 15 for 1 after 2 overs.
you're starting to see some loose shots here from the Spartans, which is no great surprise. I mean, what's the run rate required now?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
it's got to be
getting up.
pushing up 14 or something, is it
it's
now?
around about that. You see
Yeah.
the table there. We still have the battle to come between United and Bohemians last game. Hopefully the dark clouds stay away. It's got a little bit of a feel. I've kind of realised now at this ground when it gets a bit eerie, just could be a bit of rain around the corner, but not always. Sometimes it's just a bit of wind.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious when it's about to hit. Ooh.
Tag doesn't get the catch, but he does get the 3rd over. First ball, he spears down the leg side.
It's very untank-like.
Yeah, it is. This one just doesn't really do anything. Just angles down the leg side.
He's had quite a good series, though, hasn't he, Tank?
Yeah, he
Been
has.
playing well.
Oh, he's a good player.
Yeah.
Bit of a journeyman here in the domestic competition.
Well aware of that.
Former Generati player as well.
Yeah, he is.
He gets this one right.
I'm not going to lie, I don't really miss him at Nets. He's one of those bowlers, who kind of, I say, helped me to become a bowler because I just didn't want to bat. It's the same with Sudesh. When Sudesh played for Vinos, I was just like, no, I'll bowl. I'm a bowler.
Yeah.
I don't need to face that. I
Many
like my
limitations.
teeth.
Yeah. Anyway, this is in the air, and it's the keeper's ball. He barely has to move. So Mataretti, the next man to go. He tries to go leg side. Big, thick leading edge. Goes into the sky. There's a bit of a breeze around, but a keeper as good as Cadwallader isn't going to miss this.
No, he didn't have much of an idea of that, did he, Vinny?
Yeah, they
Played
didn't
all
really.
around it.
Just misjudged it in the end. Turned the face a bit too quick. And so the tack strikes with a wicket. And already the Spartans having a bit of a hard time in this chase. It's 16 for 2 in the 3rd over.
Yeah, I can't see this changing. To be honest with you, they really have to chase it now, don't they? So they have to throw the willow at the ball from the first go, and that's never easy to do. You know, I mean, I know that the short form doesn't really give you much time to get your eye in, but you know, if you're still on the run rate, you do have that luxury of at least a ball to get your eye in. Here comes Tank.
Pretty well located ball first up. And they're going to throw it at the stumps. This would have been out by a mile. Chargi was a long way short. But it's kind of buy one, get one free in the end.
Go.
There's no reward without risk. He gets two and he gets off the mark.
Yeah, Chargi looked totally disinterested in that run, didn't he?
I think he was interested in the run. He just knew he was never going to make it.
Yeah,
and so there's no use in sprinting it.
No,
because he knew even if he was sprinting, if he hit, he knew he was gone.
Yeah, that's my blind optimism coming through there. In comes Rittic. No, that's a good line. Just that fourth stump line, just short of a length. Couldn't get anything on it. And again, the job gets harder for Spartans, unfortunately.
Yeah, it does. I mean, 25 per 2 overs. They're kind of mini targets they'd be setting. And you can see now we're almost to the end of the 3 and they're not even close to that 25 that really, to be on the pace, they would have had to be in that after 2. It's not finding the boundaries often enough. This might help. This might be off the pad, actually. I've got a feeling that's 4-leg bias, but we'll wait on the umpires. Yeah. Nilkesh doing the umpiring. What about ECN crew and very experienced umpires? You can see actually flick the strap on the way through. Ends up at the boundary. And Kadawala not too happy that he doesn't cut it off.
Spartans will take it however they get it, Vinny. I don't think it matters whether it's 4 wides. If there's 4 wides every ball from now, they'll be the happiest people in the world.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right there.
Keep us where we are in the basement, unfortunately, so don't do it, Spartans. That was a better ball.
Yeah, it's going down leg side, though. And pretty tight over from the Tank. Okay, 3 off the over, but he might be held civilly responsible for the 4-leg buys. Still, it's the end of the power play. Not a lot happening on the scoreboard for the Spartans. They're 22 for 2 after 3.
No, the juggernaut that is PCC seems to just be moving along at the moment. I wonder who's going to take the ball now. That'll be interesting. But bit of the wind picking up, Vinny. You can see it in the trees. Vinorsh doesn't lie. You can see when it's blowing in.
Yeah,
we can feel it.
You get a great view of everything around here, don't you? I mean, it's super open. I love this vantage point. I love the buildings in the background. A little bit old-timey.
But it's particularly Czech. I mean, this is what's wonderful about playing cricket out here is you feel like you're in Prague in the Czech Republic, which is just wonderful, you know. You're definitely not in England. You're definitely not in Australia.
Not in England.
Thank the good Lord.
There's a bit of cricket happening over there, apparently. As new over starts, and it's Lala rocking out a bit of off spin here. And first one's worked away for 1. So PCC, this is kind of a final tune-up, isn't it? For them really heading into the finals tomorrow.
Lala bowls. Oh, that's a good ball. He bowls at a decent pace, doesn't he? It's not just coming out of the hand. It's actually doing something off the wicket properly.
Yeah, it's true. He's a very clever bowler. He can also bowl seam up. A very talented cricketer. Played a high level of cricket as well.
He's got one of those actions I find it really hard to follow the ball because there's so much going on. His hands go everywhere.
It's true. Yeah, you're exactly right.
Yeah.
And so he's got a nice tall action, get some good rotations on the ball.
But it's pretty efficient as well. Like there's a lot of speed to it in the action. Let's see what Kumar can do here. That's a better shot.
Yeah,
Has
really
he
nice
picked
shot.
the gap? Yeah, a little bit fancy footwork.
Bit of an ankle buster. Well, I never saw him again after that. I looked around the corner. That's Naveen. And I think he almost ran straight into the medical tent there, didn't he? Said, listen, I've done my bit. Now someone else can field. I think Rohit then had to clean it up. Have a look at this. So he makes the stop, but then Naveen, he's off. He said, all right, over to you.
Might have just missed his ankle. He's really lucky.
I think he went straight for the magic spray.
Yeah.
In record time.
That hurts like hell when you get a ball right on your ankle bone. There's a few things that hurt more. Poor young Henry Wood today got a corker on his thigh.
Now, yeah, it looked like it was almost his knee. Was it a bit higher, was it?
It was right on the knee bone, right on the inside on the knee bone.
And it just missed his pad, right?
Yeah, just missed
his pad.
Missed everything, not even the strapping. So the
Henry,
poor guy.
no disrespect to him, at this stage of his life, his legs are a little bit like a wishbone. come to life, and so
Yeah.
I don't think the impact was too pleasant.
No.
Anyway, he'll come back stronger.
He will, and he
I'm
was
sure.
playing a really nice innings at that stage too. He'd played a lot of really nice cricket shots, so it was really unfortunate for him
End of the over.
and us.
26 for 2 after 4. Yeah, and I heard Danny saying in the commentary box, Danny O'Connor, how Henry was part of the group that went to England and
Yep.
and got a lot of experience over there. So I'm sure we'll see the best of Henry in a year or two. And it must be really nice to have some of those young players coming through the ranks as well at Venerati.
Oh, we love it. I mean, that's one of the things that kind of defines the clubs in many ways. For us, it's taken from outside off. It'll only be a single there.
Target just can't get going this innings.
No.
He's 4 of 8 now.
Yeah, for us especially, having the young guys round is wonderful. And quite often without the dads as well, which is great.
And become part of the team.
Precisely.
Reaches for the wide here and ends up spoiling it. As it's Roy getting a go here. It's Saditha Udugalagi. All right, in the air and hanging Rohit. Can't
Rohit.
quite get there. You do want to pull something here, Rohit. It's finals day tomorrow. Makes it dangerous for Udugalagi though by throwing it in dangerously. But I just got a feeling that there might be a little bit of rain in the air or rain on the way at the moment. It's blowing around.
But you bring in a good point there too now. I mean, PCC are at the point now why they don't want to stretch it too bad. They don't want to hurt themselves. Got important games to play tomorrow.
Can have a shout here, and it's against Kumar for a run out. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Problem is, he might be saved. Oh, I think they might be out. And I tell you what, this could be the first ever third umpire that's wind affected. Because look, I reckon there's a shot that's incriminating here. I reckon he's gone here. Look, he's pulling up. It's adios. So there we go. Even with the wind blowing the camera all around the place, there's enough evidence there. And you'll see it all here on the European Cricket Network. That's the first. Unfortunately, that's the last we'll see of Kumar in the series, I think, as he's dismissed and the score is 27 for 3.
Dare I say it, Vinny, but I mean, these are cricket basics, aren't they? I mean,
Yeah.
the sliding of the bat, it's really unforgivable.
True.
I mean, your captain's going to be unhappy with you, your coach is going to be unhappy with you because it's unforgivable.
True.
He was in, he was
Would've made
actually
it.
in if his bat was on the
kind of
ground.
pulling up.
Yeah.
You know, he's pulling up rather than accelerating all the way to the line. 28 for 3, pardon me, the score. Here's the last ball of the 5th over. And it's Saxena who gets off the mark with 1. And we get to the end of the 5th over. Score is 29 for 3. Well, I've had some great nights at the Down Under. I've done karaoke there. I've done quizzes there. But right now, we're not getting a lot of action out there in the middle from these Spartans. Let's see if they can kick along in the second half of this innings. This one's coming up tonight. Marlow versus the Coimbra Knights. Corey Ruckers is standing by. He's having a whale of a time in Portugal. He's especially enjoying the sleep-ins. Night 10 of 14 tonight, and it starts 4:30 p.m. GMT, which is 6:30 in Central Europe, and 10 p.m. in India. It's just over 2 hours away. So can you believe that? We're in 2 places at once at ECN. Sometimes we've been in 3 places at once recently as well. It's crazy, isn't it?
That's absolutely fantastic. Just like seeing this man roll his arm over.
Yes, it is. And it's Dan Casey, the one man that can probably see to Portugal from his vantage point high above the ground. And Dan, he's getting his first bowl in ECN cricket. The first one was right on target.
It was. No great surprise.
It's the non-striker. He says, well, sorry. What was I meant to do about it?
Dan's one of those guys who, just has blood. His blood is just bleeding cricket. He loves the game. He's involved in his whole life.
Well bowled. Good pick up. I'll hurl it. And it won't be able to pull off the run out. Yeah, but Dan Casey, a.k.a. Dan Zilla, he's been in the chat a fair bit as well. And Craig saying Rampage Roy has a tidy over. Well, scared them into a run out maybe. And Roy takes none for 3 in over number 5.
Oh, that's a
pretty
good
close.
shout.
And guess what? Dan Zilla strikes his first ever wicket on ECN. It's a wicket that came down from the heavens. And, yeah, just hitting across the straight one. He has been at the stumps this over. But, I mean, it doesn't get too much easier than that. But, yeah, he likes it. He knows it straight away. And the big man, I couldn't say no to him if he asked me how's that. Check it out here on the replay. Check out the exact point of impact. pretty much off stump going on. Don't think the batter could have too many complaints about that, Ash.
No, definitely not. I mean, the ball was so full. It was straight. I'm happy for Dan. Look, he's happy. You can see him smiling from here. Big grin from ear to ear. 77. Is that how old he is? No, I mean his birthday. Is he 46?
Yeah, well,
I sometimes wonder.
he's a
It feels
different
like he's
kind
been
of
around
character.
forever.
You know, some people feel like maybe just wouldn't age. You know how some vampires are like hundreds of years old.
You
So
know-
who's not too happy about that is Niraj Chagi. He just could not get going in that innings. He ends up with 4 of 10. Anyway, as Vicky Kumar comes out, pushes on straight back, and Dan knocks it down. What an over this is.
I was going to say.
I did say I wanted to see some Dan Casey. We've seen some Dan Casey. He hasn't let us down. Even Cussy in the chat saying that's plum.
You know, I've got Transylvanian blood, Vinny. So when you
Is that
talk
right?
about the old vampires, be careful.
Talk about that in a minute. Nice little back cut. Still no run.
Yeah.
1 for 1 off this over so far. So you got Transylvanian blood in you, do you?
I most certainly do. My mum's mum was born in Transylvania.
Hold on 1 second. This is interesting because I think the ball was pretty much dead. So don't slow it down. Just show us the whole thing. Because I think everyone had decided it wasn't a run. So are they even looking at keeping this play alive? Yeah, I mean, he does throw it to the bowler. It's probably fair enough. Yeah.
I don't think you could call dead ball there.
Yeah, so here's the thing. It's dead when everyone considers it to be dead. And so it's like, is that throw to the bowler continuing the play, or is it just returning the ball? I mean, both back in the crease, not really looking for a run. It's a bad throw. It's 50-50, that one, for me.
I kind of feel like the ball's still in motion and was still, play was still happening.
Well, Dan's
Dan's
happy about it.
dancing.
He's doing a little dance.
The
Probably won't
Danzilla
matter that
dance.
I have a bit, yeah. So I see almost every situation several times a year.
Yeah.
So I have seen that, and there, look at Dan. He's pretty happy. Safe 1 run there, and almost creates a wicket. They will get the run this time.
That's a delightful over from Dan. And what's he gone from 1 for 3 from 6?
1 for 3.
Goodness
last
gracious.
ball a little bit high, but I don't think it's high enough to be called. And so yeah, 1 for 3 for Dan. The score is 32 for 4 after 6. So my rule with that, okay, it's one that is debatable. And if I'm in doubt, I think the ball's alive. This is what I just think. If there's doubt, probably the ball's alive. That was a funny one because, yeah, you have to start looking at kind of the intention of the fielder. Was the intention of the fielder to kind of keep the batter honest, or was it literally just throwing the ball back to the bowler?
Yep. I think
probably
probably
could've
the
gone either
giveaway
way.
in that situation was the batsman at the striker's end had turned to
Yeah.
take his glove off.
And they both regained their ground and had
Yeah.
no interest in a
Yeah.
run. Yeah, probably right. Okay, so this is what it looks like 6 overs in. As Roy, aka Suditha Udugalagi, gets a second over. And not quite ready to continue. It's a good tactic, though, I think. Spinners just kind of rushing batters in this format because I played a lot of T20 cricket, not really T10 cricket, but middle overs, they could actually just go by so quickly.
Yep.
Because you tend to measure your innings in balls faced or balls that go by. But the true thing is minutes. So if you can feel like, okay, I don't feel ready to take a risk. I feel like I've just gotten out here. But if the balls start ticking by, it can just make you feel a bit uncomfortable and force you into shots that you might not want to take. This is Aditya. You can't quite get this cleanly in the gloves. I'm not so sure there was an opportunity, maybe a really quick one.
But I think it's a good tactic, Vinny, to be honest. The quicker you are between the balls and the quicker the batsman has to refocus and get his concentration back on track. It's a good tactic to put pressure on batsmen.
Yeah, for sure. Some bowlers do it really well. This is cut away into the gap. This could run all the way, It's a tight one. I feel it doesn't quite get there. It's named Lala. And so nice shot by Saxena. So now I think you're playing for personal highlights.
Yep.
I think that's the all you can play for. It does seem like Spartans are going to lose by enough that would take them down to 8th.
I'm not rejoicing, Vinny.
You've got a vested interest.
No, but that was a really nice cricket shot.
Yeah, very nice shot.
Yeah.
You can try it again.
Again?
This time he finds the fielder. Yeah, I'm going to tell all your Vinarati teammates that you were here. You had the PCC jersey on. You were flying the flag, saying, "Come Come on, Prague CC. We need you to beat Spartans. Get us off the bottom. Anyway, this is in the air. Field up. Pulls the shoot. End of the 7th over. It's 37 for 4.
A little bit of indecision there. I won't be allowed into my own bar if I go saying that. No,
I'll be allowed into
Yeah,
the bar.
you will.
Let's talk about the Down Under because I love spending time there. We'll talk about it after this because this becomes a straight shootout. So you got 2 teams with 6 wins. United have an extra point because of their washout against PCC. So if for some reason that was a no result, United go through. Barbarians are out of the 4. The only way they can play their way in is by winning that game. Match 56, last game of the round robin stage. United win the toss, electing to bowl. So Barbarians have wanted to bat. So I think both teams have said, yeah, this is what we want to do. We're going to do it. So regardless, I think Barbarians would have batted first. Having said that, United chased really well, but they built that chase on a pretty good bowling innings. They kept Barbarians, I think, to 98 in that previous game they played earlier today. So isn't it exciting that after 56 games, we go down to the last game to decide what the final 4 looks like?
It's fantastic, and that's why I think why the format's so good too, is that there is enough games for there to be these nuances. It doesn't... you play 6 games and it can all be over. Yeah. It's just chopped down to
14's a lot. I mean, normally you play 10. That's in the 11 team format, but it was decided to go with the 8 sides here in Prague. And it gives you a bit more of a look. You get to know the sides a bit better. Dan Zilla's back. Guess what? He's hunting a second wicket. And this is not going to be a second wicket. In fact, it's going to go straight down the ground for 4. Nice shot by Saxena, who's swinging the bat nicely for the Spartans.
Yeah, that came right out of the middle. Nothing wrong with the ball, actually, to be honest. Maybe it was a little bit over pitched from Dan, but he really got under that well. 1 bounce, over the rope, 4 runs.
I always say this about Dan Zilla. For someone that tall, shouldn't he be faster?
I think that's a misconception, isn't it?
You say
Just
so.
because you're tall.
Just saying, I suppose Malcolm Marshall got them through all right. He
Exactly.
wasn't too tall.
Yeah,
A few other examples.
Say that to his face.
Which is another one. I would say that to Dan's face, but
No, I meant to Malcolm Marshall's face.
I was going to say.
Wakar Yunus wasn't very tall either, but I mean,
true.
he had that slinging action that was just terrifying to be a spectator.
I was going to say, I'd say it to Dan's face too, if you can get me a chair.
Yeah.
But
Some binoculars.
yeah, Cussie's enjoying this little partnership from afar. You've got Vicky Kumar and Varun Saxena out there. This is up-ish, but it's away from the fielder. And it will roll away for 4. So I think that this outfield is still fast. It just was extremely fast before. So I still think you get value. But this is the kind of shot that earlier in the week, it's probably in the bushes by the time it reaches the rope, Well,
I think they actually are calling it a drought throughout Europe. I mean, there's extreme heat conditions. They're not just being experienced in Central Europe, but I mean, obviously there's been devastation down in Greece and there's been wildfires elsewhere. When you get that level of dryness here too, it literally felt like Australia there for a while. It was yellow. Yeah. So the rain that we've had has really left quickly, but yeah, it's nowhere near as fast as it was. Oh, that's a good ball from Dan Zilla.
Good finish.
That side off.
Very good spell from Dan Zilla. He'll finish with 1 for 16. The 50 does come up during the over for the Spartans, who are 50 for 4 after 8. Yeah, we'll probably talk about it a bit more on the weekend with the Greek national team here for the ECIs, but on behalf of the network, thoughts going out to all those affected by those fires on the islands at the moment. It's a devastating situation, but obviously it's just something that can happen this time of the year in particular. This time last year, we were in Italy for 4 weeks, and we were playing on fields with no grass. It was just dirt because they had water restrictions. They weren't allowed to water.
There's a certain feeling of helplessness in those kind of scenarios, which is horrible. I mean, we're Australian. We know what it's like. We experienced it in 2019. There was some incomes tank right over tops. I drove 400 kilometres from Sydney to Port Macquarie, and the whole 400 kilometres was burnt, and it was just this. And when you experience it here, there's nothing you can do, and there's real helplessness for the people. So yeah, I mirror and echo your sentiments there. The thoughts go out to anyone who's affected by it. It's horrible.
Ecologically, it's a disaster as well. Anyway, into the 9th. Let's see if it all happens for the Spartans. Well, maybe not, because this is it's a ball that Aaron probably can catch blindfolded as Vicky entertains us while he's there, but he's going to be a late casualty. The tank picks up another wicket, and the Spartans 50 for 5.
Yeah, there's not much to say about that, is there? Unfortunately, the
This'll
guys, the
happen.
poor Spartans. This situation here, you're just playing for fun, play to get your iron.
Exactly.
What else?
There's a long time between drinks with the cameras, the
Yeah.
ECN cameras being in town as well. So,
Yeah.
you're trying to, you're definitely in the realm of personal highlights now. PCC, and they're building towards tomorrow, of course, and then a lot of their players also in the national setup. So, Kasi just saying that Varun, who's the non-strikers end, you see him there in the background. It's his first season of cricket in Czechia. So,
nice.
Varun Saxena, it's great to see new players. I tried to work it out. I kind of thought 24 teams now. You're kind of looking at kind of 400 plus players in the nation. Oh,
It's
well, down goes
fantastic.
Tank.
Yeah. Let's hope he's not injured.
Yeah, well, I hope it's just a slip. He seems to get up straight away, and there's not too many dramas about it. But Rittiki's a key component in that national team at the moment. But he just kind of literally threw himself into the delivery slide. I don't think it was even a slip. It was more of an overbalance.
There was a bit of a slip on the front foot there. Danny did the same thing, I think, yesterday.
Yeah, but
in
it's
his
a bit-
first ball.
That
but-
was when the pitch was maybe a bit slippery this time. Any excuses there? Anyway, we're back. And
cut that off his stumps.
because Saxena, that's the player that Kasi was telling us in the chat. It's his first season. So it's super nice to see new faces, people of all different backgrounds as well. It's a real cultural melting pot here,
Yep.
as most continental European cricket nations that I visit. And yeah, I always love being here and seeing a few new players and what they can do. Also, I suppose you've got the unique situation here, just where you're located, because you are so central that players that aren't from ICC-affiliated countries or countries that thereby we can't visit for ECS, like Slovakia, like Poland, they can get here, they can get some cricket. So I think that's also a kind of a bonus, and I think that they make the competition stronger all up. And like you say, you get better by playing against better players and better teams. 2 for 5, pretty
What
good
a
figures for the Tank going into tomorrow. Also wickets for Desh Moyni in there, and Dan Casey with a very tiny 1 for 16. Last over, this will be interesting. We're going to go for Naveen. I would have gone for the most ridiculous bowling option I could think of.
Yeah.
I don't know who that would be.
Is there a
Maybe
ridiculous
Meat
bowling
Takar.
option?
Maybe Meat. He hasn't done too much. So maybe give him a chance.
Think it-
Naveen's going to hog it. But that's fair enough. Naveen is kind of... I think coming off a very short run here.
It's also about keeping your game face on for PCC. They don't
That's
want to
true.
drop their guard. I
That's
mean,
true.
Their work is not done. If anything, serious stuff starts tomorrow. That's let's say, a disappointing first ball. He won't be proud of that for Navi. So I think he'll try and correct. A bit loose down the leg side there. But for PCC, they know that their job isn't done yet. Do we know the draw for tomorrow yet?
Yeah, actually, funny you ask, Ash. Let's have a little sneaky at it. Even though it's not the last game of the day, so we don't normally show it this early. But I'll see if I can dig it up for you. Misses cutaways. Played this shot nicely,
Oh.
Saxena. Almost gets the gap. Key word being almost.
Almost.
Yeah, but tomorrow, semi-finals. So we've got the 2 versus 3 first. So we know Bohemians are going to take on Brno. That'll be a cracker, because they had some really good battles yesterday. Then Prague CC will play the winner, essentially, of the United versus Barbarians. So
Really exciting this
That's gonna be
afternoon.
awesome.
Last game should be brilliant.
starts the same time, 7:15 a.m. GMT, which is 9:15 in Central Europe and 12:45 in India. Winners through to the final. The losers, unfortunately, they're playing for bronze, but still playing for a medal. Good format. So it is, okay, there's straight knockout. It's a bit harsh, but I think you're playing in the group stage for your shot. You're playing with the top 4, and then, it's in the lap of the gods. PCC get to play the lowest ranked team by finishing first. They get a slight advantage. So
I don't think anybody can complain, though, because after playing 14 games, you tend to have a pretty organic table.
no, we got
no.
a 6. We got a non-Maximo 6. And it all happened. And poor Naveen, he's going to need grief counselling after this. And Andy House, of all the people to back that up, he was not in my top 15. Look at this. So let's check out the whole play. Yeah, well, it might be a fairly dead over, but it's come to life. And well, if we don't get... We should have time to bring that one up. But
Took
yeah,
about
Ditya,
2 minutes.
he was hungry for a run out here. So it's a tight-ish run. Goes to the keeper, hits the ups once, and then they say take it on, even though one he wasn't really watching. And actually, we'll show you that at the end of the highlights. It's worth sticking around for. But in the end, the Spartans, they go out with a whimper. But PCC roll on 13 wins and a no result out of their 14 matches. They're undefeated. They are the hot favourites tomorrow. But as we know, anything can happen on finals day. There's Dan Casey, who did grab the ball and grabbed a wicket in there. And yeah, ultimately, the Spartans, they can be proud of their performances in the tournament. Like I say, they finished bottom, but they do win 4 games. So I just think it shows you that the competition was pretty even. Someone had to finish down the bottom, and that's just the way the cookie crumbles. As PCC look pretty happy with their work, and why wouldn't they be? And they will play the winner of match 56 in the semi-finals tomorrow. So that's still to come. That's Prague Barbarians taking on United. News from the toss, United winning the toss and bowling, so they'll be chasing again. Can the Barbars get more runs on the board this time? Divendra Singh and Jagan Everson opening up when we return in around about 35 minutes for that game. The 5th and final, and the 56th and final of the group stage. Let's roll the highlights as we look at the chase, and unfortunately, not too many boundaries in here for Prague Spartans in the end. Makes me sad because it was a Maximo-less innings, just 5 fours in the innings, and that's a sign, Ash. They just couldn't quite get on top of these bowlers.
Yeah, look, in all honesty, I think PCC showed their class in the second innings. Unfortunately for Spartans, just not enough weapons. They had to chase the run rate from really early on, and the wickets just kept tumbling. So, you know, even though there were a few loose deliveries and whatnot, I think all in all, PCC could be really happy with their work. They fielded well. They took the catches when they needed to be taken. And look, it's an unfortunate situation for Spartans, but great to see Dan Zilla back and bowling beautifully and getting a wicket in his first over.
Yeah.
Everyone happy to see that smile on his face.
And I think I saw Dan offering a few high fives, but none of his teammates could quite reach. A nice moment for him as he takes his first ECN wicket, and this is not even after the wicket. It's when they ruled a dead ball that cancelled out a single and turned it into a dot. Well, Dan, he is a different kind of a character. I say he's one of the real personalities of cricket here in Czechia. But, you know, the Spartans, this was the one that did get to the boundary. Like I said, they're a bit few and far between, weren't they, in the end? This one just looped away from Naeem Lala at backward point. At PCC, you know, they earned the right to be favourites. They've also rotated their squad. You know, I think that they have a big player base to work from. And yeah, this is the chaos at the end. Hits the stumps at the keeper's end. Aditya picks it up. Naveen looks a little bit worried here. Says, no, I don't want a piece of that. Goes through the backup fielder. It ends up being the good old-fashioned non-Maximo 6, 2 plus 4 overthrows. In fact, if you want to be technical, it's 5 overthrows because the first one was an overthrow. So Andy House, and I'll give him some fantasy points for that, but really, the Spartans needed the help. It dragged them over 60 in the end, and they finish 62 for 5 off their 10 overs. They go down by exactly that margin. So 124 to 62 the final. Looking at the scorecard, Saxena playing his first season in Czech cricket. Nice to see him top scoring, 19 off 15, undefeated. Apart from that, just Sumit Kumar reaches double figures. He scored 12. Pretty disciplined from PCC, only giving up 5 wides in the innings. PCC, well, we wanted Dan Casey. We got Dan Casey with the ball. And I don't know if he'll feature on finals day, but still, I think he can be very happy with his contribution. He took 1 for 15, pardon me, if you take off that one that they took off. So 1 for 15. 2 for 5, though. The tack started with the ball. Wicked-Pradesh Moini didn't bother to have a second over. Nice to see Roy getting a bowl as well. He finished with none for 9. Well, once again, I want to say a big thank you to Ash McGlynn from Vinarati. I've got to say, you look very bright, very breezy. Keep pumping out the pies. Keep enjoying your cricket. Keep enjoying your life. You seem like you're having a great time here.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it. Really enjoyed it.
And you enjoyed the time?
Absolutely. Had a ball. Yeah, really enjoyed it. Very much so. Of course, good to see PCC win. Sad for Spartans, but happy for us that we didn't get the wooden spoon.
That's it. He's avoided the wooden spoon. But yeah, be on best behaviour, otherwise I might bring the wooden spoon back. That's what my mother used to say to me. Right now, we're going to take a break. We'll be back in around about 30 minutes with a huge game, match 56. It'll determine who gets that crucial 4th place and a shot at the trophy tomorrow. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Ash McGlynn. We'll see you after this on ECN for more European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCN Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back. Another great shot of Tram 42. Check it out. And yeah, Prague Tourism certainly putting a bit of effort into that video. And I can tell you, having been around this city for a little while now, I absolutely love it. So check it out, prague.eu/Tram42. It's a tourist tram here. Not too many tourists on the ground right now because it's time for some business. And the business is who will make fourth place. It's Barbarians versus United. 2 doesn't go into 1, and only 1 can make it through to tomorrow. Let's see what happens at the coin toss here for match 56.
Okay, your call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. And it's a tail.
We'll bowl first.
United have won the toss and will bowl first. Over to you, Vinny.
So the news from the toss, as you saw, the Sheriff Charles Croucher overseeing that. United win the toss and bowl, and they certainly had some success doing that earlier in the day. They kept the Barbarians to 98, and then United chased it down fairly easily, 99 without loss of 8.1. So these teams separated by only 1 point on the ladder. The top 3 is set. These two are 4 and 5. United 1 point ahead means the Barbarians need to win any other result, and their tournament is over. And it seems hard to believe considering the form of some of their top order, like Devendra Singh, like Vaishak Jagannathan as well, who scored the only century of the tournament just a couple of days ago. And there he is right there on your screen. Now, I've got a special guest commentator once again. Danny Hudacek is off today. So I've had a few guests in. I've been looking forward to having this guy with me for a while. It's Kranthi, the skipper of Prague Spartans. So Kranthi, I want to say welcome to the commentary box.
Thanks, Vinny. The pleasure is all mine. I've also been wanting to come here for some time now. So thanks for having me over.
Yeah, it's...
The timing may not be perfect, but happy to be here.
Firstly, I want to say commiserations to the Spartans
That's
in the last game. I know that you sat out and some of the more experienced guys did, just to give a few more opportunities to some of the younger players. Is that right?
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit more about that. The idea was that we're a team in transition, so we're trying to give out as many opportunities as we could. If I'm not wrong, I think we probably gave out the most number of debuts this series of any of the team.
Yeah.
But anyway, look, no excuses. I think we are where we are.
It's true, but look, you still won 4 games.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
the thing. I think it shows that the tournament is pretty even.
Oh, it's tight.
And someone had to finish down the bottom. Unfortunately, it was you guys. But you got some company down there.
Oh, yeah, we do.
Four games isn't a disgrace at all. Ali Sitar to get us going in this crunch match, match 56. And Barbarians off to a flying start, a pull shot. And Piyush, when he gets a piece of it, he goes with a foot, and he's not able to stop it. So Devendra Singh gets off the mark with a boundary. And haven't these openers for Barbarians had a very, very good tournament?
I would love to have both of them in my team, to be honest. I think one of these guys gets, say, 70 plus. I think Barbarians are in with it. But other than that, I think UCC are a great unit. They're a great team.
One of the most improved teams
Absolutely,
over the last
absolutely.
2 years or so here in Prague. Ali Sitar, formerly of Prague CC, opening the bowling. One of their issues is they've kind of got 3 opening bowlers with Zahid Iqbal back in the lineup. They've also got Amandeep Bindra, the left armour, who shapes the new ball. So I'll be curious to see who they bowl at the other end. Figuratively speaking, of course, we actually play from the one end here. So any questions for Kranthi, please put them in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Mizali. This is a hit and run. Ayush will throw to the long end, but they won't get it. So how's the ECS been for you then? I mean, obviously it's a bit different, the 10 over format, but we've seen a fair bit of you now. Have you enjoyed yourself anyway?
Absolutely, Vinny. Before anything else, hello to all the viewers. So, yeah, look, first thing I can tell you is I think ECN being around associated with Czech cricket's gone definitely one notch up. Yeah, the quality of cricket, the sheer interest, the entertainment value, it's been phenomenal, and I've been lucky enough to be involved with it right from the first series we had here.
Yeah.
I've also been super lucky to be in Spain last year, part of the ECC. So look, all in all, it's fabulous.
Yeah, for sure. Some pretty special things happening. I just love to see the development in real time. I mean, the first series in 2020, I watched on TV. That was different times back then with the lockdown, so moving around wasn't as easy back then. But yeah, once I was on the tour full-time in 2021, loved the series we had here in Prague. Just seeing more teams involved all the time. So now I think we're up to
More
something like
talent,
24
more talent,
teams or so in the domestic comp. I know it's gone up dramatically in the last few years.
Okay.
Uppercut, this is going to be form. Yeah, so Jagan Everson, he's a guy, he's coming off a century. He cuts it away nicely, plays a good shot.
Yeah, Vishak is someone that I've played closely for about 2-3 years now. I've captained him for a couple of seasons. When you're getting your playing 11 done, right, he's probably one of the guys that makes into the list straight away. Of course, the batting skills that everybody's seen over the last few days, but his fielding is something he brings to the table straight away. So I think I've been quite privileged to captain him for a couple of years. Of course, he's moved on to a new challenge, to a new club. Wish him all the best. I really think Vishak's wicket and Divi's wicket is what is going to decide this match.
Yeah, it would seem pretty logical because they weren't able to get going earlier on in this contest. Back in match 53, Devendra Singh was out for 5. Jagan Everson out for 25, so just 30 between them. But yeah, I kind of agree with you. But whereas the United openers, they actually did get cracking and they chased down the 99. Going to tick over 8 overs. Last ball of the first over coming up.
It's a good one.
Yeah, lets it go. So being a bit careful, we can excuse that. There's still plenty of time to go. 10 for no loss.
Yeah, I just hope they don't put too much of weight on their own wickets and sort of eat up a few balls. I'm sure they're smart enough not to, but you know, pressure of a tight game. I actually had a word with the UCC guys and the Barbarians a couple of days ago. It was. I just had a feeling this match was definitely going to be the decider for the 4th place. I mean, not a prediction guru, but then I do remember having a word with both the teams that, guys, the last match is going to be the one that's probably going to, you know, be the one to get you there.
And literally it's worked out.
It literally is that way.
And there's not too much between the two teams. They've got the supercomputer. I still think undercounting the expected score because it actually feeds in a lot of data from previous series where the outfield was a lot heavier. And so United, 2-run favourites in this one. And now they're going to go for Zahid Iqbal. Doesn't surprise me. He bowled really well earlier. Haven't seen him too much in this series. But first one right on target.
Not a bad start.
Yeah, works it away for 1. So yeah, asking any questions for Kranthi while he's here. Hello to Gary Wheeler, hello to Kroom, hello to Chris Smith. John Gray's there as well.
Hi,
Sahil Grover.
Sahil's there.
Hello.
How's your job, brother?
He's saying hello, Kranthi. How are you?
Hi, Sahil. I'm doing all right. Just a little bit under the weather, but happy to be here with Winnie.
Little wink face in Sahil's message. I've got a question for Sahil. In fact, I already shot it back. Oh,
that's a good ball.
It gets big. I think is there a little bottom edge on this?
Yep, I think there is.
Yeah, he's just jumped and probably a bit lucky to get away with it. It's easy to chop this down onto your stumps or maybe get caught behind. But yeah, gets away from Abhimanyu Singh, who can't deal with the roller. And there's a bonus boundary for Vashak.
It's crazy the number of boundaries that actually have gone in that area. It's just impossible to set a field there, and it just seems to happen so often.
I think it's the area just in front of the keeper that's very unpredictable. If you do have to take a second bounce, some place like Malta, the turf goes back about 15 metres past the stumps. Anyway, this one is going to be fielded by the Yellow Jacket. It's a good start.
Yeah,
continues.
You better not feed him on the leg side. Both these guys, actually, they're pretty strong on their legs.
Yeah, pick that one up fairly easily. Yeah, so in Malta, the actual artificial pitch is 50 metres long. So you've got the 20 metres between the stumps and 15 metres. So it just protects against bowler run-ups getting damaged. The area in front of the keeper, of course, is pretty important. I'd love to see, eventually, when it is time for a new pitch anywhere, maybe you think about that, because obviously in Europe, sometimes you are grappling with the weather.
Like we are now, a little bit, but I think we should get through this one.
So far, so good. Yeah. Some misfield by Amandeep, but they won't get a run. Yeah, so my question to Sahil was, the question is, how are you? Because Sahil took a bit of a nasty blow upstairs last night. Sahil, how are you? And I saw he was up and about at the end of the game.
Yeah, actually, I did quickly message him yesterday, just quickly check if he was all right, and he said he's okay. Luckily, nothing's broken, but that looked pretty nasty on TV, and I was actually watching it, and I was like, oh my God, no, hang on, that shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just one of those things, I suppose. That, yeah.
But all credit to Riaz Afridi. I mean, he's been tenacious all the matches. His pace has gone up. I actually had the opportunity to play him as well. He's pretty feisty.
Yeah,
Let me confirm.
Yeah, it's true. You know, he's.
And if I may request the Brno guys, stop giving this guy more breakfast. He's already doing enough damage.
Well, they shot themselves in the foot the other day.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're aware, but there was a game where they accidentally left him off the team sheet and he couldn't play. Anyway, right now it's another leg side. Little clip from Devendra Singh, who gets one that's a bit too straight. Iqbal not quite getting it right in this second over. That's the end of it. It's 24 without loss. And Sahil saying, I'm feeling amazing. See you tomorrow for sure. Well, that's good to hear, Sahil. And obviously you never want to see
Bohemians
injuries.
will need him as well. He's been quite great right up top of the order, right? Like, I think he's got, 350 plus runs, if I'm not wrong. Maybe even 400. But yeah, they'll definitely need him tomorrow.
Now that you're kind of out of the running, we know that.
Yeah.
But you can be a bit objective because, of course, you've played with a lot of these guys as well for the Czech national team, with Prague CC in top spot and then Bohemians in second, Brno in third. I mean, that's going to be a really interesting game. They played yesterday and had some feisty battles, Bohemians and Brno, as Sahil will attest, and they're going to play each other in the semi-final. That's going to be a tough one to call.
It's probably the toughest one in my opinion. I'm not giving any extra credit to PCC or the team that makes it to the fourth place. That's also going to be a good game. But at the same time, I think Bohemians, Brno, they just seem so
anything can happen. I think
on
the
both
format,
sides, right? Yeah.
probably in T20, Brno have probably shown a bit more in that format. I know that Brno went really close to qualifying for the ECL again. PCC just knocking them out off the second
Yeah, just a few balls, yeah.
But in this format, Bohemians, you've got players like Grover, for example. They're just impact players. Zishan Azim's been very good for them as well.
Very impressed with Zishan, yeah, for sure. And also Sajib. Sajib has that X factor.
Of course.
And
Sazib's the only player I've ever seen play with an injury and look fitter every game. I don't know how he's doing it.
Yeah, he's amazing. So I'm pretty certain that both Brno and Bohemians will probably put out their strongest team tomorrow. So nobody's going to be taking any chances. Really looking forward to that game. But talking about games, this one, we haven't seen any sixers yet, but I have a feeling one's coming, or a wicket for sure.
Run rate's still healthy enough. It's a little bit short again on the leg side. That's going to be trouble. It still runs away really quickly. Probably not as quickly as it was earlier in the week with the rain we've had, but still getting value for your shots. And you can see he's very quick to get in position there to get front on, open himself up for the leg side.
What I've noticed is, or rather what I've been really impressed about UCC is the bowling lens. It's something I would love to steal for our team, but I have a feeling, at least in these first few overs, they seem a little bit dodgy. Those lengths have been missing a little bit more than they have in their earlier games.
Fraction short, I'd say. Just a fraction. They're not bowling very short, but I think you want to try and...
That's better.
Yeah, you need to try and draw them forward, I think, and maybe draw them into a mistake. So Mike Zeal's got a question. What do they lay these artificial pitches on? Well, it depends, Mike. There are different places, different things. Here, I think it's a clay base. So actually they say that sometimes the rain can make the pitch play a little bit better because it binds it together. That was kind of the information I had. But I really like the pitch here. Probably a bit slower than a few pitches around Europe, but still it takes a bit of turn. This one is cut away by Devendra Singh, and he's playing on this pitch nicely. He moves to 18 in pretty quick time. Once again, the outfield, not very forgiving for the fielding side. That one runs away very quickly. So the other question he had is to you, Kranthi. And what were the Prague derby matches like to play in? So matches, I suppose, against Prague CC is probably the one that you'd say, but also Prague Barbarians.
Yeah, I think we have Prague Tiger. There are plenty
Prague
of Prague
Tigers
teams
as well.
out there. Yeah, it feels like probably we're living in London because there's so many derbies go on. Like you know, there's football derbies happening. How does it feel? Oh well, look, just give me a moment here. That's
up and over the top. I think that's
four
going to
as
run
well.
away for 4. A nice shot, Devendra Singh. This is what I was talking about, luring them forward into a shot. And yes, it goes for 4, but at least it's a risk. You know, there's a chance that gets caught at mid-off if he doesn't quite hit it. But
I think he just got enough on that one.
he did, indeed. That's the end of the power play. 37 for 3, Barbarians.
So quickly to answer the question, the derbies feisty, demanding, needs a lot of effort. You're not going to win a match by mistake. You're not going to lose one by mistake. It's there for everybody to see, and I'm just happy to be part of it. Like, it's just so beautiful. It's look at the ground. It's nice. Most of the people that you play against are your friends. You probably run into them later in the evening in a restaurant.
There's
all
some healthy
fun.
rivalries.
Absolutely.
I think that's the thing. I think if you play cricket at a decent level, it's very competitive on the field, but off the field, I think you have the same goal. You enjoy what you're doing. Now, Bindra's coming in for the 4th over, so they don't give Iqbal a second. Now, Bindra has been opening the bowling before, and he gets good shape with a new ball. Problem is, by the time he got it earlier, he didn't get it off the straight, so he seems to have lost his swing a little bit. But he's coming on a fraction earlier in the 4th over this time.
I remember he used to bowl a little bit of spin last year. He seemed to have transitioned into a medium pacer.
Yeah, he's still got that kind of cutter. But yeah, hasn't really found the swing back in. Oh, now. Oh,
I think
this is an interesting one. Let's have a look, because Piyush, he ends up over the boundary, but does he jump and keep it in play? I feel like they didn't know whose it was, Sharma and Piyush here. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, he's definitely 4 because he's kicked it down into the rope. So, yeah, Sharma kind of balked. He went and then stopped. But, yeah, but you're right about the amount of derbies.
Yeah, and just to finish my comment on that, I think you just make a subliminal, sort of a subconscious note about who hit you last time. That's gone for 6.
Yeah, well, that is it, and that's going to take some finding. That's actually literally, almost literally, into the car park. It just knocks off the final log, but this was brutal. Again, Bindra not quite getting it right. And have you parked your car over there, Kranthi?
No, I just happened to take a taxi today.
Well, that's
I'm
smart.
sure he's gone.
Anyway, yeah, I think sometimes on some drier days, a few balls can end up over there. It's going to take a few throws to get back. The Yellow Jacket's arm was getting tested there. But yeah, keep the questions coming in for Kranthi. He's my guest in the commentary box here for match number 56. All right, so UCC, remember, they need to win this game to make the finals. It's pretty much a shootout. Not bowled.
Good ball.
That's more like what Bindra was dealing when he's on with the ball.
Well, the fact that UCC haven't been able to get a wicket yet, this just looks ominous for them. Both these guys can explode.
And they can.
And they have some hitters coming down the line, so these are ominous signs for UCC. It's a nice cut shot.
Yeah, good hands there. I think it's going to end up going over the line. It does. Ghanshyam Kumar. To be honest, he does everything right. I think sometimes you can do everything right and still get a bad result. He goes down. He tries to get his body. Yeah, gets it.
I'm the Spartans captain. Tell me about it.
Yeah, exactly. See, look, this last hop just goes into his forearm and ends up losing across the line. So just comparing the power plays. So earlier on, the Barbarians scored 21 for 1 in their power play. This time, doing a lot better, 37 without loss.
That's a good ball.
It's a good ball. It's also the end of the over. 50 came up during the over and the 50 partnership between these two. So middle over is going to be crucial. 53 without loss after 4. So I've got a question for you. How did you come to the Czech Republic in the first place, and how long have you been here? Where did you live before this?
Born and brought up in Bangalore, India. Lived in a few other countries as well. I came here as an Erasmus student of all the things. It was just about it was just about a little more than 5 years ago.
Is that right?
Yeah, and then decided to stay. Prague is sweet. It's
a beautiful city.
Yeah, and I have some networks now. I've made some friends, and of course parents and family still back in India. But then Prague is sweet. Let me repeat that.
Yeah.
So Erasmus student. That's how it started.
Is that right? No, I got to say, I love spending time here in Prague. I find it, a fairly affordable city, a very walkable city as well. It's quite compact for a city of its size. Ghanshyam Kumar to bowl the next over number 5. He's turned away first ball by Divi Singh.
And don't forget the whole medieval feel of the thing, right?
That's right. It's the architecture. They said the city of 1,000 spires. So I actually saw the tram video there earlier, which is
I've seen
something I haven't actually done. Now I feel like I have to do it. Everyone looks well dressed on it as well.
I'm sure it's for the video, but anyway.
Potentially. Anyway, this is a little back cut, gets through the field. This is going to be 4 as well. And United just need to find a way to break through. Their bowling, their fielding was on before. But this partnership looking super dangerous at the moment, Kranthi.
Yeah, I just want to mention, I was really impressed with Ghanshyam in this tournament. His lengths have been just fantastic, like so consistent, tenacious. And if they can take him out for some runs here, that's already going to be a double bonus.
We've got a few quiet achievers. United that they can always rely on. Abhimanyu is one of those behind the stumps. I think he does a good job with the gloves and also with the bat when he's called on. Of course, he'll be still having nightmares about that golden ball on Saturday because here's the thing. If they won that golden ball, assuming everything else stays the same, they'd already been fourth.
Absolutely.
Now they have to fight for it through
That
this
was,
game.
that was what centimeters? Maybe an inch? Yeah.
Well, it was the fact he didn't touch his bat. Right now, this is a good effort from Bindra as he jumps, star jump style, but he can't grab the ball. Maximo, yet another boundary. Divi Singh, a little bit short, pounces on it.
Just out of his reach. So looks like it's happening. Ghanshyam is going for runs. That's probably the second ominous sign that I can see here. UCC really need to do something about it. A wicket would help.
Yeah,
two,
certainly
two
would.
for sure. But yeah, you can start with one.
The highest chase in this series is actually 131. So they're quite close together. The best score, the lowest score defended is 101, and the highest chase is 131. Normally you get a few outliers. You'll have one game in 50 where a team defends 80 or maybe chases 140.
Yep.
So they're pretty close together. So what it means is that if you get a good score on the board, it normally stands up. And at the moment, looks like they're on for a good score.
Vinny, I have a question for you, if I may. I've been wanting to ask this for a while. I'm sorry if this has already been answered. Maybe I might have missed it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Who are the fastest bowlers in ECN? Three.
Good question. Okay, well, I'm going to come back to you with that question after a second, because a few people said they want to get a look at you. So why don't we say hello? It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, here with Kranthi, of course, the Spartans captain. Spartans not quite making it to finals day, but Kranthi, you're a guy, we have seen you playing for the Czech national team in Kartama. So I've got a question for you before I answer yours. What was that like when you went to Spain to play for the national team in that tournament?
All right. First and the foremost thing is I started playing I actually played my first competitive hardball game 6 years ago. I mean, obviously being in...
Is that right?
Yeah. Obviously being in India, you obviously would have worn your pads, your gloves to get the feel of it. But from there to actually playing for the national team, I just had to wake my up a few times. But the Spain thing was just fabulous, because I remember when you're in the team bus and you get down in Kartama, and then you have this small walkway, and the ground just opens up, and you're like, oh my God, that's where I'm going to play.
Yeah, it's got Field of Dreams, really, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's as short as Gundy, and that's headed straight for Scott Page bench. Maximo, not a good start for Rudraj, who's coming on to bowl the 6 over. Yeah, so, I mean, I know you guys didn't really have the kind of success you would have liked in that tournament, but still, surely, the experience is something you'll remember for a long time.
Experience for life for sure, and just the quality of cricket. I remember watching Kamran. It was the first match I was sitting in the dugout, and Kamran comes in and bowls, and you're like, holy cow, is that what I'm going to be playing? And then there were a few other quickies as well, so that's why the question.
Okay, so that kind of leads me back to that question. Yeah, I think Mohammed Kamran has got to be up there, top 3. I'm going to throw another one at you. Riaz Afridi, I think, at the moment
it's pretty
is
quick
as
well.
anyone in European cricket.
Yeah.
It's also a few, I mean, if you include players like from the Netherlands 11 that we saw winning that tournament last year, so guys like Viv Kingma, Ryan Klein, those kind of guys, get the pace up. This is another one on the legs, and that's going to be 4. It's not learning their lesson at the moment, United, drifting into the pads.
Yeah.
And that brings up the batter's 50. That's Divi Singh's 50 in just 17 balls. He looks like a man on the mission at the moment.
I think I'll stick to what I said. If one of these guys gets to 70 plus, I think Barbarians are probably going to do this. It's going to be difficult from there.
The other thing is, I mean, there is a lot of cloud around. There are some concerns about some rain. So remember that a no result would mean United go through. So I'm not saying, I don't want to call it too early, but
I hope it
we
doesn't
need to
come
get
to
3
that.
overs into the second innings. Otherwise, it's no result.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't come to that.
You should hope it doesn't, obviously, but these things happen from time to time. I'll throw another one in there. There's a few that you probably never even heard of. Anik Ahmed.
Are we still talking about the
fast bowlers?
Yeah.
I'll give you another one who we saw a little bit of. He was playing for Dreux in the ECL.
Oh, yeah, I've seen this person.
And his name's Mohammed Rafa, and he had a bit of an elbow injury, but he didn't bowl that much. But I saw him bowling recently here in the T10, and this guy
he's quick. Yeah.
He's quick, and he's got a killer slower ball.
Yeah.
A very hard to pick slower ball.
That's true.
And at the end of the innings, he was almost unhittable. Same arm speed, but a lot slower. And there's a few, probably a few I've left out.
So I remember Vinny, you captained that the tournament, right?
Yeah, so I had a team in the T10 here. So it was actually my first time really playing T10. So now I've commentated on it so much. It was a great experience.
Yeah, for those of the viewers who might not know, Vinny's a fantastic keeper, and he hit 4 sixers in a row in that tournament. So.
That's true. To be honest, I did more watching than batting because some of my batters were going large, and this is another one going large for Devendra Singh. Maximo as Magaro goes for 18 in the 6th. And this pair just growing in stature by the over. Barbarians 84 without loss after 6. Yeah, so I did enjoy that. I enjoyed just the kind of pace of it. Obviously I've seen more of it than probably anyone on the planet.
Sure.
But to play it myself, I even found myself, in the heat of the moment, throwing when I wasn't meant to throw, kind of caught up in the moment. And so I can relate, I think, even better now. Having played a lot of cricket in my life, but it's the first time I've played the kind of ECN style format. Right now, I think Barbarians enjoying themselves. Ghanshyam does get a second over, and he almost gets the edge. And that reminded me a little bit of, I think it was the Barbarians that ran a 3 to the keeper last year. That was one of our viral moments. How do you deal with it, though? This is a question for you, Kranthi, because the camera captures it all. You'll have your good moments, you'll have your moments that you want to forget, and maybe the camera doesn't let you forget them that easily. Are you kind of used to playing on camera now, or do you just kind of put it out of your mind when you're out there?
Me personally, I think I got used to it by now. But I remember having a team talk before the tournament to the guys who made their debuts this season for us. And I was, in a funny way, telling them, guys, you're going to end up becoming memes, so watch out, yeah?
Yeah.
Put in those efforts there. Yeah.
And this is cut away, straight to the field, and we can't hold on. Maybe a half a chance if he grabs that Sally Sitar there. Yeah, what I normally say is you just got to roll with it.
Yep.
You wouldn't have imagined 5 years ago that ECN would be where it is. We're talking about over 1,700 matches this year now. And so just enjoy the experience and take the good with the bad. And that's unfortunately what the bowler's going to have to do here, because this isn't a convincing shot, a rare false shot, in fact, from Devendra Singh, but he moves himself up into the 60. Now, here's a guy who scored 95 not out earlier in the tournament.
Yep.
Couldn't quite make his 100. His batting partner has one. Right now, he's looking like he wants to join the club.
I'm pretty sure he wants to join the club.
So yeah, for sure, I think that you're just going to have to try and appreciate the good bits about it. People often say, oh, why do we share things that are, I suppose bloopers? But the truth is we share a bit of everything.
Everything,
we share
that's
good
true.
shots.
It's just that the bloopers catch on, yeah.
Of course,
Yeah.
in the cricket world, because there are certain things you just will only see on the European Cricket Network. Last ball of the 7th here. Drags it leg side, but there's a fielder there.
Single. And all I wanted to say is that they might actually look quite funny and bloopy on screen, but trust me, it's quite difficult out there, especially because the uneven nature of the ground. I mean, all credit to the ground staff, but that's the way it is, right?
Yeah.
So it might look pretty funny and obvious, like how did this even happen? But let me tell you guys,
it's a lot easier when you're watching on TV. Hey, I know that. I've been in the Commodores long enough to know it's a lot easier from here. Hey, coming up tomorrow, we have Finals Day. It's a big 3 days ahead with Finals Friday, then the ECIs on the weekend. So Bohemians versus Brno. We know that's the 2 versus 3 matchup. Semi-final number 2 is the top-seeded Parag CC, and they will take on either United or Barbarians, depending on what happens this game. And each team tomorrow will play 2 games, whether they win or they lose, because there's the bronze final. And then, of course, the big one, Parag CC. They are back-to-back champions. They'll want to go back-to-back-to-back in the ECS tomorrow, but you just feel finals date. There's always a surprise or two around.
Can happen.
And join us 7:15 a.m. GMT, which is 9:15 in Central Europe and 12:45 in India for more European Cricket Series. Okay, so Zuchi's getting a bowl. We didn't see him earlier, but they're trying a few different options to break this partnership. The first one just swings a little bit too much, and good keeping by Abhimanyu. Make sure.
I hear a lot of noise from the Barbarians dugout.
Full toss. At least it's outside the off stump. Begoli isn't someone we've seen bowling, and he suffered a bit of an injury earlier in the tournament, so it certainly has hampered him. It wasn't required to bat earlier either because they were none down. But yeah, he's a player I think United would love to have fully fit and available. What can they get to here?
I just have a feeling something's happening on this ball. Sorry, Vinny, go for it.
Kranthi's got a feeling. Wow, you're going to see a beautifully executed shot. It's going to go around Ghanshyam. And this is kind of what you talked about, this field. It's a little bit unpredictable. I think he runs past this one at the end, but the result's 4 runs. Well timed. Yeah, I mean, Ghanshyam, you can never doubt his effort.
No,
he's a guy, he'll give 100% for his team. And he sprinted over there, but I just think that the ball held up slightly, took a bit of a Tortuga around him. Jagan Everson's played second fiddle in this partnership, but still has put together a pretty classy 30. That one rocketed off the bat as well.
It looks very stylish when he plays those shots. But I have a feeling Divi is going to explode now. Sorry, one more feeling.
Okay. Hey, you can be open about your feelings here in the commentary box. No problem at all.
Divi's going to go for it now. Knowing him and his style of cricket and what I've played with him, I think if he gets a single on this one, it's just going to be nunchucks after that.
All right, this is hit down.
There you go. I called for a single. That is a single. All right, Divi, make me proud. Don't get my prediction wrong now.
Yeah. This is where, as a fielding team, you kind of want to slow the game down because you feel the batting team's got all the momentum, but you can't really do that when you're on the clock. Oh, full toss with the goalie. It's going to come into play. So they've kind of got this wall. They're going to go for 2. That's actually very good running to pitch 2 there. And both these teams, they run very well.
Yep.
You know, they're looking for every run possible. And towards the end of the innings, they'll take more calculated risks. This is an example of that. Hello to Parth Baladia, who's in the chat saying hello, Vinny and Kranti.
Hi, Parth.
Parth, hopefully you're well. Put your feet up for a little while now. One bangs into the knee of Sharma. So tell us a bit about the Spartans team at the moment. Let's peel the curtain.
All right.
Like, who's the funniest guy in the team?
Who's the funniest guy in the team?
Apart from yourself.
All right, funny in a positive way, I suppose. Yeah.
Well, I hope so. 100's up, by the way, in the 100 partnership. He's going to be stumped off a wide. And they're going to have a look at this. Probably my only concern is, does he take it behind the stumps? Abhimanyu Singh, excellent keeping. Nice and slow all the way through. So, yeah, draws him wide. That's fine for me. Goes one glove. It's excellent keeping, and he's just out. And so, yeah, Abhimanyu Singh, he basically has to go and reach for that. Now look at one more time. There's only one concern. Has he taken it in front of the stumps? I don't think so. I've got to say, as long as the ball passes the stumps, then he can do what he wants from there. So, yeah, it's in his follow-through. He goes from in front of the stumps. But that's fine. As long as the ball gets past the stumps before Abhimanyu breaks the plane, he's going to be fine. And Vaishak Jagan Everson is going to be stumped off a wide. Clever bowling, I think, from Zucchi. I think it was deliberate, and he's going to be stumped for 31. The 100 partnership does come up, but also brings a wicket. It's 101 for 1.
Abhimanyu was impressive there.
Really good keeping, because you wouldn't normally think, okay, take it one-handed. Is that the smart thing to do? But in that case, because he had to rush, it was.
Yep.
Because it was always going to be quicker. So I often say there's 2 types of stumping. The one where you have to rush and the one where you don't. And you can see he was just out. Now, if the batter was charging wildly down the pitch, then you take that ball a different way. You try and get your body across, get it in 2 gloves, because you know you've got time to go back to the stumps. But Abhimanyu didn't have a lot of time, and he creates that first wicket out of almost nothing. Murali Vandrasi, also a pretty good player. He's coming out at number 3.
He can hit the ball pretty far, let me tell you that.
He is a good hitter. He drives this first one, but stays along the ground. He'll retain the strike. And it takes us to the end of the 8th over. The score is 102 for 1. Okay, so I'm going back to my question. Who's the funniest guy in your team, in the Spartans team?
Incidentally, it's actually the guy who was just messaging you. I think Parth is actually quite funny. He has a big smile on his face, but at the same time, when he gets angry, he really does. And he's doing goofy stuff sometimes. Sorry, Parth. But yeah, I think I'll probably put him as a pretty funny guy.
Okay. Well, he seems like he'd be a bit of a character.
Yep.
Anyway, Niraj Chagi also in the chat. Hello, Niraj. Hopefully you're
Niraj.
well. Saying, hey, Kranti, good to hear you in the commentary box. And Kasi Viswanathan as well.
Yeah,
Kasi had a very good tournament. Very good tournament, didn't he, as well?
He did. We wanted to back him actually this season. We wanted to give him and a few others enough opportunities to sort of well-rise themselves, and I think he's done justice to
He stepped up.
Yeah.
That game went right down to the wire. Again, probably a case of like missed
What could have
opportunity.
been, yeah.
What could have been, but that's the thing. With this format, you're going to get a lot of close finishes. It's built for it. Think of it this way. Like the chances of a tie, for example, in a 50-over match, pretty remote. 20 overs, yeah, a bit more. 10 overs, a bit more.
Yep.
Imagine if you had a 1-over match, for example. If you took it to the extreme, then you're always the chance of a tie. Anyway,
Is that a UFO winning?
I was going to say, maybe we can get that. Well, what a shot this is. He goes and fetches it, and he's put it all the way. Maximo!
Nice shot.
Well, it's the unorthodox ramp. He doesn't get his body behind it. He just slaps it from outside the off. And what a way to hit it, 6. What a shot. Probably the shot of the day.
I want to watch that again.
Yeah, that was crazy. As he swings his way into the 70s.
Oh, that was outside off.
Yeah, by a long way as well.
Went all the way. Vinny, I think you missed it. There were a couple of UFOs there.
Yeah, I think they might be back. I don't know where they came from. I thought you weren't allowed to have drones around here. It's be a whoa. Yeah, it is a wide, you know. Straight over the line. I didn't think he was going to call it. They brought back Zahid Iqbal, but I think that even though it seems back, I think when it passes the crease, it grabs a bit of the blue. So, just got to bring it back in a touch.
He's trying it again. Oh.
Yeah, well, now we've got trouble at the bowler's end. Vendrasi trying to get back, and he's going to be run out anyway. Well, Iqbal, he's dropped that onto the stumps.
That was meant to be.
And so Vendrasi, well, he won't be laughing, but he might be the only one. Maybe he will have to laugh when he looks back at it. Iqbal had time to grab this and throw it onto the stumps, but he just clanged it. Divi trying the same shot again, but have a look at this. Hits the bowler, and he thinks he's messed it up, but then he kind of turns around and looks to everyone like, would you believe I did that on purpose? I don't think anyone believed it.
Probably not.
But yeah, it all worked out fine. Vendrasi has to go for just 2, and United catch the break because he's a dangerous hitter. It's 110 for 2.
Walks in tall Amrit. Oh, he's been hitting some sixes earlier today. I was watching. Amrit's a good friend, actually. Again, sort of this person that you run into is really sweet, always smiling, but he's going to hit you far away with those big sixes.
Yeah, so this is Amrit Rai who's coming out. I think he's actually, Divi is been hitting the arm there, so just getting the magic spray. I don't know about doing it again. I suppose hindsight's 20/20. He looks like a genius if he does it again.
Yeah, the odds were pretty low on that one to happen.
There's a local airport around here, so you get a lot of recreational aviators around. Yeah, it's a nice little plane there, but there's also a few little UFOs. Yeah, that's the best way to call it.
I think it probably hit him on the elbow. Actually,
I think it did. I thought maybe hit him on the hip, but it was about that height, wasn't it? Anyway, he'll be fine. I'm sure about that. Amrit Rai is a pretty good hitter. He's coming in at number 4.
What surprises me sometimes is when you watch it on the screen, the ball seems to appear a little bit slower than what it actually is.
Definitely.
And
Definitely.
Yeah, and when you get hit and you watch it on screen later, you said, really, did I get hurt for this? But then when you actually get hit.
I'm going to tell this to everyone watching cricket on TV, no matter what level you're watching. When you're actually playing, it seems like it's going faster than when you're just watching on TV. That goes for all levels. Now this will be a wide rise at the non-strikers end, don't forget, because that's where the run out was. But yeah, 100%, because you probably watch it back. So for the other thing is movement. If a ball seams back and, say, bowls you, it doesn't look like that much on TV.
Yep.
But out there, it seems like heaps.
It's a real deal, yeah.
Yeah, it just, the camera doesn't tell the whole story. It's a slight miss hit off the toe of the bat.
Yeah, I don't think he's timed it as he wanted to.
This is kind of where he was when he made his 95 not out, where he was creeping up on 100 but ran out of time. Ryan will get an opportunity. He'll be swinging from the bootlaces from ball 1, I think.
So look, Winnie, Divi's got to 70 plus, which I was mentioning right at the beginning of the innings. I think we're not. They have a, I would say, an advantage already here.
Yep.
Past those couple of ominous signs, so now let's see how.
Could be trouble.
All right,
off the fingertips of Bagoli. It does take a little bit of the sting off it, but they will come back for 2. Bagoli is nursing that injury. I've got a question here from Mahmood. I have a question for Kranthi. Hey, Kranthi.
Hi.
Who is your favourite player in this tournament?
In this
As
tournament?
A fan.
As a fan.
And I'm going to say it can't be a Spartans player.
All right. That's
okay,
fair.
because I know you're a bit biased, but that's fine.
That's
you're allowed to be.
All right.
Anyway, for the purpose of this question, but right now, let's watch another boundary, which is off the outside edge. So Rai goes 2 and 4 and gets something out of the 2 balls he faces in the 9th. And Barbarians building a healthy score. The score now is
And
118 for 2 after 9.
I'm sorry, I get to say only one player. That's it.
You can name a couple. I don't
Alright.
mind.
No, I think it's better to name one than two. Actually, sometimes.
Okay. This is a fan.
Yeah,
not
I
as
get
a player or a
it.
captain.
I get it.
Okay?
I get it. I think I would go with Sudesh. Sudesh is he's so good. I think the first game I played here in Prague was actually against PCC. I remember it.
Yep.
That was close to just a little more than 5 years ago. And Sudesh was in the team, and everybody was like, "Hey, this is a guy. He's probably gonna take the game away from you." And I'm like, "Okay, how good can he be? You know?"
He is very good, but he's kind of unpredictable as well. He's a character.
Yeah,
I think
Sudesh is
you need
phenomenal.
characters. He'd be high on my list as well.
Yeah, I would say he's probably my favorite player, especially because of the amount of consistently, right? Semi-finals, finals, come the semis, come the finals. You know he's going to perform, right? And you know he's going to do it. And the rest of the team is getting out, and he's there yet to bat. You just know it. The game is not done yet. And add to that.
Oh well, this is a full toss, hanging full toss, and it's going to be slammed out of the ground. Maximo, Devendra Singh, he's 80 now. So if you want to play the century game at home, he needs 20 off 5 deliveries. Yeah, so
What do you think, Winnie? He's going to do it?
I feel like he might be stranded in the 90s again.
It's a bit tight, but...
Got to keep the strike, though. That's the thing. One kind of kills it. Goes after a ball that I think would have been a wide. Will it get to the boundary? It will not, but you've got to go for 2. They do. So, yeah. Moves to 82. So he's 3 big hits away. And, yeah, nice bit of fielding out there. Ghanshyam Kumar still trying his hardest. United, they'll feel, it's a big chase, but they'll feel it's a chase they can pull off. Well, there's the century list.
He's got one.
Yeah, well, this one will disappear. Maximo Dev Singh to 88 within 2 big blows of 100. Yeah, so here's the list. And if we turn over to page 2, we'll find his batting partner, Mashak Jagannathan, the only century, not just in this series, but ever in ECN cricket on Czech soil. Anyway, let's get back to the action. 12 required, 3 balls left.
Well balled.
Misses. Don't take the run. It'll ruin it. But, yeah, Divi.
Yeah, I think Divi got stuck with 2 months.
He always looks like a player that's too good to stay out of the runs for long. You see some of those players. Anyway, Maximo or bust.
There's still 2 balls to go, Winnie. He can
2
still
to
get
go.
there.
2 to go. Well bowled, though. Doesn't allow him the opportunity. They might take on 2 here anyway, because he's going to have to make a long throw, Bagoli. It's a pretty good throw.
He misses the ball, I think.
Yeah, he misses the ball. Didn't have the ball. They're going to have a look at this, but you can see pretty clearly that he doesn't have the ball. Abhimanyu Singh, I don't think even appeals for it, but I think that someone did. So the umpire's saying, all right, maybe I didn't have a good view. Let's have a look. But just have a look there. Doesn't have the ball. There's a good quick throw. Again, he goes the one hand for extra speed, but yeah, doesn't do it in time. So he will get 2. So it takes him to 90. So I want to fix that one up, I think, on the screen, which I'm sure they will. So he finds himself in the 90s. I think he's stranded in the 90s again because there's only 1 left, unless there's like a big no ball or something like that. Anyway, here we go. Last ball. And he gets something that probably was hittable. Gets it away from the fielder. Piyush is after it. Again, they'll try for 2. Good throw will have him cooked.
Yeah, I think he's home.
Yeah, throw just lost a bit of sting. So Devendra Singh is going to finish on 92 not out. And Prague Barbarians are going to finish with a score of, well, I'm going to say 137. I think the scoring went a little bit awry at the end, unless I missed a short run, which often you'll get at that stage. Yeah, it was a short run. So he's actually going to finish on 91. And the final score will be 136. Remember that short run, Kranthi? Because if it gets close, and we know United have a bit of a penchant for close finishes, then maybe it'll matter. But really, it was a solid opening partnership. Century opening stand, which gets the ball rolling for Barbarians and sets up a very healthy total.
Let me take United's side for a minute here. I think they will really need to start well. Their opening batsmen have been pretty good. But I think they have their work cut out here. Everything went for Barbarians in that innings. UCC, I think they probably didn't bowl the lengths that they've been bowling in the previous matches. I think UCC have their work cut out here. But if they get there, it's going to be a good watch.
Yeah, for sure. And the thing is, they certainly handled the Barbarians bowling pretty well in the first game. They brought up 99 in 8.1 overs. So if you look at that run rate, it's not too far off what they'll require in this second innings. But really, this is all about Devendra Singh as he rocketed all the way. 91 in the end. 91.9 because it was a short run that cost him in the end. The United, though, I mean, they're one team. They're kind of used to the pressure. They've played more close games than almost anyone in the European Cricket Series here over the last couple of years. I think they got it slightly wrong with the bowling on occasion, drifting into the pads and paying the price. But ultimately, they made their bed. They have to lie in it. As that was a clever bit of bowling that actually was able to get Jagger Neveson. This might be the shot of the tournament, some people are saying, because he takes that from outside off stump and absolutely middles it. That was the wicket of Vashak. Meanwhile, but then after trying the ramp, he then cops it on the arm, and it's an accidental run out of Vandrasi. But yeah, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, and sometimes drops work out. I think Zahid was so happy when he turned around and saw where that ball had gone. But still, they weren't finished yet. There were 16 runs that came off the 9th over. 18 runs came off the 10th. So Barbarians, they just scrambled their way to a total in the 130s. And we have not seen a total this high chased. So what do you think, United? Any chance?
Oh, well, I think Barbarians will probably see this through. Since we were talking about feelings earlier, I think my gut feel is that I think the Barbarians have enough for this round.
I think you'd think so on paper, but United, they've got a funny way of just staying in the game. It's rain staying away at the moment. That's probably a good thing for Barbarians as well. 91 not out of 34 for Devendra Singh. His second score in the 90s, but what a series he's having. 7 Maximos and 8 fours in there. 31 for Jagger Neveson as those two put together an opening stand of 101 before it was finally broken when Jagger Neveson was stumped off for wide. Vandrasi, unlucky for him in more ways than one. He was run out off a fumble, and Amit Rai was there towards the end, did contribute a boundary to the cause. Just the one wicket to a bowler, and that was off a wide. Zenosuchi 1 for 30. Apart from that, Ghanshyam Kumar, again, he tried his hardest. He was the most economical of the bowlers. He took none for 19 off his 2. So, Kranthi, thanks so much for joining me in the box. Would you like to stick around for the second half?
Absolutely, Winnie. I think I'll be around. Let's do this.
I'm happy about that. So I'll be back with Kranthi after the break. 1:37 for United to secure a place in the semi-finals. Otherwise, Barbarians are going to sneak through. Nothing sneaky about that opening partnership, though. That 100-plus stand putting a good foundation together that they turn into a score in the 130s. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. And I'll be back with Kranthi after the break. You're watching ECN, and this is the European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Prague time for the last innings in the round-robin stage. It's match number 56. It's the innings that will determine who makes it to Finals Friday tomorrow. Will it be United, who are clinging on to a 1-point lead on the table, or will it be the Barbarians that can overtake them by defending this total here in the second half of this match? Barbarians have 136 to bowl at after they were inserted by United skipper Abhimanyu Singh, and I think Barbarians will be very happy with that. In the corresponding game earlier today, when these two teams met, Barbarians were only able to manage 98, and these two chased it down in just 49 balls, 99 unbroken their stand. Right now, they've got a lot to do, a lot of pressure on United, a lot of pressure everywhere in this ECS. Here's a man that seems to handle the pressure better than most. Kranthi, the Spartans captain, joining me back in the commentary box. And yeah, Kranthi,
Thanks, Vinny.
it's a tall mountain for United to climb, but certainly if you saw their batting earlier against Barbarians, they've got the batting to do it.
I think they can start with replicating what Vishak and Divi did. So Rutraj and Piyush, they obviously have the talent. I think this was probably their season, the way they've been scoring so far. They just need to replicate what Barbarians did. And if these two hang around for, at least for the power play, if they can get, say, maximize the power play, I think they might be still in with a chance. Couple of early wickets, yeah, Vinny.
These kind of games, you don't really want to fall behind the rate because it's already pretty big. 13.7 and over required. Once it gets 15 and above, it's struggle street to do that over a number of overs. But Barbarians, batting versus their bowling, probably a bit more of a batting team. But yeah, easy to say. Looking at the Barbarians, they are conceding 120 on average in the series. You compare that to United's 107. So, yeah, slightly different conditions, I suppose, with the outfield not quite as quick. Goyal's going to open the bowling for the Prague Barbarians. It'll be Magare who's facing up. He hit a very crisp 55 not out earlier in the day. Here we go, 137 for United to secure its place in the finals. First ball turned away, just a single. As an accidental collision occurs between the batter and the bowler. That's one thing I always like to see. You mentioned that it's very competitive, but also the games have been played in good spirit for the most part here.
No doubt about it.
Anyway, Piyush Patel is going to face up. The weight of runs on the board. Funny thing is, teams chasing have had more success in this series. I know it was 29 to 21.
That's very interesting
at
for
the
me
start of
because
the day.
I think most of the captains winning the toss have been opting to bat, but turns out the results are going the other way around.
All right, this could be trouble. It's
Hasn't
miscued.
timed it
Fielder
so
coming
well.
around, and he
He's got
catches it. And he catches it on the rebound. And it's the captain, Vamshi Madhushetty, that takes it. Big wicket, because they couldn't pick one up in the previous contest in match 53. And now they get Bagel for a golden. Bit of a disaster for United early in the first over. It's 1 for 1. Good catch there. I mean, had a lot to do, had to get around, and he slightly fumbled it.
Yep, he did fumble it.
That's
So that's a big wicket.
You don't want that following you, Kranthi. As a batter, you'd know that.
It did follow me once.
Yeah, can happen. Golden Derek. I suppose if you're going to make a duck, make it a quick one.
Is there a diamond one too?
There is a diamond
Okay.
one. And we've seen that a couple of times.
It looks like I missed that one, but I did see one following me the other day.
They're rare, but you will see them. So Pramod Bagoli,
Promotes in.
yeah, comes out playing pretty much as a specialist bat because of that injury. And so yeah, United lose one, but if you're going to make a duck, like I say, make it a quick one. You're not wasting balls. You're going to have somebody else come out and try to keep the pace up. Now he's going to get one he can turn on, and he almost hits it straight down the throat.
He found the only fielder.
Yeah, he did.
All on the leg side.
But Bagoli does get off the mark, gets away with it. Question from John Gray in the chat, and he's got a question for you, Kranthi.
Sure.
What do other teams need to do to become competitive with the likes of PCC? We've seen rare signs of weakness, but they've always won. so the short answer, I suppose there is no short answer, but I'll get your thoughts after this ball from Goyal.
That's kept a bit low.
Little edge on this, I think, as well. But it's not really a chance. It crashes into the pads of Divendra Singh. Does well to stop it. A little edge, you saw it there. So yeah, it is tough, isn't it? PCC with their depth and their experience.
Yeah, I think they always seem to be able to replace the key players that seem to be missing. There's always someone waiting in the line, talented, who sort of steps in. They don't seem to have the curves that some of the footballing clubs have. You generally go up, you go down, you have up, and you have a down.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem to happen with PCC because they're well backed. They have a deep squad, and yeah, I think it's primarily that they have the players who just seem to step up, and then you have the Sudesh factor that I was telling you the other day.
Yeah, that's
And,
true.
it's
It's
just
very
quality,
hard,
yeah.
hard to find a chink in the armour. Now that, I think, is a stumping chance. Divi can't take the ball cleanly. I will say as a keeper, that's frustrating, but if that happened to me, I'd always say, look, but I've created that chance by being up to the stumps.
Mhm.
And if I was back, it wasn't a chance at all. So, yes, it's frustrating, but don't beat yourself up too much about it.
That's probably that's big.
It is big, and it's just what United need, because that first over was pretty barren, but it will be a 6 to finish the over. United are 8 for 1 now after one. Magare away. Maybe he can put on a big score. Hey, question for Gary Wheeler, from Gary Wheeler, as we look at the golden ball count. I mean, this would be dramatic.
38.
If a golden ball was to happen here and decide which team makes it to the finals and which doesn't. 38 matches. Pretty crazy. It was only 5 days ago.
Exactly.
That
It
we
just,
had them already up to
doesn't
38
seem like
matches.
38 games ago. Yeah.
Includes Portugal, of course, which is going to get going pretty quickly. So Gary's got a question. And this question, unfortunately, I can't answer at the moment. He's asking, will the European Cricket Championship be on YouTube this year in UK or maybe another network? Short answer
good
is,
ball.
I don't know yet. But I will try and find out for you, Gary. If you ask me again, I'll ask my boss, the big boss. He's the one that organises all that. It's actually pretty cool. We're on probably 12 to 15 different TV channels around the world in that tournament.
Yeah.
Tree Perero Kanyalal comes on. He's a funny bowler, isn't he, Tree? Because, yeah, he's not really like anybody else.
Yeah, I had
is
a
he?
little bit trouble picking up the first time I played him because I just didn't know what his length is going to be. I was expecting it to turn. Hang on a second. Oh, that bounces.
Yeah, and this is the thing. He gets so much overspin with his delivery. But just have a look at when the ball comes out. It's just a big top spinner. All right, now where's he
Pramod's
going?
walking in a kilometer in, and oh, he just missed it.
This is a crazy early movement from Magari. I've got to say that I'd be considering shooting it down the leg side even, because Devendra Singh's good enough to probably pull off a stumping
Well,
there.
I would probably be confused.
I'd be confused.
As a bowler.
Well, he wouldn't be expecting it. And Divya, that's exactly what Divya Singh's saying. They're having a conference right now,
Yeah.
and they're saying, hey, if he does that again, don't bowl it anywhere near him. I would have been saying as
Let's
a
take the
keeper,
wide. Yeah.
if I'd seen that, I mean, you don't expect that. But if I'd seen that, I think what I would have done, I would have jumped down the leg side straight away and say, hey, bowl it here. So he misses it, and we can pick him up because Magari is a big price on his wicket.
I think they're prepared for it now, though, but I really don't think Ruturaj is going to walk down.
I think the surprise factor's gone from it.
Yeah.
But it was almost like somebody that's had one too many trying to get back from the pub at 3 a.m.
It's 4 balls for a run, and that's a wide. Make it 2, but still a pretty good over so far, especially in the power play.
Tree's one of the real nice guys in Czech cricket as well. You know, he's a guy, for example, he was playing for Brno, but then for employment he was going to be moving to Prague, so changed clubs. Well bowled here. This one explodes off the pitch. Yeah, but he agreed to play for the Barbarians. Then the job fell through, so he's still in Brno, but he said, look...
Oh, I didn't know about that.
Yeah, he said, I already said I'd play for you guys. I'm still going to play for you guys. I'm going to keep on my word. Anyway, this is a slight miss hit, but only slight. It's still going to go all the way. Maximo! Magari finishes the second with the bang. So both overs kind of won by Barbarians, but United get a 6 off the last ball. So that makes it 16 for 1 after 2.
I still think that was a good over for Barbarians, considering the context of the game. Just, was it 8 runs there? I would take that as a captain. So I think the power play is also probably going the Barbarian way.
Yeah, so what do? Do you change bowler, or do you go with the same thing? As you can see there, unfortunately your team Spartans down the bottom, but only just. I mean, you got 4 wins for, it's pretty close. You guys on 4, your team above you on 5. You know, one of these will finish on 6, so you look at these games, a couple of results go the other way, a couple of close ones. You mentioned obviously that one with Cassie batting at the end.
And also the rain-affected game, which was shortened for us.
Of course,
that was also a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But anyway, having said all of that, no excuses. But it's a really tight tournament, and I think if the team finishing in the bottom is going to win 4, I think that's really good for the tournament.
They stick with Goyal. And it's a false shot. Probably going to run away for at least 4. It is 1 bounce, 4 runs.
It's that dreaded area again.
But Gawley is a little bit of a wild card. Hasn't quite been himself. Yeah, it's a shame because he was named in the national squad for the first time for his all-round abilities. But just seeing how he's moving, you feel that he'll probably struggle to make the final cut there. 4 runs signalled. Was that ball pitched just inside? So to be on the pace, they'd be looking at 14 and over or so. So they're about 10 behind, I think, right now where they'd want to be.
They really need to cash in on this over. This is the over, in my opinion.
Interesting, just signals outside off saying, hey, I want it out here.
Yeah, it's gone.
Didn't quite get it where he wanted it, and that one has disappeared. Maximo! That was a monster from Pramod Bagoli. It's still going.
That hit the rope on the other field.
That was absolutely murdered, and you're right. Yeah, hit the rope and then just went for a jog, didn't it? That ball's ended up a good 150 metres away from the centre. That's gone absolute miles. Got a bit of help from the boundary rope, though. Yeah, but you can see Devendra Singh, he was trying to say, look, get outside off, get out on the tram line. So that was outside off, but I think it wasn't as wide as Devendra Singh was calling for it behind the stumps.
For UCC's sake, I mean, they are a friendly club of ours. I really think a couple more sixers they need in this over. Two more big hits.
We said they were 10 behind, but we also said they could make it up in a couple of balls with shots like that.
All right, let's see what happens on this one.
Yeah, pretty tense stuff at the moment.
That's a good ball. Oh, a bit tight on that one.
Devendra Singh doesn't like it. It's a tight call. And he said, this is exactly where I want it. When it passes the crease, I've got to say, I reckon that one's a bit tough on the bowler. That was a genuine reaction of shock on Rohit's face. Has to bowl that one again. Dragged across to the leg side. Fielder should cover this. Skips it a 1, Murali Vandrasi.
Pramod couldn't really get under that one.
That's the gamble with bowling outside the off stump. And I know ECN wide regulations, they're pretty harsh. Okay, that one maybe was a bit too harsh. But one thing I like about them, everyone knows what the rules are. So we found that we had to have consistency. We say, okay, look, if it touches the line, it's a wide. You got to bowl it inside the line. Anything down the leg side is a wide.
So anyways,
unless it's between the batter and the stumps, obviously. Full toss, and that's going to disappear as well. Maximo! Yep. So they gambled to bowl Goyal out, but doesn't really work out at the moment anyway. United making some noise from the sidelines as well.
UCC still in it?
Yeah, so at least, like I say, they are harsh, but they're the same for both sides. It takes a lot of the guesswork out. So I think the old chat, it was just an indication line. The umpires, it was a bit fuzzy. No one really knew what the rules were, including the umpires, I think. Just do what you want. But well, this is high, and it doesn't have the distance. It's an absolute skyscraper coming down and dropped by Murali Vandrasi. And that is a big moment in the game. And now they think of a second, but Pramod is just going to... He's going
to be fair, that was not an easy catch. That went really, really high.
That was into the clouds as well. And I think it is Murali's catch coming in from the outfield. He never really got set. He's a good fielder, but that was a very difficult opportunity. Pramod Bagoli dropped on 12. Is Magari last ball the power play? Misses it.
That's a really good ball.
End of the over. Game on here, Kranti.
I think it is. I think the game is on now. 36 of the power play, 100 in the 7. Yeah, I think United have probably made one stride back into the game.
Well, 40 would be to be on the rate, and they're 4 behind that at this stage. So, yeah, I think...
So if I'm not wrong, this is going to be the highest chase of the tournament if they get there?
If they can, it will be.
Because the highest chase if they do.
Previously, top of my head, was 131. There was also a golden ball 131. But ultimately it wasn't chased because the golden ball was won by the fielding side. Anyway, he's on the walk again this
I
time.
don't think he's timed that one.
Yeah, just be a single. Well, they think of a second. I'm just going to try and find that 131 chase. It was actually...
So this game is on now. I can hear a lot of noise from the players on the field. This is tied and this is on.
131 was chased back when Bohemians beat United. So United actually went down in that one. This is up, it's in the air, and it's going to travel all the way. Maximo! You see United, a mixture of nervousness and noise over there. Tree's bowled really well so far, but this is a pretty good strike. Just slightly over pitched. I mean, I do think that Tree wants to draw him forward, but that one's just a little bit too full, I think.
Yeah,
Too much margin for error against these guys. Yeah, so there you go. 131 Bohemians chased against United. And yeah, 29-21. This was start of the day. Those figures. All right, this is a false shot as well. But I feel like it's into no man's land. Now they're going to take two, despite the ball never leaving the infield. That's Kushi Matnaga into the side today for Barbarians, who couldn't locate it.
Well, the luck seems to be slightly favoring UCC, at least in the last over or
They
so.
they got the momentum.
It's good for the game.
That was back in match 17, by the way, last Thursday, when Bohemians chased 131, finishing on the total of 133. So United, the only team that have made 130 and lost. Now, Shoes on the other foot. Should just be a single.
Vinny, you just feel it. It's so tight. You suddenly hear more noise. They just seem to have pumped up, at least the fielding team. It's on.
It's a
I
momentum
can feel
game,
it. Yeah.
really. I mean, still a lot of runs to get.
That's a good ball.
Excellent ball. Tivi asked the question, but I don't think his heart's in the appeal. Probably have a little look at this. Reshak has a bad habit of getting in the way of the camera, but I do think there's something behind the line there. Just a little bit. Even though there's a little slide, but I think the foot's always down. Still sharp keeping from Divi. And he's likely to take the gloves. When Paras Kari came in and took the gloves for their national team in the ECI we saw recently, but with him not being in the country at the moment, that spot's up for grabs, and I think that Devendra Singh has certainly made a strong statement that he wants that job. Thakur Grover's another one that you could talk about, but I think you might even have room for both of them in the T10 side. Divi would probably get the gloves. Last ball for Tree.
He's walking in again.
Oh, that was it too.
I think they've got him. Have they?
I think he fumbles it, and the plan was correct. And the value of the wicket is so much more than giving away the wide here. He's on the walk, and he said, yeah, put it down leg side, but Devendra Singh, he fumbles the ball. And he's
too late for the
filthy
second.
with himself because he planned that. He knew exactly what he wanted to do. But I think at the key moment, he just fumbled it, and there's not much you can do about it. The key there is making an early movement.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting Pramod to do it again, but then he did try and got lucky.
I would have gone even further down the leg side, to be honest. And look where he's batting here. And he's probably going to jump back. Yeah, he does. So it's all a trick.
I think
but I think sometimes you can trick yourself as well. And so Macaulay, with some interesting tactics, takes us to the end of the fourth over. Not a bad spell from Tree. He ends up going for 19 in his two. And after 4 overs, the score is 47 for 1.
So Vinny, in the break right now, between the overs, tell me a few things that you really like about Prague. I mean, we're sitting in Prague right now.
Okay.
Let's
I might
say
need longer.
3. Let's say 3.
3 things I love. I love the transport system.
Okay.
I find it really easy to get around. It's very affordable. It's very easy to follow. It comes really frequently. It's pretty clean and reliable. And so getting around I like. So most other cities I'm always, okay, I'll grab a taxi here, I'll grab a taxi
All right,
here.
that's 1.
Okay, so that's 1. 2, the food. Oh, I love the food.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I love the food. And I guess I'm leading on from that. I'm a bit of I like to try beers, and there's a big beer culture here. Beer's
in the right place.
put them in the same category.
I think
Not surprising, 2 of my 3 food and drink. Anyway, this is going to be over the top, and it's going to be a boundary. And Magari just trying to keep his team in the contest here.
Very impressive,
Really
Magari.
Vandrasi coming on. Okay, let's say food and drink is 1.
Yeah.
I'll say another thing. The location.
The
Because from
location,
Prague,
it's so
it's
central.
so central.
Yeah.
You're pretty close to everything.
Yeah, honestly, that was one of the reasons I actually came for Erasmus here back in India, and I am Bangalore. It's probably the only place that has an Erasmus type with Prague.
Yeah.
And I just had to decide, and the location is just fabulous. You could just go anywhere you want in 3 hours. You're in a different country, right? In all directions. Yeah, you're right about that.
I'll give you one. It's not really a negative. It's more a negative of my ability, but I find it hard to pick up Czech.
Okay, tell me about it. I've been here for a little more than 5, and
I'm better than I was when I first came. I'll say that.
it's a
But
hard
that's not
language.
hard.
Let's be fair.
It's the one place when I looked at a billboard, like for an advertisement,
Uh-huh.
and I didn't know if they were selling like potato chips or phones. I just couldn't make out any of the words.
Well, Winnie, you're not the only one feeling that way. It's a pretty hard language, but then.
Oh,
Oh.
no, well, this is going to be 4, bit of a bonus. And Mataschetti there, he had to make a choice, didn't he? Is he going to try and turn this into a catch, or does he back off and try and play it on the bounce? In the end, he kind of does neither, and Magari gets another 4.
I think, in my opinion, that's probably one of the hardest things to field, because it just bounces just in front of you, and
Yeah.
we're talking about the uneven nature of the field. You just don't know if it's going to go up or left or right.
And
or
even if he stayed on the boundary, it still was going to be a pretty awkward stop for where
let
the
me-
ball
Let me
bounced.
tell you something funny. I've been actually wearing the abdomen guard during fielding as well,
That's-
especially if
It's not a bad call,
yeah,
actually.
especially fielding on the boundary. You just, especially the ball that just about hit Wamsi.
It's funny you
Yeah.
say that. In baseball, all the infielders wear it.
They wear it. They do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they wear the box. As
So
we say.
maybe I should
They
start
call
a
it the
trend.
cup.
Yeah, I've been doing it this
And then
series.
I'll tell you something funny in a second as well. There's this one. Another. Oh, it's called wide. That's the old little subtle pressure from the batter who was asking for a wide with his little glance at the umpire, and then he gets at the next ball. Again, very tight. Maybe umpire's call and saying, look, you got away with one, you're not going to get away with a second. And so I played baseball actually with a reasonably high level as well when I started playing cricket. And I kept wondering, why are these guys are so far away? Why do they need to wear them? All right, slight miss hit here. But it's a good miss hit because it doesn't carry to the
It's a good miss
outfield.
hit. I was about to say that. Yeah.
And they'll just get a single. Yeah, but now I realise why. In baseball, the speed of the ball to the bat is so much higher than cricket. It's actually crazy. Something about the bat being curved compared to flat.
Mhm.
So it's probably not a bad idea. So if you're comfortable, then maybe you're smart. Anyway, this is in the air.
gonna
It's
be
a
out.
tough one. Bowler's going to go for it himself, and he
Stopped it
can't
again,
quite
it's
get there.
Murray.
And they're going to go for 2. Blind throw to the keepers then. Bagoli gets lucky again and gets a couple. I do think that was the bowler's catch. I think that nobody else on the field was going to get there. Maybe
He
the umpire.
got there. I just think it. Yeah, it's not an easy
It's
one.
not an. He's in his follow through. He has to turn around and run with it. Those ones you're normally just a little bit short. That's what happened there. Now a big swing and a
That's
miss,
good
but still,
comeback.
Andrasi has a bit of everything in that over. The 14 come off it, and halfway through the chase, United 61 for 1. Good game here. This is what's coming up in Portugal, and we're starting in just about 5 minutes there, but don't go from this one just yet. Corey can wait because Marlowe taking on Coimbra Knights. Marlowe having a very good series, won 5 out of 6. Roshan Singh maybe does get the gloves back tonight. He's a very good keeper, but he had a bit of an injury that stopped him keeping the other night. You've got some good players for Marlowe. Najam Shazad on their side, Mysam. Man Shahid leading that side. Coimbra Knights, though, Azhar Andani, national team player, opening up. They're led by Manjit Singh. And, a fair few names that we know pretty well for the Knights as well. Rohit Kumar, he was a star with a hat-trick. In fact, it wasn't a hat-trick, it was a 5-wicket haul that he took earlier in that series. So Corey's there, and he's ready, he's waiting. You can multi-screen it if you want. Some people will do that. But that game starting very shortly, that double-header. And really, for the Knights, they want to have a good night, see if they can grab some points off Marlowe, who are normally setting the pace there in Portugal. Team that we have seen at the ECL before, back in 2022. Right, here's Purohit, the left armour, over number 6. Magare, he wants a piece of him. And he's going to get a piece of him too.
Yeah,
it's too short. It's going to be straight to the yellow jacket. Good fielding. Maximo! Magare moves into the 40s. United just keeping this chase alive, Kranthi.
It's on. Yeah, Purohit seems to generally bowl good lengths and tries to keep it a little bit outside off, and also swerves away a little bit outside off. But this one was short, and it was asking to be
It's
hit.
typical left armour, but I'm a bit surprised we haven't seen him with the new ball more. Because with his
That's
action,
true.
you imagine that
That's true.
he would swing it. We say new ball. It still is only 6 overs old, so it's a fairly new ball. I do think the balls get banged up a bit quicker here in
I think
ECN,
so.
though.
All the hitting. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Pitches outside leg
pitching
stump.
outside leg,
Yeah,
yeah.
Nilkesh is a very good umpire, very experienced umpire. He's based in Spain. He's a member of our blue crew.
Yeah, I
here.
actually met him when I was in Cartama last year.
Nilkesh is funny, doesn't say much.
Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah,
He's
and
very
he-
quiet, but he's very considered as well. That one's a leg bite. Begorley on 16.
No, he's still short, but Pramod's missed out on
I
that one.
think
in
at
my
this
opinion.
stage, Pramod knows he's not really, he knows himself. He's not really swinging it the way he wants to. And he knows he's got someone like an Ayush Sharma to come in next.
Yeah.
So I think he's just saying, look, I'm just going for it here. There's 3.5 overs to go. You can probably tell they're slightly behind the rate.
But I have a feeling in the process of going for it, he's probably missing out on the timing a little bit.
Yeah, probably. It's a good observation. Anyway, Magare has
That's
been
it.
timing it better, and this one's going to go all the way. Maximo! And that brings up his 50. And Rudraj Magare
Well played.
scores 2 50s on the final day of round-robin matches. He doesn't want it to be the final day of United's campaign, and he gets a good ovation from his teammates as he brings up his half-century of just 19 balls. The work's only just beginning for Rudraj.
Yeah, what I noticed is the Barbarian fielders, they all seem to have just gone quiet. I mean, they're still in this game. I would still say it's 50-50 at best, but you just see the body language. They're all quiet, which is probably not a good thing.
Yeah, so brings up his 50 in style. 14.3 and over required, so he's still just a shade behind, but only a shade behind the rate for a hit. With the comeback ball,
Shot
and it's
again.
not a good one.
No.
It's too short. That's gone miles. Maximo! United gathering momentum on a Thursday evening here in Vinoj.
Yeah, he just hasn't got his line correct this over, considering what he's been bowling in the previous matches, Purohit, and Magare is taking full advantage of this.
Yeah.
He's looked really good this series. I have to confirm, Magare has been really good.
United going to deliver us another thriller. Wouldn't put it past them. They've had three golden balls.
One was against us, I think.
Yeah, it was, actually. As this one's an uppercut, and this is 6 more. Maximo! And during this over, for the first time, United get ahead of the rate. That's the end of the over. They're 87 for 1. Magare is on a heater here. And that's not an easy shot to hit for 6. Disappears. 4 overs to go, and still we're no closer to finding out who's in 4th place, Granthi.
No, I'm not going to place my bets anywhere right now yet. 63 of 21. Look at that, Magare, and like I was saying, he's been super impressive this series. If he's going to take them home, it's probably going to be one of the best. Of course, Vishak's innings is there, but then the context of the game and the knockout sort of feature of this one, this is a really good inning so far. So where are you headed next, Winnie?
So I'm actually going to Switzerland, and I go on Sunday evening. So I actually leave here either just when the game's finished or maybe just before. Danny might have to cover me for a little bit.
Alright.
But I'm in Switzerland Monday morning. Super excited because we haven't actually been to Switzerland for ECS cricket since 2020.
Okay.
So it's one of the first places we went, and I think a lot's changed in the last 3 years. As you'd imagine, playing in 2020. We're back here. Anyway, here's Amrit with some off-spin in over number 7. And there's a little uppercut, but there's a fielder down there. Begorley gets the 1. It's probably not a bad result at the moment with Magare firing at the other end. Yeah, so looking forward to being in Switzerland. And we have 4 weeks in Germany for the ECS, and then 2 weeks in Rome, and then it's time for the ECC again. So looking forward to that immensely.
There's 4 overs to go, but just about 4 overs to go. It might seem like 4 overs, but that's a lot of balls, by the way.
Well, Magare is going to go over the offside and put this one into the bushes. Maximo! Challenge thrown down from Amrit Rai, who says, look, go and get this. It's outside the off stump. But Rudraj, he's not a one-trick pony. Can go over the offside, as we're seeing now,
Very impressive.
as well. And what an innings this is.
And he's reached my jersey number Fantastic.
69. Is there any particular reason you like that number? Anything you can share with us on the air, or not really?
Not really.
Fair enough.
I just like the palindrome feature.
Yeah,
and
looks the same upside down. So
Yeah.
if you're ever taking a diving catch,
absolutely.
you can still, like numbers like 69, 11's another one.
You know, symmetry.
88.
Beauty is in symmetry.
Yep, that's true. All right. I don't see any rain around, but maybe some slight sprinkles. They've been going for a while now. Magari on 69. And he's going to blast that out of the ground. Maximo! So Rai gets a bit closer and he pays the price. That was middle, and that's gone miles. Magari to 75.
That's the power of 69. That was a pretty big one.
Yeah, well, it's summer. He was on 69. One of my favorite songs, Summer of 69, but he's not on it for long. Magari, 75, gets the rate down to, I suppose, less than what's an average rate now. But the wickets are key here. I do love, they've still got Ayush Sharma. He's really got under pressure.
Ayush has been impressive as well.
And he's listed to come in next. 100 comes up now, halfway through the 7th over. Amrit, what's he going to go to? He goes shorter.
Short.
Another one. And this is going the journey as well. Maximo! Put down by the yellow jacket, but Rai seems out of ideas here. He just goes quicker ball, but once again, it's too short. And Rudraj has been so good in that quarter of the field.
I think Divi needs to probably just have a quick word with his team here. Their body language doesn't seem right to me at this point. They were quite vocal just a few overs ago. They've all gone quiet. I really think Divi needs to pump them up a little bit and one last go at it. But Rudraj is playing a fabulous innings here. Wow. And there's a lot of balls to go, and he's just 19 away from his century, by the way.
Yeah, bang, bang. And now it's a thick edge flying away. Should just be one. And now I think Begoli probably goes a large swing here. Last ball of the over.
Yep.
It's very situational, the 10 over cricket, isn't it? With Sharma to come in next. I don't think Begoli wants to go anywhere, but he's prepared to risk it. This over's gone magical, 20 off it, and a ball to come from Amrit.
That's also short, but Pramod's missed out on that one.
Yeah, we'll go for the single. I'd be wondering whether you take it or not, but I suppose at this stage you take every run. And now they think about coming back, but...
It was short, but I think it was a little bit quicker than his previous ball,
yeah,
so Pramod missed out a little bit on that one.
Different batter as well, didn't really have the timing.
Yeah.
End of the 7th, and it's 108 for one. What an over that was. As we look ahead to tomorrow, and we still can't tell you who's going to be in 4th place, but I can tell you they're going to have a bit of a task against Prague CC. Having said that, I mean, United, for example...
You just never know, yeah.
Mate, the last time Prague lost in the ECS, it was to United. In fact, they were bowled out, I think, from 49 from memory. And they also played each other in the finals. And it was a pretty hotly contested game. But first game tomorrow, though, we know is Bohemians versus Brno, who finished 2nd and 3rd, respectively. Join us tomorrow for finals day, 7:15 a.m., which is 9:15 in Central Europe and 12:45 p.m. in India. So, big overs coming up. They've got under 10 and over now.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was noticing, 29 of 18. This is now doable, and I think it's Mohite who's going to be bowling.
Yeah, Mohite is kind of a joker
favorite
in the pack. They turn to him when they need a wicket. They badly need one now. Begoli 19.
I've played him before. He seems the ball seems to zip a little bit faster than it looks, but that's a wide.
Wide first up, so he doesn't want to get too close to the batters. You can understand that.
Yeah, I hear a lot more noise from the UCC dugout since the last over.
The conditions are kind of eerie. At another time, you might say these are really good bowling conditions, but right now, Magare making it look very good for
well kept.
Yeah, Divi, that's a tough take. It goes kind of under the bat.
Great game, Vinny. I'm happy I'm covering this one.
Come in for a good one.
Yeah, it's a really good one.
Especially because of what's on the line. 2 teams show. One has to go. Begoli takes it on. I think they'll be happy with the one here. Magare is going to risk it, and there's a slight fumble, so he will get back for 2. Now they're going to take a 3rd, and this is super smart because they can't go to those stumps because they were knocked over. They would have had to have set them up and knocked them down again. So that's very clever. In fact, Begoli ends up getting 3 for that shot.
So it looks like eventually UCC got what they wanted. They have Rudraj on strike now.
But I was a bit worried because if the ball's picked up and thrown to the keeper's end quickly, Magari does hesitate. But Begoli, he sees the situation. He says, you know what? I'm kind of dispensable and I'm safe anyway because there's no stumps at that end anymore. Anyway, back to the action live. Magare He's going to hit across the line, and
that's
this
four.
is going to be 4 as well. He's been so strong both sides of the wicket. Magare to 86.
He's been too good today. That's actually not a bad ball.
It's not that bad. He's playing it on length, and he's hitting them so well. And, well, dare I say, he's not really too focused on the personal milestones right now, but...
We are.
Yeah, but he's just trying to get his team across the line. Could he beat century maker number 18 and join Vaishak in the Hall of Fame? Still, he's not worried about the 14 as much as he's worried about the 21 required for United.
Yeah, I think if he gets there, he's probably going to be the quickest one for sure. Or I'm not sure. Anyways, let's hope he gets his team through though. First of all.
Yeah. Well, this game's been full of surprises. Does it have 1 or 2 down the stretch?
That shot,
Slower.
he's mistimed it.
Yeah, well, I think
This is it. This
is
is
a
it.
big moment.
He's
He
dropped it.
Oh, and now Bagoli is almost run out, coming back for the second. Yeah, so this was slower and shorter. And you know what's so funny? It's a ball that he should hit for 6, and sometimes it's a bad ball that gets the wicket in these situations. I think he's fine here. Yeah, there's a little bit of a bobble, but I think he gets back in time.
It's what the third drop.
All right, so they get
It's
one
wide.
and then a wide. So United, considering they got 9 wickets in hand and plenty of batting to come.
No, this for me this looks easy now. 19 or 14, T10.
Looks easy, but if you had to bat you out in the middle, I bet it doesn't seem that easy.
Absolutely not.
Bagoli
That's why I said it
turns
seems.
this away. Bagoli's been a good little foil, and now this is
Gonna be
good
2.
running because I think they both run the first one hard, and they decide, look, if there's a fumble, let's go for 2. And we've seen good teams doing this, particularly at Cartermore Oval.
Yep.
Good teams, they'll run the first one hard. If there's any fumble, it takes the hesitation out of it. And more often than not, you'll get that second run. Bagoli to 24. United up to 120. He's drawn into this shot. Goes on the hit. They'll get the single. That's the end of the over.
Just when I said it's easy, they were 2 tight balls. There you go.
And I think that these are runs that sometimes they would take on because they think that there's some value in trying for extra runs, but I think they know they don't want to break this partnership because right now they're ahead. They don't want to really give anything to the Barbarians. 121 for 1 after 8.
They needed, 13.7 at the start, and they need now 8.
Yeah, only 8. And
Wow.
let me just tell you the over by over in this innings. So the first over went for 8, the second for 8, then 20, 11, 14, 26, 21, and then 13 off that over. But you can see that those big overs all stacking up and getting them ahead of the rate.
Yeah, and add to the mix, I think they dropped 3 catches in there somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, there was that moment there where he could have been caught, but it was a tough one again in the clouds, high ball. So we say it all happens in the 9th here on the European Cricket Network. And there's a big finish coming up, 16 off the last 12. It looks like Murali Vandrasi is going to bowl the 9th over. See who they've got. They've got Purohit to come back, but he went for 25. They've got Ahmed Rai to come back, but he went for 21. I think Mahite going for 13 looks like a decent option to bowl again, unless I want to turn to someone else.
It's Murali. I think it's Murali.
Yeah, Murali's going to bowl the 9th, but
The
I'm
10th.
trying to work out who's going to bowl the 10th. 'Cause, yeah, you don't have a big strike bowler to come back. That's the thing. And sometimes, against Bruno, you might have Riaz Afridi in the back of your mind at this stage to bowl the 10th. So 16 to win. United trying to pull off the biggest chase of this tournament. This could be a dot.
Good ball.
Yeah, in fact, Bagoli was keen to go, but he doesn't want to run out Magari at this stage, who's on 87 at the other end. Another bowler-batter collision.
Wow, I'm also not sure who Divi's going to pick to bowl the last over, provided it goes to the last over.
All right, 16 off 11. Oh, keeps low, another dot ball. So the pressure builds, and you said it looks easy.
Yeah.
Like I say, if that boundary doesn't come, or even if you just get singles,
Doesn't.
you definitely feel that internal pressure to find the boundary. Bagoli, I think he's running at this. I don't think he's going to play back again.
I think he needs to play this one straight. I don't see much movement sideways. There
Does
he
go
goes.
forward, he launches it out of the ground. Maximo! Well, he didn't run, but he did lurch forward. And that's a valuable 6. It breaks the tension. ... 6 so far in the 9th. Oh, well. You can see United on their feet. And they were a long way behind in this game at the halfway point. 136 on the board for Barbarians. Now just hanging on. 10 off 9 required. Goes again. This time it's
That's
going to set a
flat.
bit of a task for the fielder. Does stop it. They think of 2. And that might have been pretty close of a hit, actually. But I think Magari being smart here, saying, you know, there's no reason for us to risk a run out at this stage and lose that momentum. The new batter would certainly feel the heat, even if it is someone really experienced like Ayush Sharma. 9 off 8. Here's Magari on 87. Hit and run. Not handled clean. They should get 2 here. And they will, as one fielder knocked it away from another. And that takes it down to literally a run of ball. But it does seem like we're going to the last over here, Kranthi.
Yeah, I think even a 6 will take us to the last over, provided there are no wides or no balls. I was just looking at the idea that how is Rituraj going to get to his century?
Yeah.
A single and a 6 was not going to get him there.
It's possible, but again, I think he's more focused on the bigger picture here.
He gets a single.
He will get the strike. And so, yeah, there are certain ways he could do it.
Yeah, I don't think he's really thinking about his century. He just wants to finish
4
this.
and a 6. I certainly wouldn't be telling him his score at this stage, because I just want him to get these 6 runs.
Yeah.
And that's what it comes down to. Last over in 56 matches will determine what the final 4 looks like. United 131 for 1 off 9. Hey, that 131, it's a famous score, because that is the golden ball
score
against Burno.
I think they got 10 of this over, so 6 of 6.
Now, who's going to bowl? And yeah,
I'm
they
also
are going to go back
curious
to
to
Mohite. You see the issue they've got, that the bowlers available have been expensive.
Yep.
Purohit's gone for 25. Ryan 21, Mohite 13, the best option.
Yep, considering the options.
And so, here we go. They can win the game with 1 swing of the bat now. And, wow, super exciting.
What a game to
finish.
cover. Yeah, gone to the last over. I think a couple of... I don't know if it's going to be easy to bowl a dot ball at this stage, but Magari's been so good.
You're going to hope Mohite is just hanging on. His last over went for wide, dot, 3, 4, 1, wide, 2, 1. So
This
not
goes
a lot
for a
of dots in there,
6.
just a 1. Okay, lifts this one up. And don't think it's going to travel
They're
all
going
the
to go for
way.
2 for sure.
Now there's confusion about whether there's a second or not. And they decide against it. I think Magari is saying, look, yeah, maybe we would go for 2 in some circumstances, but just needing a run of ball, let's not throw it away. If you don't have a dot ball here, you can't lose the game. Maybe Magari will be stranded in the 90s, but he'll be feeling pretty good about it if it means they win.
Pramod's got this one. I don't think it's in the gap, though. It's probably not a single.
Just a single. Again, Pramod will back up for a second, but he's almost trying to draw a throw. So 4 off 4. Even a 4 wins it now, so creeping up. Mohite, what's he thinking? Magari can win it with the boundary for United. What a chase this is under pressure. But it's not over yet. Goes for
I think
glory,
he's got it.
and it's
He's done it.
game, set,
He's done
match.
it.
They've done it.
What an innings that is.
Incredible stuff. And United have made the top 4. And, well, what a great moment that is as he sends them into the finals. And that's just an unprecedented chase in this series, at least. And they will be so thrilled to make it. What a game, though, Kranthi. You got to feel for the
Congratulations to
Barbarians.
United. They are a team, and let me say a team in capital letters. They're really good. They've come together. Everyone's contributed. It's fantastic to see them win this.
And yeah, he's not going to make the century, but I think, you know, knowing Rudaraj as well,
Yeah, I don't think he
would
cares.
much rather make 97 odd out in a win than make 100 in a loss, which we have seen happen on occasion on the European Cricket Network. But United, they were miles behind at halfway, but you know, they've got a tough test coming up because their semi-final tomorrow is going to be against the undefeated behemoth of Prague CC. But yeah, these two had a great battle today. In the end, United win both games over Bohemians, and that sees them through. So yeah, confirmation now that Bohemians will play Brno in the 2 versus 3, and yeah, Prague CC will play United, who unfortunately for Barbarians fans knocked them out of the running. But still, Barbarians had a great series. I loved watching them. Great to see some big scores. To be interesting with a couple of 90s. We had Jagan Everson with that century. Still the only century. But join us for finals day tomorrow, 7:15 a.m. GMT, which is 9:15 in Central Europe, and 12:45 p.m. in India. As we get ready to rock and roll into the highlights And Kranthi, I mean, I know that we probably had some concerns for United's run chase when they only scored
I did
8
at the
and 8
beginning,
in the
yeah.
first over. And they lost Piyush really early
Yeah,
as well.
that's true as well.
But they found a way to turn it around with a magical third over. Rohit Goyal, they decided to bowl him out in the third. Didn't really work out as he went for 20. And then Tree didn't bowl too badly. 19 of his over, but he did get hit for a couple of maximos in there. But then these middle overs, they just put up some mountains of runs as this partnership between Magari and Bagoli really got going. And really, nobody was safe at this stage. Having said that, I think Barbarians, they did have some chances that they couldn't capitalise on. But have a look at some of these strokes. He's going leg side, he's going offside, and batted really intelligently. I even liked the way he kind of held himself together when the running became really important about what kind of risks do they take at the end and what kind of risks don't they need to take. But yeah, for me, he was really brutal on anything that was outside the leg stump. Just kept backing himself. And Rudaraj, you can certainly see why he's played his way into national team contention with this kind of innings. But really, at the other end, Bagoli had his role to play. Probably didn't hit them as well as he would have liked. You can tell he's still not quite 100% with that leg injury. But yeah, Barbarians kind of mentioned this at the start of the innings, that they are averaging giving away 120 with the ball. And so you felt if anyone was going to give up a big chase, maybe they would be the team. But like I said, they had some opportunities to break the partnership. There was that leg side stumping, which was a tough one. A couple of high balls, and they're not easy under these conditions, slightly greasy conditions with some light sprinkling rain. But really, in the end, sometimes you just got to tip your hat to the other team. That was an incredible chase by United. They deserve the victory. As we saw the thrill at the end, as United, they bring it up. They bring it up with just 3 balls to spare. 97 not out for Magari. He doesn't get the century, but he does get a bigger prize, a chance at the ECS trophy tomorrow. And apart from that, Bagoli, 33 not out, really good after he came in the first over. They didn't even have to use the options like Ayush Sharma, like Abhimanyu Singh as well. United pull off the biggest chase. So today, we've seen the
biggest chase of the tournament.
The best defence, or the lowest defence, and the biggest chase have both come here on day 11. 1 for 28, Goyal to get the early wicket, but he also got a bit of punishment when he was brought back to bowl out. Apart from that, Tripura Kanyalal, probably the best of the bowlers there for me, all things considered. He only went for 19, and no one else could really keep this pair quiet. There's the confirmation.
Ruturaj was super impressive today. Very impressed with his innings. I think they dropped some catches off him, but then still, he's got there of 97 of 31. It's fabulous to watch.
Well, once again, I just want to say a big thank you to everyone around the world for your company, and this series just keeps on getting hotter. Sorry to say goodbye to a few teams today, of course. You guys, the Spartans, as well as the Tigers, Vinarati as well, of course. Unfortunately, say goodbye to them. And the last team we say goodbye to there, Barbarians. But that's the nature of it. I think with 8 teams, it's always going to be competitive. One thing for me, like I say, every team won at least 4 games.
Yep.
It's not often that you see that in the series.
That's
so
true.
I don't think you need to feel ashamed or anything like that, because you guys gave 100%. You gave us so much action. It's just how it fell in the end. And there wasn't too much between the teams. That
super tight tournament. So Vinny, thanks for having me over.
Yeah.
I just want to take a moment to say thanks to everybody here, the production team, the referees, the production staff, the ground staff, you of course. Thanks for putting this in Czech Republic, and it's fantastic.
That's so nice for you to say. And look, if you are enjoying it, I know you are, I know that you guys will be enjoying it as well. Just a quick reminder to like this video if you're watching on YouTube. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel if you haven't already. Tell your family, tell your friends, spread the word about European cricket. Also, our social media at European Cricket and our website, europeancricket.com, if you want to find some of the bits you might have missed, and also check all the stats and standings. Now, so we can tell you that coming up tomorrow, just one more look at the fixtures for tomorrow. That we'll see Bohemians take on Brno in the 2 versus 3. That's the first semi-final. And then the second semi-final, United play their way in on account of that victory. And they'll be playing Prague CC. And look, those two have had some pretty good battles. In fact, like I said, United, they were the last team to actually beat PCC in an ECS match. Join us for finals day tomorrow, 7:15 a.m. GMT, which is 9:15 in Central Europe and 12:45 p.m. in India. But coming up right now, in fact, it started about 20 minutes ago, we have cricket in Portugal. And they're already underway there with the Coimbra Knights winning the toss, electing to bat. So join Corey over there. I know that I will on my journey home, and I'll be popping into the chat. So, yeah, still 2 matches to go tonight in Portugal. Well, once again, on behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, thanks to all my guests, including Kranthi. Thank you so much for your kind words as well. It means a lot to us.
Thanks,
Wishing
Vinny.
you all the best.
Thanks, Vinny.
To you and all your Spartans teammates.
Absolutely.
And to all the teams that we had to say goodbye to today for the rest of their domestic season. We're going to leave you with some highlights today. Thanks to our fantastic crew at Spring Production. On behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, hope you have a happy and a safe evening. And I'll see you here tomorrow with Danny Hudacek, because finals day is on the way in Czechia. But for now, from the Cube, it's us to
Have fun, guys.
Saini, he's on strike now. And he pulls that pretty well away, and that's going to go for 4. So short into the pitch, and nice looking stroke. Gets that away pretty comfortably. Coimbra Knights have a bit of a platform here. If they can finish well in their last 17 deliveries, go 2 a ball at least, get in near that 110 mark. If someone can really explode at the back end here, maybe 120 would be an ideal scenario for them. They're going to be rolling to a very good side. Slow ball into the pitch, and good running, really good running. Just an inside edge onto the body and called through from his partner Kumar. Good match awareness there. You've got to take every run on offer. Exactly what they do. So 4 and a single to start this 8th over as the sun beats down. It's a little bit cooler here today. Yesterday was a scorcher. Today we woke up to actually a little bit of drizzle. It was raining very slightly in the morning, not for long. A little bit of respite though from the hot sun. Back into the crease now. That's going to be signalled to wide, just swinging a little bit and going over the tram line. 77 for 4. There's some good cricket last night as well. Porto Wanderers winning their 2 games. It has opened up the group quite a lot. Flicked away, a nice looking stroke, but it's going to find the man out there, and that'll just be a single. One more run to the total. We'll try and sneak a second with the overthrow, but not on there. Junaid Khan got the butterfly. There you go. That's pretty different from a crocodile, Junaid. People asking what Conrad got. Conrad actually got the turtle. Was his. It's going to be a wide, I think, as well, yeah. Good umpiring from Krut Patel. That was outside that tram line. An easy call for him. He's been a great umpire, I think, so far. Doesn't miss a beat. But yeah, my old spirit animal. I'm going to take fox. I like the foxes. Went to a great little nature reserve the other day. It's a beautiful part of the world we are in. Here in Portugal. Plenty to do. That's back foot sort of punch out to the offside. They'll get themselves a single for their trouble. So even though there's been a couple of extras, they haven't had a big over here just yet. 2 balls to make it into a big over. If they get 1-6, they'll be pretty happy with that. A couple of people saying batter should be wearing a helmet on this pitch. I have to agree. Soon enough, I think we have to move into mandatory helmets, especially on a pitch like this, because it could take off. Doesn't take off though. The only thing that's going to take off is him walking out, because that's gone. Goes for the wild slog. Probably tries to overhit it. Didn't look to time the ball, and it balloons miles in the air. Nice easy catch for Shahid, and the 5th wicket will go down. You see, coming down the crease, tried to bomb it. Not too much technique about it though, and that will be him dismissed. And well, for everyone that loves a helmet, that might make them feel a little bit more comfortable. 80 for 5 here. Suman Gamiri in the chat says he's gone the tiger as his spirit animal. Kroom, if you're listening, why don't you put that back in the chat, that link that you put in. I'll see if a few other people want to join in and let us know what their spirit animal is. I think we've had hummingbird, turtle, butterfly, tiger, bear, crocodile. So always good to interact with everybody, having a bit of fun on this Thursday evening, I believe it is. That's pushed out to deep third. We have 2 live games again tomorrow. And then weekend is 3 apiece, is it, Conrad? Saturday and wasn't part of the contract, so I wasn't told about that. We'll be getting a call into the robot, James Cantor. If you're listening, you said 2 a day. Anyway, 8 overs gone, 81 for 5. You can see steady wickets throughout the whole innings has pegged them back. Ardani getting out somewhat early was probably the big moment. He did look good, but just didn't bat long enough for what he would have liked or the Coimbra Knights would have liked. 81 for 5 here, 2 overs remaining. Best case scenario, 110, 15 and 15. Not going to be easy. Rizwan's got the ball in hand. Now, there's something you don't see every day. Tell me if you can spot on the screen something that you don't usually see. That's cut away, and that will go for 4 maybe. Missed field. Will it trickle away? Oh, it stops. It's going to stop, and it's going to go for 2. So, 2 handy runs. What can you see on the screen that you wouldn't usually screen? Go. We're playing a game, interactive viewers. The floppy hat was left behind the keeper, that ball. So, that would have been hit the floppy 5-run penalty. You don't often see that. I don't think I've ever seen think I've ever seen the floppy hat put down and the helmet put on. Usually it would get put in your pants or to someone else. That would have been fantastic. That's a play and miss. $83 for 5 here. Saman at the crease. Well bowled, gets that into an awkward area. Lloyd cuts it down to 3rd, and they'll just settle for a single. Or no, they're going to maybe think about 2. Not on though. Good fielding, just the 1. 84 for 5 now. Play and miss again. Just slowing down at the back end here. Unfortunately for Coimbra Knights, this is where they probably want to be exploding. These dot balls hurt. Well, that sounded pretty good, and an easy bit of fielding though. He picks out the man. That's a little bit of hard luck. He hit that so hard. Picked out Shazad out there at deep long on, so just the 1 again. So 85 for 5 off 8.5. And again, that sort of late cut down to 3rd. So good over from Rizwan. It's only going to go for 5 runs. That's not going to hurt Marlow at all. 9 overs complete here in the first inning. Scores 86 for 5. They've got a couple of bowling options that might want to bowl this last one. And I dare say they'll go to Mysam. So will they be able to get up to 3 figures? That's the question. I'll be wanting to. 6 for 5 here in Portugal, and it's turned out to be a fantastic day. It is a lot cooler than yesterday. I think we're on for a scorching weekend though. It does look like it's going to get a lot hotter. So 86 for 5. 6 balls remaining in this first innings. As that's going to be a wide. Good bit of keeping, a little bit of a fumble. Looks like a little M in the chat. Says mine is a tiger. So that's the first one. We've had tiger as well. So what we've had: tiger, hummingbird, turtle, butterfly. Junaid got butterfly. Yeah. Out of all of them, if you put everything in a cage, that's going to be a play miss. If you put, oh, they're going to go for a cheeky one. Oh no, he sold him up the river, and now this should be out. And then he saw. All they had to do is have a bit of composure. And unfortunately, Marlow, who have played a lot of T10 cricket, completely lose their marbles there. That should have been a simple run out, but confusion struck, and that will be a bye. A pretty eventful bye. 2 easy throws at the stumps, both miss, and I reckon both the keeper and the bowler could have run to the stumps and run them out. But anyway, what do I know? I'm just a hummingbird. 88 for 5. What is the traits of a hummingbird? That's going to be a wide, maybe. No, Kruk Patel is happy with that. Okay, I've got the hummingbird message here. In most cases, the hummingbird spirit animal is a messenger of joy, love, and good luck. This mighty little bird is also a symbol of beauty, playfulness, and resilience. Those with the hummingbird are the spirit animal, tend to be happy. They're joyful people who love life and its challenges. Put me in a cage with all of you and I will destroy you all, says the hummingbird. 88 for 5. Oh, that's going to be a wide. Yeah. I do feel like I do have those tries, just pecking away at people. I enjoy just niggling people as well. Yeah, Conrad says I do niggle away at people. I do enjoy baiting people. I like to push buttons. I like to see how people react. Yes, I can, Conrad. I hope no one else heard that on the air. 89 for 5. Play and miss. It's been a bit of a feint. Yeah, good running. Why not? It's a fumble, and the keeper can't hit him. Now he will throw. No, he won't. So that'll be a bye. And I really think in that last over, even the last 2 overs, if you see a keeper fumble it at all and the ball touches the ground, you just run. And if you get run out, so be it. Just the bye there. So we've got 3 balls remaining in this very first innings. Can the Knights get themselves to 100? They're going to need 100, you feel. He's got that cut shot down pat, but that's about all that we've seen from Zaman. That'll just be the one. So saying he's 13 off 13, he needs to channel his inner lion and let out a bit of a roar and see if he can get one away here. I wonder what the worst spirit animals to get. Like, what's the biggest insult one? A bat or a rat? Yeah. Well, that's a play and miss. Conrad Greenshield's to my left trying to say rats are good, and I don't think so. Interesting. I'll tell you when they weren't good, Conrad. Probably during the plague, the Black Plague back in the 1300s. 91 for 5. The wheels have really come off this innings. It's gone a little bit slow, a little bit sedate here at the back end. Last ball of this first innings. Can he get a boundary? That's flicked away. Yeah, he'll get a boundary. That should go into the rope. It's a misfield. They needed something just at the back end to give them a bit of confidence. So they'll end on 95 for 5 in the naughty 90s. Will it be enough? Against Marlow, you think they're probably under par, but a couple early wickets. They might be able to fight their way back into this game. As that final ball was misfielded, and an easy 4 runs. So 95, let's have a quick look at the highlights and check the scorecards quickly before we take a little bit of a break here on this breezy Thursday night. And, well, a couple of wickets early, and it was Shahid who got the edge, and this ball flew away to short third remarkably, carried a long, long way. That was the very first wicket to go. This was the moment that Mahmood decided to put shin against 156 grams of pure ball, and he lost. The next ball almost took his other shin out. A remarkable episode there that thankfully didn't get him twice, as he did come back strongly and get Hazar Andani out. That was the big moment, wasn't it? Andani's such a good player, but for him, he'll be disappointed with that stroke. And then it was a little bit more of the Marlow we're used to seeing. They were keeping it in the right areas, picking up wickets at the right time, and not letting the opposition get too far ahead of themselves. So that does take us to the halfway stage. We'll take a quick look at the scorecards now, and, well, it was a good start from Andani with 21 at the top. Everyone trying their best. Rohit Kumar, 23 off 15 there at the bottom. A couple of starts throughout, 13 extras helped the total, and that's what helped them get up to 95 in the end. You do feel they'll need a couple early wickets if they're going to win this one. We'll have a quick look at the bowling scorecard, shall we? And, well, everyone sort of chipped in. They used a lot of bowlers this time, did Marlow. We saw one-fers for a lot of them, but the economy rates were really good. Chazard, economy rate of 5. Also Riz one there, only the one over. Everyone chipping in, doing a pretty good job. So that's the first innings complete. Do join us back in 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Portugal. Halfway stage of this one, Coimbra Knights batted first, 95 for 5, and Marlow, well, they'll be heavy favourites to chase this down, but cricket's a funny game, anything can happen. Good opportunity to welcome back everyone around the world. Everyone on the YouTube chat especially. It's been quite good having a laugh with you in the first innings about plenty of different topics while we had the cricket in the background. It should be an interesting chase. Early wickets are the key. If they don't take early wickets, we could be on for an early finish. Marlow do have that sort of T10 pedigree where when they click, they struggle to be stopped. There's Gert, the umpire, walking on, 5'3". Good umpire though. That short height really helps him for the LBWs. So, as you can see there, using his walkie-talkie to talk to his best friend, Tyrone Peters. As we're almost set to go. 96 required. So there's the Coimbra Knights just getting themselves out to the middle. Almost set to go. Nice colour combination. They've got the old Coimbra Knights. They've got the KFC bucket going on here. A bit of grey and red. Big fan of KFC. I like it. Bright red with a little bit of grey. A little bit reminds me of that team from Czech Republic, Brno, who came to the ECL. A little bit similar to them. Good to see the colours out here. As the first ball, looks like a lot of changes to the field, or the keeper hasn't come on just yet. We're going to have a delay here. Not too sure why. Can a fielder be timed out? And they're swapping keepers. Well, this is a schmozzle. And if Tyrone Peters, the match referee, spots this, this will make him pull his hair out. So just looks like a change to the keeper here. I'm not too sure what's gone on. I'm not too sure if that was on the list either, but there's been maybe a change or a not change, I don't know. So a slight delay. Not too sure what's gone on there. They had about a 10-minute swap over. So maybe got something a little bit confused between the keeping and the captaincy. So anyway, it's taken a while, but we're back. Singh is going to bowl the first ball to Shahid. Adnan's at the non-strikers end. Here we go. Can Marlow get 96? Yeah, that's off the bat, and they should just get a 1. And well, you expect with Marlow's experience and how deep they bat, they will get there. But we'll have to wait and see. Let's get a bit emotional there. It's been a long day, and 95 more to get. Yeah, Kroom, good call in the chat. Them taking their time does give me a later night, but it's okay. We're in Portugal and the sun sets late. That one is hit back, and well, a bit of yes, no maybe, but they'll be able to get through for a single. So both batters off the mark. Adnan's a dangerous player, batted well 2 nights ago, sorry. Looked really good and thought did a pretty handy job at getting him off to a flyer. They'll be looking for some early boundaries as it's deep mid on and deep mid off of the 2 boundary riders. That's a play and miss. So 2 off the first 3. And that's cut away nicely. That will probably be the first boundary unless he can catch up to it. He can't. And the ball is going to race away over that quick outfield. So 4 runs. And that was just begging to be hit, wasn't it? It was short, it was wide, and he crunches that one away for 4. Four runs to the total. They're on 6 off 4 balls here. That's a better delivery, right in the block hole. He just gets an inside edge and It doesn't clatter into the stump. So nice start though from Singh as well. He's put a few deliveries in the right spot. Early wickets you feel will be the recipe here for Coimbra KFC. Beautiful grey and red. Oh, that one really rolls. And the keeper goes foot first. That's going to sting. We've seen a couple of those so far in this tournament. That's going to end the very first over. I think that might be Labi Saini, but 6 off the first. And that one stings a lot. You can see a little bit of a hobble there right into the foot. It rolled off the pitch. Really rolled and bang. That does not tickle. That hurts a bit. We've seen a few of those today. Well, a good start this for Coimbra. Not conceding too many off the first over. So 90 required of 9 overs. Just 10 and over. You'd still say with plenty of batting experience they should get there, but cricket can be a pretty funny game. As Ali Adnan is going to come in and bowl this second over. That's a short ball, and that is absolutely poleaxed into the bleachers there. That made a right crack. And that's 6 runs, exactly what Adnan wanted. And that's not the bowling Adnan, that's the batting Adnan. So Adnan to Adnan, and it ends up in 6 runs. Adnan picking up where he left off from the other night. Always wonder when an Adnan bowls to an Adnan, or 2 players with the same last name bowl, that whoever wins the battle should keep the last name, and the other have to go look for another last name. So it's Ali Adnan with the ball, and he's bowling to Mohammad Adnan. So Ali Adnan to Mohammad Adnan. And you can add Adnan to the total because he's gone. He's clean bowled. He's got it straight through him. And well, the winner of the Adnan challenge is Ali Adnan. He gets it through Mohammad Adnan's defences, and well, it was a loose-looking shot. It decked in a little bit, and you're right, you can add none to that because he has to go, and that is one of the better puns I've come up with in a while. So, do Coimbra believe? You'll have to wait and see if they can pick up a few more. Seems like scores around the world coming in. The first day of the Ashes Test has been completed. Australia 1 for 70, something about that. So pretty good day there for the Australians. That'll be an interesting Test match. A few twists and turns, I think, still to come. And a good series. So it looks like Singh's going to come out at number 3. Good opportunity up the order to play a big innings here. Now he's in the bat first ball, and well, Ali Adnan's got his tail up now. Big follow through there, and you can understand why. Getting a wicket early in his spell gives him that little bit of extra confidence. Well, go and fetch that, Ali. That is a short ball, and despite the wicket, that's been laced. What a nice way to get off the mark. That's 6 anywhere. And dug in to this pitch, but too much on the short side. As you can see, bang, pulled away. Nice stroke, actually. So, a couple of 6s in this over, despite the wicket. Marlow won't be too worried just yet. This time. Oh, he caught it! Well, Ali Adnan's having a blinding weird over. Couple of 6s. This one's a juicy full toss. He punts it back to him. That's a really good catch off his own bowling. Ali Adnan, who's going to keep his last name for winning the Adnan challenge, then takes an absolute perler. That's pretty good. Off your own bowling, that is not easy. And despite the full toss, he gets it right. They get the second wicket, and Coimbra believe they've got a chance here. A long way to go though. Marlowe bat deep. Marlowe won't be too worried just yet. As I do think they're tinkering with the order quite a bit as well. So, Zulfikar Shah coming out at number 4. 2 wickets in the over, 2 sixes in the over. It's a funny old over, isn't it? So, the left-hander comes out, and the standard running around of the field as they have to make a few adjustments. The deep mid-wicket and deep mid-on are the 2 boundary riders here. That's well bowled, and pretty good running as well actually. They steal a single there. Good alert cricket. So 2 overs complete in this run chase. Pretty exciting start to this one. Marlowe, well, despite the 2 wickets, a long batting order. They won't be too stressed just yet. It's 19 for 2. So it looks like it's going to be Lakshan Wirakoon coming into the attack. And, well, he's going to be bowling with those beautiful shades on. That gets me excited. He's going to be number 1 in the style for me. The blue shoes as well. Looks like a fan favourite. Apparently tries he's played, and he's sold me a dummy because he's not coming on to bowl. He's just marked his run up, took his hat off, and then gave the ball to Manjeet Singh. Now let's see what Manjeet's got. He bowled the first over that only went for 6. Yeah, that was a proper dummy that. He fully took his hat off, marked his run up, and then passed the ball over. Manjeet Singh is the captain. Maybe he said this is a captain's over required. And that's not going to be good news because it's a short boundary over there, and that's gone for 6. The breeze is a little bit left to right, but that just shows you how small that boundary is over there because he didn't get anywhere near the middle of the bat. He just put it in the air, and it flies. And it carries with that steady breeze. It must only be 45 metres that side. So 6 valuable runs to Shah, who then punches the next ball back to the bowler. And, well, the captain called for the ball. He's got to deliver here. Can't let this third over go for too many. Can Manjeet. It's going to be a wide down the leg side, so that cost them a little bit. Yeah, nice looking pull shot, but he's gone. Well, nice catch in the end. He made good ground. It looked like a nice shot, but the fielder out there tracked back, and Coimbra, the home team here, start to believe. It was a shortish ball. Sharp tries to get that push away. Looked good, but unfortunately a good running catch from Manpreet Singh. Made good ground. 3rd wicket down. Is there a bit of a boil over coming? There's still a long way to go. They're going to have to get through Ajam Shahzad, who I reckon will be coming out pretty soon. They've also got to get through Mysam. Shahid can hit a long ball. Yeah, Gondal can hit a very long ball, actually, yeah. There's a long way to go on this one if Coimbra are going to pull it off, and it will be Shahzad. He's seen enough. He's gone, I'm coming out here now. It's my time to shine. So 26 for 3. Coimbra, it's only about 10 to 15 minutes up the road. Home team. Marlowe's probably travelled to 2.5 hours to get here tonight. Commitment from all. Well bowled, good area. Be just off the inside edge. And get through for a 1, so Shazad gets himself off the mark. High in the air. This is going to be a catching chance. And caught. Well, what a catch in the end. It's a fantastic catch over his head. And that's Adnan out there. Ali Adnan, who picked up 2 wickets in the previous over, makes a brilliant catch. This was going to go for 6. It was right on the rope, but just hung. And Coimbra start to believe they could upset Marlow here. Just over his head. Probably would have just gone for 6. Not an easy catch, and 27 for 4. We said they bat deep, but they're going to need someone to play a pretty good innings here. And Coimbra, they're pumped up, and you can understand why. They've got a good chance in this match now. 4 wickets inside the power play. And that long batting lineup will be tested. So it does make it an interesting encounter. We said early wickets was going to be the way to make a game of this, and that's exactly what they've done. 4 in the power play is a dream start. Mysam comes out, Shazad's still there. 2 of the more experienced players in this team. And you can see, nice little shot there as he just clips that off his legs, and they'll get through for an easy 1. So power play complete. All the points so far on that power play go to Coimbra. The score after 3 is 28 for 4. And the question will be, how do they utilise their bowlers in this middle section? See, 6, 13 and 9. 2 wickets in the second over though, and 2 wickets in the third over. Field will spread out a little bit more now as well. So Rohit Kumar going to come in and bowl a pretty important 4th over. I think the 4th over in T10 cricket's actually one of the most vital overs for me. I think it swings games massively. If a team's had a massive power play, you need to win the 4th to peg it back. And if you've rammed home the power play, you want to ram it right home. That's why young Atif Muhammad always bowls our 4th. I honestly think it's the most important over in the game, and no one ever speaks about the 4th. Now, there's an inside tip for your Green Shields, who's sitting next to me. As that is flicked onto leg side, because what nearly 99% of other teams do in the 4th over, they relax, the field spreads, and they bowl someone that lets the other team get away with it. Yep. That a boy, Conrad, who says he always attacks the 4th. There's a couple of singles. This is going to be a good contest, it feels now. There's a full tossy. That's what early wickets do. Run out chance. Ooh, direct hit would have been close, and they'll think about a second. It's definitely not on, as Shazad had to run through. But that's what wickets do. That ball there, Mysam blocked a full toss outside off stump. If there wasn't 4 wickets on the board, that's been hit into the abyss. So wickets have created some tension, and Coimbra have a chance in this game. Oh, big appeal. Is that going to hit leg? Well, it's been given out. I reckon that's close, and Shazad isn't happy. He stands his ground, and I'm sure the match referee will have some words. He's got to get off the field. And he remonstrates, he points to his leg. This isn't good from Shazad. He drops his bat now, and that's not good behaviour. And I reckon that's probably going into the leg stump. And, well, I reckon the match referee, Tyrone Peters, who doesn't miss a trick, will have seen the drop of the bat and the disgruntled. Oh, there goes the bat throw. Well, the bat's been thrown now. It's been seen on camera. There's a game. And you can see still remonstrating. So, if I don't see a ban, I'll be disappointed. I want to see strict match referees here. That can't be on. Can't be throwing your bat on the air. No, national captain. It's not good enough. So, huge pressure now. What a game. there is some tension building. You got to give it to Coimbra here. Congratulations to them for making a big fist of this early. At 95, we think's under par, but 5 wickets. 5 wickets in the first 22 deliveries. We said they bat deep, so they're not out of it, but this is game on. Oh, inside edge now. And he gets down, a bit of foot fielding, and they are up and about, Coimbra. They smell a boil over. And yeah, that was a little bit of controversy on the field. The decision's made. Once the decision's made, you've got to get off the field. You can't stand there too long and remonstrate. The throwing of the bat is the cherry on the cake for me. Pushed into the leg side, and they'll think about one. They'll get there now. Just a little bit of a misfield there from Kuma, but he should be pretty happy. That's a good 4th over. The score at the end of 4, 33 for 5. As you can see there, that worm is tracking the wrong way. 33 for 5. It looks like Azarandani's going to come on and bowl. Well, I haven't seen him bowl too much, if I'm honest. No, he's a live wire with the bat, but this will be interesting to see what he can do with the ball in hand. Well, that is probably the last thing you need in a situation when you're on top. It's going to be 1 wide. Oh, this will be tight with a good throw. And the keeper hadn't got back to the stumps in time, but the throw was a little bit wide. So 3 bonus runs. And you know, I haven't seen Andani the bowler, I don't think. If he can hit a spot in the pitch that we know can be up and down, that's going to be the key. That's not that spot. Oh, no. It's a wide again, and that could be the minimo, and it is. So that is an 8-run swing for no balls bowled, and that all of a sudden just twists the game. They were going at a pretty slow rate, and now they're going above 10 and over because of those 8 free runs. That is the last thing that Coimbra needed. And you can see the keeper frustrated and the bowler frustrated as well. There it is. That's all you have to do. If you could just bowl 6 balls there and hope the pitch does something, you'll be fine. You don't get too many opportunities to beat this Marlow team, and Coimbra have a big one here. Cut away, and that should just be a single this time. Yeah, that's good as well. The fielders have to back them up out here. But there is a bit of spice in this game now that you can feel when there's tension on the ground. There's tension. Everyone's feeling it as well. The 2 batters, I'm sure the umpires as well, and the 11 fielders. There, you can't. That's beating Ricky Ponting. There's no player in the world that can get bat on ball on that. Just has to keep it there. And Darnie, after who went for 8 off 0. The last 3 balls have gone for 1, so he's slowly just getting it back. And he could have a wicket. Big moment, big moment. Gone. Well, it's a massive moment. It was 6 or out, and that's a fantastic catch. Really good. He keeps his foot inside the rope, and a big dismissal. This is a huge moment. It was 6 or out, and if he drops this, this is definitely going over rope. He steadied himself perfectly. He was just inside the rope, and he holds on. That's the second catch over the head that would have gone over the rope. Good work from the camera crew. MSTV tried to frame me the other day. Unforgivable, but that is out. And right now, do you dare say Coimbra are ahead? Gondor comes out. They bat so deep. It sounds crazy. You look at the scorecard, 42 for 6. I still think Marlow still have a shot in this. I mean, Asad Mahmood, though, has a bit of a shin injury. Will he be able to come back? That shin will be pretty sore. And Darnie, oh, good comeback has to be said. He went for 8 off 0. And he's got 1 for 1 since that. First ball, laces it. And, well, pretty good fielding, actually. For a brief moment, he thought about charging at it, but decides just to pull the handbrake at the last moment. I think that's the right call. Wouldn't have got there. Meissen and Gondel are good enough players, though. They just need one batter to clip for 15 minutes, and they probably still win. Crunched. Oh, it's an unbelievable catch. What a catch. That's one of the better catches you'll see. That was absolutely crunched, and Coimbra, from nowhere, streak ahead. It was short, it was wide. It was hit like a bullet. Crunch, and great effort to get that on the camera crew because that was hit so hard. Who is that out there? He's got both his pockets out. Let me try and see a number, but that is the best catch I've seen in my short few days here. Probably in the tournament. It has to be up there because that was laced. 43 for 7. A lot of people I'm hearing from around the ground saying catch of the tournament. That was hit so hard, and Meissen was distraught. He couldn't believe it, and I can understand why. If that's left or right of the fielder by even half a metre, that's 4. But he ran forward to catch that. That's a proper catch. So 43 for 7 here. Pushed into the offside, and well, you definitely have to say Coimbra have gone through most of the majority of their batsmen. They've got 3 good balls away from coming and surprising everyone here. 44 for 7 now. What a catch. What a moment we just had. Quite remarkable. And sometimes you have to say, catching wins matches. That's 3 pretty impressive catches. That's going to be a wide. We had the 2 catches on the boundary rope. That would have been 6. And we get a flat bat tracer bullet. That would have been 4 against many other fielders. That is an exceptional bit of fielding at deep cover. 45 for 7. I'll tell you what, that's going to be a misfield. It could be a run out if he hits. No, he misses. They just have to stay calm, Coimbra. They're ahead now. Just stay nice and calm. I'll tell you what, they've summoned the spirit animal of the tiger, eye of the tiger here from Coimbra. And for Marlowe, well, a bit sheepish at the moment, you'd have to say, with some of the batting. Just snuck that in. So dot ball, Gondel. .46 for 7. All the work to do. 50 runs remaining. Edged away. Oh, watch the spin. That could go. He was very wide there. That's poor positioning. That was edged away and it beat him on the left. You should never get beaten on your left at third man in T10 cricket because people edge it more and place it away, and that's a handy 4 runs. A lot of teams have had a fielder right there. He was very square indeed. So that's a bonus 4. That'll take them to 50. This game isn't over just yet. 46 off 26 isn't impossible. 7 wickets is alarming though. There's a punch down the ground. Nice cricket stroke. Should just be a 1 to Andani, and it is. Also, there's got some other bowlers that will have to come on as well. So you imagine Singh's job is probably more to facilitate Gondel, the senior player. Richard Ritchie in the chat saying they need to stay focused. I agree, Richard. You can see, just seeing that ball off so Gondel could face. So I can understand that shot for the last ball of the over. And well, we've got a good game on our hands, it feels here. As Coimbra are here to upset a team that's been pretty successful over the years. And look at that scorecard. Well, have you ever seen Marlowe's scorecard like that? 5-7, 6-7, 2-5-1. No ducks at 51 for 7 is a fair effort. Hazza Andani's going to bowl out here. So, well, credit to Andani, who did come back and after being 8 off 0, picked up 2 wickets in the over. He got 2 for 10. So, pretty good comeback. Could have been at the 20-run over, but takes 2 for 2 off the remaining 6 balls he had. 45 off 24. You're only 3 big hits away, and you're back in it. They could happen 1 each over. You're right there. Condell on strike. High in the air. Moment again. Oh, that one's dropped and he's gone into the camera. Well, MSTV almost saw thousands of dollars get blown up. And that would have been a phenomenal catch. He dived backwards. I don't think he could have stayed in the field of play. Well, that camera is going to have to go a metre further back, you feel. Have a look at this. There's thousands of euros almost went blowing up. He dived backwards and bang. That's a better length. Actually, that should be a good camera shot if we've got that. That'll look good on camera. I'm sure we'll have to go through the archives a little bit better. But good effort. I don't think the only thing he could have done is actually catch it and throw it back into play. Whoa! Oh, he's edged it. He's gone. Well, I thought it just took off the pitch, but there's an edge. And Andani picks up his third. And Marlowe, they are on the fence. I didn't hear it through the effects mic, but the players out there knew straight away. Oh, yeah, it's a massive deflection. A nice catch from the keeper. And Coimbra, the boil over is on. Marlowe, they're going to need to be flying Cami by in pretty soon because they're 57 for 8. Not very often you see this very good team on the ropes. Big trouble, you could say. Trouble at the old mill. Anyway, 57 for 8. And Darney's got 3 for. Cut away. Oh no, there could be run out. Direct hit, he's gone. And Andani stops it with his foot. Well, it's unbelievable goalkeeping from Andani. He's lost the plot there. I think he got more worried about the overthrow, but really probably should have let the ball go. This is Coimbra's to lose now. This is the 9th wicket partnership. Shouldn't lose from here. Spliced away. Handy runs. Handy runs. That's going to be 4. Takes them to 61. The rates there are thereabouts. This will be one of those, if there's a late wicket part, bit of Kaspovic and Brett Lee, Nathan Lyon and Cummins. Can they summon a 9th wicket partnership from nowhere? I haven't seen the scorecard in a while, but I've got a feeling they haven't used a 5th bowler. Pretty sure Andani's bowled 2, the captain bowled 2, so yeah, if they can get through. So there's going to be a new bowler that has to come into the attack here. Change in the field, square leg comes in. Still a very wide third man. It's almost a deep backward point. Any edge is 4. Could have tried to throw hands at that, but leaves it. So 7 overs complete, and Andani finishes with pretty good figures of 3 for 20, considering he was 8 off 0. And this game is Coimbra's to lose with 3 overs to go. So who bowls the 5th? That is the question. Only 35 required of 3, but 8 wickets. So, back to the action. Looks like Manpreet Singh's going to come into the attack. So he just needs to keep consistent here. Still, they operating with a deep backward point and not a third. So any edge will fly and probably go for 4. There we go. They move him a bit final now. They need a 35 off 3. That's going to help. That's a wide +1. So good alert running, and the throw comes in, and no one's paying attention. But this is where the 5th bowler coming into the attack will have to bowl 2 overs probably. So, yep, this is him all right. So this game is still on. This is right on, I think. Stokes and Leach, Mike Seal says, yeah. Can they get a late? Yeah, so that's good batting. We'll have to find the boundary at some stage. That's a nice looking stroke. Doesn't get it out the meat of the bat, but they'll get one. They probably just need one of those overs where they scrounge around to 10 runs just to put more pressure on the fielding team. A little edge for 4 would be lovely. They've already got this over 4 off 2 without really taking a massive risk. Gone. And he gets it full and straight, and it's a great delivery when you've got the 9th wicket partnership there. And Coimbra remarkably have the Marlow team on the rope, 65 for 9. And this has been a Herculean effort. Full, straight, you miss, I hit. Thanks for coming. Zishan Ashfaq in the chat isn't too happy with what I said earlier about thing, but I don't condone bat throwing. And I just think if you throw a bat on TV, well, my opinion is that you should get a ban, black and white. As that's pushed into the offside. Mahmood, who's got a bit of a shin injury, has got to bat pretty bravely here. I'll also add to that, Zishan, as a commentator, I'm a pundit and I'm allowed an opinion. So cop that, Zishan. You can sit back in your little box there and enjoy the cricket, because I don't care. So 66 for 9. Last wicket, amazing. Shot. What a shot that is. Well, as soon as you think that this game might be over, you see a shot like that and it just keeps it alive. It's one of the shots of the innings. Full. A little bit outside the off stump and 4 runs. So 26 off 13. This would be a remarkable last wicket partnership if they somehow pulled it off. Good batting. That's good batting. They'll get the 1 because he'll keep the strike. So this would be a proper last wicket hoodoo act if they sneak away with the win. But a lot of work to do here, and it's going to be a key bowler come into the attack here. Bowled really well at the top, and Ali Adnan is that man. Oh, I've never seen that pop on the screen. The scores are being verified. Anyway, 71 for 9. You can see that Worm's actually just almost at that red line, but unfortunately, it's those wickets, those red dots have popped up everywhere. This would be a great effort from Coimbra. Bowled and fielded magnificently. The fielding's been top shelf. 25 off 12. Last wicket. 1 ball away. Oh, that could have been the delivery. Adnan bowling this pretty crucial night. Their key bowler. A couple of people are saying golden ball, but I don't know if we'll see that. You imagine that they're just 1 good ball away. But you can't count Marlow out. This good team that's won a lot of matches around Portugal over the years. I like it. It's clever batting. Is he have enough on it? It's dropped. That would have been the match. Well, that's 1 run. And that could have been the game. And he goes for the scoop. I don't mind it with fine leg in the ring. It's high risk, high reward. He actually got a bit of it, but he ran back and off his hands. 1 run. Zishan asking if that's allowed on air. Of course. It's just an opinion. It's almost like saying someone played a poor shot. If I think I see someone throw a bat, I can say that should probably be a ban. I think the Indian captain of the women's did it the other day. She hit the stumps when she got out. She got a 4-game ban. Shot! What a shot. That goes for 4. And, well, Mahmood gets a bit of it. I tell you what, that is an unbelievable shot from a number 11 who's only got 1 shin left. Oh, yeah. That is Conrad-esque. So 76 for... I tell you what, when your number 10 and number 11 have played 2 shots through the covers, you start to believe it might be their time. This would be an amazing last wicket partnership if they did it. Oh, it's straight. I tell you what, that dropped catch could be caught. That's a little bit like who dropped it in the Ashes years ago. And And then Stokes and Leach did it. Who dropped it? I know Lathan Lyon dropped the ball from the run out, but didn't we drop a catch as well? I think it was Marcus Harris maybe, or someone. I can't remember. 40 games since a golden ball. There's the graphic for you. Well, that is so close to being game over. Just had to get it straight. But yeah, I think it was the Indian women's captain the other day. Got like a 4-match ban. She got out LBW, turned around and whacked the stumps with her bat, took out middle of the leg, like hit it hard. And I'm sorry, if a commentator can't say they think that's a ban, well, what's the point of commentating? Anyway, 19 off 7. Singh, what can you do? Hits it pretty well. It's in a gap. It's 4. This is game on. Marlow will not die. This is an amazing last wicket partnership. And you have to wonder, is that drop catch going to come back and haunt Coimbra? It's 4 runs. 15 off 6. Wow, what a last wicket partnership. This game was, thought maybe 2 overs ago, going to be over. You look at the bowling figures, everyone's chipped in a bit. Everyone's got a wicket. But this game isn't over. 15. Just going to verify for you when the 9th wicket fell. It was on 65. So these guys have already put on 16. They need 16. This would have to be the highest partnership we've had on a last wicket to win. Like a 30-run last wicket partnership to win a T10 doesn't happen. You never have a team 9 down and then they put on 30 to win a game. But you've got 2 players here who believe. Here we go. Shot, but it's only going to be 1 now. You don't want the throw here. Or he throws it. Don't miss it. No one was backing up. That's okay. 14 or 5. You imagine they're going to need a bit of luck. You're going to need like a wide +1 or maybe an edge for 4. A 5 wides would be nice. It's really well bowled. I can't believe that's not hit the stumps. So close to ending the game. You just feel like Marlow are going to fall a bit short here unless this last wicket partnership can find one more miracle. Well, there's the full toss, but it's in the air. This should be game over. Collision! No, it's game over. Singh takes the catch and Coimbra will walk away with the points. It was a full toss, but it was okay. And the dismissal is made, and that is a fantastic win. And, well, congratulations to them. As you can see, the final wicket fall, caught and bowled. And that is game, set, match. Coimbra take the points, and they are the winners. So they 14-run winners, I should say, and well done to them. As Marlow, we know, are a championship team, and they have been beaten. And Coimbra, their fielding for me, their fielding for me was the standout. They took 3 really good catches, and when you hold on to your catches, usually good things will happen. A quick look at these highlights. There was a few nice shots on top, but it was just a wickets parade, wasn't it? So many wickets were falling, and yeah, when you lose wickets at the top, it always makes it more difficult. Well, we were saying a bit earlier that Marlow do have a long batting lineup, and that is something they do have. But it was one of those games where no one really went on and made a substantial score. This was one of the better catches as well. It's Adnan out there. Saved 6 runs, importantly, as well. This was a big moment, a little bit of controversy as the celebration was big and the reaction was big as well from Shazad. And the good catching continued. This is really good from CK. They did well. That there, easily on another day, gets dropped for 6. This was a remarkable shot over the offside that was almost tapped back into play. And look out, camera crew. 6 to the total. That was probably the only one that you could say might have been tapped back in. But